I'm the president of Liftport Group and the host and curator of Better Futures. We've been doing the Marscoin Expo now. This is our third time doing this, so really happy to see everybody here today. The Marscoin community has been terrific. As I said on our very first show, it was about little over 2 years ago. I'm new to this community. I've been in the space community for a really long time, but to the crypto community, I'm pretty new. So I always really look forward to hosting this event because I learn so much. As we kind of go through the day, there's a ton of stuff we're going to talk about. I'm going to kind of take a glance at the schedule here. We're going to start a little bit slow. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here on the U.S. West Coast near Seattle. I'm going to talk a little bit about community building and some of the stuff that Mars needs. In about half an hour, we're going to bring on the creator, inventor, if you will, of the Marscoin, Leonard Lopin. He's also the CTO of Byte Federal and co-founder. We're going to listen to Michelle Weekly talk about regulatory and legal updates related to Marscoin. And Hamid Zishan is going to come in from L-Bank Exchange and talk about really what does it take to run these exchanges and why Marscoin is a part of that. We're going to switch gears a little bit and really focus on Mars itself. I'm going to do another short talk about what Mars needs. And then the executive director of the Mars Society is going to join us, Mr. James Burke. And then Terry Trevino is going to talk about his recent adventures all the way up at the Arctic Station, also run by the Mars Society. That is an analog site for actually living, working on Mars. We have a special treat later this afternoon. Well, 10:30 Pacific. You guys all adjust your time zones accordingly. We're going to have a special news announcement. I think it's kind of a big deal. I'm excited about it. I'm not going to share that right now, so stick around for the news on that. I would say one of the most influential ambassadors for all of Marscoin is my friend Jaka Osman. He is going to talk about his game, Mars Drive. Jeff Rayner is going to do a talk on virtual reality. And we're going to end with Eric Bethke on Million on Mars. So that's our day. We've got a lot coming up, so stick with us. I want to thank the folks at I want to thank the community of Marscoin. Their Discord channel is super active, so we're going to post links to that in a moment. I'll do that kind of when I'm not on camera, so just kind of bear with me here. The way that we've been doing this so far has really been kind of this blend, this merge of crypto talk and Martian talk, because I'm guessing anybody that's actually on this channel really is interested in both. And that's how Jaka and I have designed this day and the last two, the prior two. So with that, I'm going to switch over to some of my prepared notes here. Just give me a moment to bring up the screens. Okay. Okay. As I said, I'm Michael Lane. I'm the president of Liftport Group. Our history is pretty convoluted. Started out at the end of the NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts Research team on the space elevator. We were the world's first and for a long time only space elevator research company. So we did that from 2003, 4, 5, 6, and 7. When the economy crashed, we shifted, we closed, we reopened in 2017 and 18 to focus on a lunar elevator. And so that's what folks might know me as. But then when the pandemic happened, we almost closed. We almost closed again. And so as a result of that, we wound up doing a lot of online conferences. This today is our 28th online conference. And then as the pandemic shifted again, we moved over to doing podcasts and podcasts as a service. So we'll talk about some of that stuff. I'll post links to those things here in a bit. I want to talk about this stuff here. I am frozen. That was not a good sign. Sorry about that. Let me, there we go. So many years ago, I created this thing called the Numania process, which is really a tool that I use to help me understand what it takes to build something that lots of people think are impossible. So the tool set that I created to build the elevator, the space elevator, both the Earth system, which I no longer commit to, and the lunar system, which I'm totally committed to, I had to create a framework to wrap my brain around the problems. So it isn't just that, it's a framework to understand complex compound problems. And I share it with the Marscoin community because I think that as a community, many of the things that I have had to struggle with also relate to what the Marscoin folks are doing. I've given a longer talk on this. I'm going to share the link to that in a moment. I think it was the first Marscoin Expo. So this is a very brief review of that. It came out of some of the work I did at International Space University. It's not a business planning tool, but it will make your business plan stronger. It's not a project management tool, but it will make your project management efforts stronger. So it's really just a framework to understand new complex compound problems. There are lots of parts to it. It starts with an overarching vision, mission, value. We call those compass philosophies. Where are you going? What are you doing? And how do you plan to get there? How do you act along the way? Vision, mission, values. I think these are super important. I think they're foundational to any project you're working on, whether it is a lemonade stand in the suburbs or an elevator on the moon, whether it is a yoga studio or a digital money revolution that might impact both Earth and Mars, right? So I really feel pretty strongly about that. What are your vision, mission, values? Where are you going? What are you doing? How are you going to act along the way? You're going to prioritize these keywords, the keywords you pull out of your vision, mission, values. There's a longer talk on that. Again, I point you towards the longer video, and I'll share a link with that in a moment. The next piece is policies, objectives, strategies, tactics, and time, temporal. And I think it's really important to understand, like, where are you in the middle of this, right? So you're actually in that little pentagon in the center. Identifying what policies impact you is really, really important. What are your objectives? Lots and lots of talks are are available for the difference between strategy and tactics. I think that difference is really important. And then what lessons from the past can be applied to uh, where you're going, right? So when we talk about policies, what are the jurisdictions that impact you, right? I'm in an office building in a city, in a county, in a state, in the United States. There are rules I have to follow if I'm going to be successful building an elevator on the moon. There are rules that Marscoin needs to follow if they are going to be successful in their efforts. So understanding the policies of your and the jurisdictions that you're in is super important. I do a lot with SMART goals: strategic, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. Other folks call this KPIs, key performance indicators. What I do is I take a look at our vision, mission, values, and I build very specific objectives around the VMV. So really encourage you to start thinking about that in respect to Marscoin. How does Marscoin operate, both here in the world, which is mostly where it operates, and then in the future, where is it going to Mars? As I said, there's a lot of talks, a lot of books on strategy and tactics. But on the smaller, more day-to-day level, we talk about skirmishes. So what are the things that can happen on an average Thursday that will impact the tactics and strategies that you lay out? So to me, as an outsider, and for the record, I want to be very clear. I personally only have about I invested $400, I guess, 2 years ago during our first conference. I think everybody knows that despite crypto winter affecting everybody else in the industry, Marscoin has been remarkably stable. Not a stable coin, but remarkably stable. So the $400 I had a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, is now worth roughly $550 from yesterday. So I'm not doing this to make a quick buck. I think that the strategy, tactics of long-term planning are really important to this community. But I also want you to think about what you can do on a random Thursday or on a once-a-month basis that can forward the goals, the vision, missions, and values of the Marscoin community. I think it's super important to think about how the past influences the state of the art today where we are, and that those two things influence long-term planning of the future. So that's policies, objectives, strategies, and tactics with time. Okay. This next part is probably the most complicated part of the Numenia process. I call it the action matrix. If you can imagine a spreadsheet, you've got columns and rows. And if you're using Microsoft Excel, you've got individual tabs. That's kind of how you approach this, right? So you've got stakeholders across the top. You've got challenges across the sides. And where they intersect, where the cells and rows intersect, columns and rows intersect, that cell, that's where you would put your goals, investments, and tasks. So just kind of think of it in that context. Each of these are pretty complicated, but they're very manageable, right? Like as a community, you have in the Marscoin community, you have the resources to do all of these things. So stakeholders, how do you look at things? Like who cares about Marscoin. Out of the global 8 billion, probably not all 8 billion care, right? So your stakeholders are the folks that actually have something to gain, something to lose, or are connected in one way or another. And I think it's really valuable for this community to identify who its stakeholders are and how to act and react to those stakeholders. We're going to talk about some of the stakeholders, the US federal government, for one, in just a little while. So uh, these stakeholders, it's important to know that a stakeholder can hold many different places here, right? Stance, position, organizational, jurisdictional, or individual stages. So these are all the different ways of looking at stakeholders. I cannot get into all of them right now. We just simply don't have the time for it. Again, I'm going to encourage you, if you're curious about this, to go take a look at the longer video I did 2 years ago. But where are you coming from, right? What is the stance? Do you want to help this community grow, or is there kind of active resistance that people are trying to stop this community from growing, right? So, stance is important. Are they internal or external? I think if you are a coin holder, you kind of automatically are on the inside, so you're internal, and then everybody else would be external. And then on the individual level, there's a lot of different phases to get people from anger and skepticism, move them into curious, interested fans, into more committed and active development. So there's a lot of different ways you can look at this. I'm trying to go really fast, and this is a complicated idea. So just bear with me, all right? This tool set was built out of my goals of building an elevator first on Earth. I've moved away from that, but focusing on it, building an elevator on the moon is still the same thing. You've got hardware, business, outreach, and framework challenges. And I would say Marscoin also has these same sorts of challenges, right? So we're doing science and discovery with this coin on a regular basis. We're going to talk about some of that today. How do you scale it up? What kind of equipment do you need? How do you build it into a global community? And in our case, we're not just staying on Earth. How does this become a Martian, a 2-planet system? So scaling of this is a complicated problem, I'm sure. There's not so much of the business side of it. We don't have the same business, finance, and accounting problems, but we do have operational management concerns, and those need to be considered when we're building this thing. Outreach, storytelling, community building, that's why we're doing a conference like this in the first place. Education, but then there's also the political government elements that have to be incorporated into our decisions and plans. And then finally, there's legal, regulatory, there's an environmental consideration, considering how much server power we use. I don't think there's military implications to Marscoin necessarily. If I'm doing space research, there's always military implications. Finally, goals, investments, and tasks. It's basically taking all the things that we've already done and organizing them into a to-do list, right? Think about this in weeks and months. What are we going to contribute? There's a long story about natural capital versus financial capital. We have a little bit of financial capital in this community, but we have a whole lot of human intellectual capital. We have a little bit of social cultural capital. How do we deploy the assets that we have to accomplish this? And nowhere that I have seen is there any sort of like to-do list for the Marscoin community. So I would recommend that we kind of tackle some of that. Okay. And with that, I'm going to close that piece out. I was probably supposed to show this. This was happening. And I'm going to do a super quick overview. Let me just change screens here quickly. And again, I'll put some links up here in a moment. That one down and put this one up. I wanted to point out, by the way, I'm wearing my Mars Curiosity T-shirt, and I don't know if you can tell, but I've got my space coat on, so I'm totally decked out for the day. I've been looking forward to this for a while now. Okay. So I want to be really clear. These are not my own original ideas. Dr. Robert Zubrin gave a talk about 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas. And it's a really terrific video. The Mars Society has been around for nearly 30 years. Dr. Zubrin's been working on this for, no joke, 4 decades. And so to hear him with some of his inspirational, provocative comments really made me start thinking, oh, wow, what would I do? How would I do this? And so most of this is Zubrin's own thoughts. And then what I have done is taken those thoughts, put my own spin on them. I'm going to post this video. I definitely think it's worth watching. I think it's very informative. It's inspirational. There's some moments in there where he talks about, if you're the best way to make money in a gold rush is sell shovels. In his case, he says, Levi's jeans. And then there's another moment that actually got a little bit of a verbal gasp from the audience. I wasn't there. I've only just watched this video. But there was a moment where he talks about if you've got reusable rocketry, then you also have a used rocket model, a used rocket market, in the same way that if you've got cars, you also have used cars. And he goes down this trail of $50,000 trip to Mars for a family of 4, right? Like, it's just an amazing idea. And so I've taken some of his concepts and said, look, if the assumption is true that we have the transportation, and I think we do, Dr. Zubrin thinks we do, if it's true that we have the transportation, then we need to prepare everything else. And that leads us to the challenges that we've got: food, power, labor. And again, Zubrin goes into this in a lot of detail. I'm just trying to give you all context and reference. Under the assumption that someday there's going to be 100-person settlement, that might be 1,000-person settlement, that might become a 10,000 or 100,000 or multi-million person settlement on Mars, these problems remain. We've got the transportation, but we need to prepare everything else. And I think that the Marscoin, and importantly, the community that supports Marscoin, is a part of this equation. So focus on the Earth elevator and the lunar elevator. I'm kind of known for this phrase: the profound difference between difficult, very, very hard, and impossible. It's important to know the difference. That is true for an elevator on the moon, but it is also true for a self-sufficient Martian settlement, or change the words, self-sufficient lunar settlement, or change the words, self-sufficient, orbital space station settlement, right? So all of these things are true, whether you're focused on one planet, the other planet, a moon, or space stations. These things connect with what we're trying to do: biochemistry, energy, robotics, AI, BCI, brain-computer interfaces. These things are things that we can do now down here on the ground that will enable us to have this future that we're looking for. I'm not going to go into this very much right now. We're going to come back to it, but I want you to think about biochemistry, and the idea that the very definition, and I don't want to get into religion, but the definition according to the Bible and many other teachings, the definition of a miracle is manna in the desert. It's food in the desert, and there is no desert like Mars. So environmental controls and life support system, food, all the biotech, all the biochemistry that we need in order to make Mars a thriving environment. And I want to point out some of these goofy images. We're going to talk about these images in a second. There are so many things wrong with these images, and yet they're exactly right from a funny perspective. So we're going to come back to that later. And with that, I am going to prep for a moment. We're going to bring on Leonard Lopin in just a moment. The chemistry of Mars is one of the keys of opening up that desert. I've got this phrase: environmental controls and life support. I think that is pretty obvious that that's the thing that's going to give everybody a pulse, right? That's the thing that's going to make sure that everybody is alive and kicking on the red planet. But chemistry, especially, I refer to biochemistry, but and I write this in an odd way with a capital C, in order to emphasize that agriculture tech, sometimes known as ag tech, food on Mars is going to be hard. But if we can solve food on Mars, it really means we've also solved food on Earth. That's why I want to talk about this kind of quote unquote miracle, manna in the desert. If you can solve a problem of feeding 100,000 people all the way off in Mars, you have probably also solved food down here on Earth. That is kind of a brain expanding idea. I want that to just sink in to everyone for a minute. It doesn't stop with food, but I think that that's the place to start. Dr. Zubrin thinks that that's the place to start. And I 100% agree that solving problems for the red planet also has real world, down here on the ground, implications for everybody. The 8 billion people that are not fortunate enough to go to Mars are still going to benefit. So that food, biotech, biochemistry, manna in the desert, all of that has real world implications. And that's one of the reasons why I'm such a fan of the work that the Mars Society is doing. And I think that the Marscoin community has a role in that. We're going to hear from Leonard in just a moment. Leonard, are you here, sir? Terrific. I'm going to bring you on. And let me shut down my screen. Leonard, it's great to have you here, sir. Thank you a lot.
Good morning.
For this.
Good morning to the West Coast.
Good morning. Good morning.
And good afternoon to the rest of the planet, I guess.
Yeah. We have organized this intentionally so that, yeah, it's a little uncomfortable on the west coast of the U.S., but we've got a pretty big community on the east coast of the
Yeah.
U.S. and a giant community in Europe. So
Asia too.
we definitely tried to optimize for
Yeah.
that.
Thanks for
Yeah.
taking the brunt.
I got you, man. I got you. So without further ado, uh, Larry, introduce yourself, give a little bit of background, and then to try to make sure that we stay on
Right.
on track. We got 45 minutes to talk
Yeah.
about Marscoin developments
Yeah.
and kind of where we are from the founder himself.
Okay,
So
awesome.
take
Yeah,
take it
thanks so
away, sir.
much. Okay, I'll get right into it. So, for those who don't know me, my name is Leonard Lopen, last name. Originally, I was born in Germany. Funny enough, very close. I like to bring this up. It's like a little factoid. Close to Peenemünde, where the first rockets, the German rockets, were launched. And our family lore has the stories that the V1s that the Germans were trying to build sometimes ended up in the forest right next to the farmhouse. But I live in the U.S. here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, and this is almost ancient history now. About 9 years ago, we launched Marscoin. I've been in the Bitcoin community for even longer than that. And in 2013, around, people started thinking about the intersection of cryptocurrency and space-related endeavors. And it became pretty clear pretty fast that if Bitcoin solves this problem of a financial system, disintermediated from all the bad actors, central authorities that are in the mix, if you will, and control financial systems for their own benefit. If there's a way to create a decentralized platform solely on the basis of software, then for any interplanetary or planetary expansion, humanity is probably not going to use metal printed coins or tree slaughtered little pieces of paper to transact with each other, but instead are going to move these public interactions, these civic actions on top of a blockchain. And so Bitcoin has been running since 2009 pretty much, and we've had no problem with the system itself. Lots of updates, amazing second layer systems built on top of Bitcoin. And like I said, 2014, the idea came up, what if we take this blockchain and experiment with it and create a whole set of tools, like a tool chain around the idea of a blockchain, and experiment as if we had already a colony on Mars. And it was a little bit far-fetched, but I put up the thought process of what a blockchain on Mars for a young colony would mean up on the website 2014. And I mean, basically immediately the people from all across the planet reached out and wanted to contribute and talk about it. It made a lot of sense for a lot of people at the time. So we did end up forking a Litecoin. The idea was to take the, at the time, ASIC resistant hashing system of Litecoin and start building from there. And the main part was that we didn't necessarily want to create another token of the millions that are out there. Our thought was that the network effect on a planet is such that it's going to take a lot to unseat Bitcoin from its pole position, and so far it hasn't happened, and it may never happen, because there's something to be said about a network effect. But we thought something similar might happen on a new planet. If there's a coin that launches first, it will be the front runner, if you will, and the more benefits it can have and bring to the table from the get-go, the more likely is that that coin or that system is going to succeed. But besides that, the other thoughts were, okay, so when we have a young colony on a planet, are there maybe necessary tools that we can build into or onto a blockchain that obviously nobody else is really interested in exploring right now? And that's what we've been doing over the last, was it? Yeah, 9 years now, almost, as Marscoin started in 2014. So the blockchain has been running uninterruptedly since 2014. And last year, actually, it was kind of the largest highlight so far. I think we launched a civic system, a governance system that interoperates with the Marscoin blockchain. So very unique set of tools built for the Mars community in the future. Once we get there. And Michael's talk was, as always, very interesting, and especially reference to Dr. Zubrin's talks, he's extremely inspiring. I think once that's the case, that's our goal. We'll bring the toolset, the server toolset to the table, where some of the most basic civic functions can then be executed. Voting was the one that was very high on our mind. A way to organize the hive mind of a young colony, where people can, on a forum, publicly communicate with each other, express ideas, thoughts, and then put out proposals which the community can vote on. And the particular unique thing that we built, we called the whole thing the Martian Republic. So using the name of a republic, and then considering it a software as a service, basically a republic as a service, if you will. That project was open sourced last year. We also presented at the International Mars Society convention last year. And I'm going to have this particular talk. I'm going to have basically two parts. I'd like to introduce the updates on the Marscoin blockchain and the Marscoin infrastructure in the first half of my talk. And in the second half of my talk, I'd like to go on to specifically explore one particular huge problem that any other coin outside of Earth's vicinity will face, and how on Mars that problem could be solved. So in due order, I think I'm going to go explaining these problems, which for people who are outside the blockchain environment, this particular crypto space sphere, might sound very arcane, but once you actually start thinking about it a little bit, some of these ideas become actually, or some of these problems become pretty predominant and very, very quickly. So that's kind of the history a little bit up to this point. So the Martian Republic, the civic governance system that we built around Marscoin, was kind of the most recent massive software project. And part of my update will kind of show you and introduce you how we continue to build around the Marscoin blockchain and this evolving toolkit, if you will. So I might see if we can bring up my slide deck. Let's see here. Perfect. Thank you. So it's 2023. So we unfortunately didn't get the superconductor quite yet. Room temperature superconductor. So, but we got some other amazing breakthroughs this year. One of them, of course, is ChatGPT. And I thought it couldn't be funnier than kick this off and ask ChatGPT what Marscoin is. I actually recommend or suggest everyone to use their OpenAI account and kind of try this out. It's really hilarious and funny. ChatGPT seems to know what Marscoin is, and she gives us actually a pretty reasonable summary. I hope this is not too small here, but I might just read it. So ChatGPT's summary of what Marscoin is, for those of you who are new to the whole topic, is a cryptocurrency concept that is primarily advocated for its potential use in future Martian colonies. The idea behind Marscoin is to provide an independent financial system for the inhabitants of Mars, free from Earth's financial systems, given the potential communication and operational challenges of managing interplanetary finances. I'll go into that particular point in a second. And then as the second part of her answer was, proponents of Marscoin believe that in addition to serving as a currency, it could be used to facilitate decentralized governance systems on Mars, much like how some projects on Earth are exploring the use of blockchain for voting, property rights, and other civic functions. So I don't know whether GPT-4 was updated here recently. Typically in the past it had gotten stuck on 2021, at which point we had not yet launched the Martian Republic, but of course over the years we talked about something of the sort. That seems to be alluded to here at the very end of her summary, and it's definitely the second big important function of blockchains, Because if you think about what a blockchain really is, a public decentralized database that is in essence sluggish. It is not a centralized database and thus can't really act as fast as a centralized system could. It has to navigate or coordinate updates across, in Bitcoin and Marscoin's case, coordinate across an entire planet and sync properly between all the participating nodes. So there's certain use cases where blockchain makes a lot of sense, and there's a lot of use cases where it does not make sense. When it comes to public functionality, a blockchain makes a lot of sense. Anything where we would like to have a transparent audit trail where we cannot trust that some nefarious actor is going to do something, or if they were able to do something, the implications would be tremendous. And of course, what comes to mind is a financial system. In a financial system, the public's interest is that no nefarious actor can, let's say, for instance, generate more money out of thin air and thus create a situation where certain individuals within the society benefit without actually creating any services or products. That is a problem that the blockchain beautifully solves with a fixed monetary supply and a transparent trail. The other thing that comes to mind, of course, are civic functions in governance. If we think of voting property rights, those are fundamental, essential concepts for individuals that come together and voluntarily live within a republic, within a governance system that provides each individual the most freedom, but also forces them then to politically participate more, let's say, as in a dictatorship where everybody can go to sleep. But then, of course, there's a certain limit of personal freedom. So some of these civic functions mentioned here, voting property rights, is exactly what we tackled with the release of the Martian Republic last year. And it wasn't even clear if this could be done on a blockchain, because most, or as far as I'm aware of, all of the voting processes so far on blockchains, particular in the Ethereum, in the smart chain space, have been such that they're completely decentralized and anonymous, so that one individual could buy tons and tons of votes. And the outcome of these elections always depends on how much money was thrown into them, which is really not how you would like a voting process to work, where in particular from a, just say, political perspective, it's better for one individual to have one vote, no matter how rich they are. Even though you could have certain stipulations how easy it is for someone to vote. So we came up in the process, I don't want to redo the entire talk on the Martian Republic, but we came up with we experimented with a protocol that was invented in 2014, coincidentally as well, called a coin shuffle protocol. And we were able to test out last year a voting system that's auditable, encrypted, private, but at the same time end-to-end auditable. So the end results of the elections can be audited by anybody very, very quickly and easily. So that was pretty cool to see that works, and we have kept working on developing this further. But let's jump into what actually is new for this year. About 4 months ago, we released a preliminary new version of the Marscoin source code. If you head over to our GitHub repository, you can see a master branch 1.7. So for those who don't know, we're currently on version 1.6. The version 1.7 is a major boost of the source code. It's not quite production ready yet, so we have a couple of nodes running and they're syncing with the rest of the chain, but there are little issues here or there, and so we're still monitoring that and trying to improve it. But it's in general, it should work, and it's bringing a lot of new features to the Marscoin code. For those of you who run nodes and support us on the mining side, this is of course a major thing. A lot of the updates have to do also with native support for the mnemonic seed phrases. In the past, obviously we had Electrum wallets running, but now some of this functionalities has found its way directly in the original source code of the Marscoin example node. And other features, for instance, are fee estimation. Fee estimation has gotten much better, so lower fees across the board, and also the dependency on older arcane cryptographic libraries we were able to move on from. And so the compiling of the source code should be much, much easier. So I'd really like to encourage people to have a background in C, C++, in blockchain development, to check out, go to our Marscoin repository, check out the source code, and just run it. Yeah, see what they see, what they find, get us some feedback. Join our developer community and help out if they like to find bugs and then improve the code. By the way, if you go to github.com/Marscoin, we have close to 35 or 38 repositories on there now with all kinds of software tools, projects. Besides the Martian Republic, there are other tools as well which were built over the years. So there's a ton of software for individuals who are interested in experimenting with and contributing to. So one of the reasons why we were jumping into the version 1.7 kind of went hand in hand in improving our explorers. So the Marscoin Explorer is a public tool, a utility for anyone to see and view a blockchain, this particular case, the Marscoin blockchain, and to see what's going on. There's a very famous, very popular blockchain explorer out there. It's called mempool.space. And we were able to fork this and adopt it for the Marscoin community. And it visualizes very nicely you can see the blocks, the individual blocks of transactions in a chain. And then if you look at this on the top left, there's like the waiting transactions that are currently bundled together and are getting confirmed next. So you can have a live view on how the Marscoin blockchain actually keeps growing and developing with this tool. And it also shows in the bottom left and right the fees. And this has only been possible because of the version 1.7 update, that these visualizations are possible now. So on the website for this particular Explorer, if you want to try it out, it's very simple. It's explorer.marscoin.org. And you can then see the fee estimations and the blocks coming in and all of this good stuff. So we have a node 1.7 running, and if you were to try your own, download your own version 1.7, feel free to connect to this particular server as to sync with if you wanted to try it out. Another big update is the Byte Wallet relaunch. Let me just kind of take a little step back here. Michael alluded to the fact that I'm also the co-founder of Byte Federal. Byte Federal is a company that I launched with two other friends in 2016. And it's at this point one of the largest Bitcoin ATM operations in the United States. And we recently also launched in Australia with a team over there. And we're active in 44 states, about 1,000 kiosks in those 44 states. And it's in and by itself a beautiful company, amazing team behind it. And as part of Byte Federal's toolkit, if you will, Byte Federal's product suite, we have a wallet called the Byte Wallet, BYTE wallet. It's live in the App Store and the Android Google Play Store. And this wallet is currently undergoing a relaunch. So I'd encourage you to download it. You'll see it in the next couple of weeks change its face. Here's a little preview of what it's going to look like. And it has Marscoin natively built in. So for those of you guys who want to try out Marscoin, it's the most easiest thing probably is to download this wallet. Go to bytefederal.com, and you can download this beautiful wallet, store your Marscoin, send Marscoin, receive Marscoin. And it also has a banking app integration, so you could even do your grocery shopping from it. Currently, we're looking for a new partner bank, but Michelle is going to go into some of the banking changes in the United States here in a little bit after my talk. Another thing I wanted to bring up is kind of combining now the updates on the Marscoin code itself with the Martian Republic. The Martian Republic right now is web-based. The whole project, like I said, is open sourced. It's built around a web wallet, a wallet built into the browser. Ideally, and this is obviously as soon as we launched Martian Republic, the next clear thing on the horizon is to bring the Martian Republic into a biometrically secured device, a mobile phone, a tablet. And because if you think about it, probably the most likely interaction between the Martian Republic, the blockchain, and the individual Martian colonist is going to be through some kind of handheld device. So if you think, let's say we sent the family of 4, as Michael alluded earlier, with a $50,000 ticket to Mars, and let's say we have not just one family, we have thousands of them following. It's not going to be difficult to bring Android phones, some relatively inexpensive tablets with them. And the way the Martian Republic is set up, it will run on servers, distributed servers, sync with each other, and be available to whatever internet is set up in the colony. And then these devices, and this is what we're working on currently, will interact with the Martian Republic software, and that would allow individuals to push proposals, bills, discussions with each other, and then vote on those using the handheld device, using their wallets, biometrically secured. So in essence, we could see, if there's enough interest and push for this, we could see maybe in a couple of years. Now depends on how quickly our SpaceX friends can launch and we can actually establish a colony. But if, let's say, a few years into a early colonist life, we could see an infrastructure that has a full-blown auditable, transparent governance systems where all individuals interact. Very futuristic. The only thing I can think of that comes close is we have some city-states here on planet Earth, Singapore, Dubai, where all political governance interactions are online, or most of them are online. But they're obviously not secured through a blockchain. They're not auditable. They're centralized. So here we could see something even more futuristic taking shape, and that's of course what we're working towards, where the civic functions, the interactions are online, and they're using handheld devices, mobile devices, privately and biometrically secured to interact with each other. So with that, I'd like to invite as many developers as possible. I always do that every year. We definitely need more of you guys help out. Marscoin is an open source project. We do get donations here and there, but for the most part, it's self-funded. But this is for the this is for the fame. This is for the love of the project itself, and the potential of making a real huge difference and setting a baseline for a future of humanity that is just glorious. Also miners, we always need more miners to stabilize and secure the network. I mentioned this in the last talk last year. We're probably going to change our hashing algorithm at some point to randomX or something ASIC safe again. The idea there really is we don't want specialized hardware on Mars to just run the mining. We do currently still believe that the proof of work is a more robust way to secure a blockchain. But if we switch to a computing, to a hashing algorithm that any computer can run, I think then we have a more decentralized way to safeguard the blockchain on Mars. So definitely more developers and miners if possible. And let me take a quick break here. Michael, I'm going to switch over to this other presentation, which I'm going to share here with you in a second.
Good. Perfect.
Works. Yeah, so I know there's been already a lot, but I hope people will be able to re-watch this and hit the pause button if necessary. I'm going to throw something at the larger internet community that is, let's say, it is a problem that you start thinking about quickly after accepting the premise that blockchain on another planet is going to happen, and there's no way around it. We've seen in the last decade how Bitcoin and its tentacles, if you will, have grown deeper and deeper into the existing financial system, pulling more and more brain power and support towards it for obvious reasons. It's just more trustworthy and disintermediated. I think most systems, since not just the dawn of the internet, but even the technological revolutions, if there's a lot of middlemen, eventually they get, and if there's a possible way to automate it or outsource them, it will happen. It's just saving energy, and somehow the universe finds a way. So once you think that Mars will probably run a Bitcoin type blockchain, and that most folks on Mars are probably going to do their daily shopping and their daily business using a type of Bitcoin on Mars, let's call it Marscoin, then the next question is, so the people who mine this blockchain on Mars and run it, who are they? Can they protect the network? How much power does it take? Is there any chance that someone else can interfere from the outside? So I'm going to set up here the premise a little bit, and then we'll go into what a solution might look like using the Martian Republic and Marscoin as a tool. So the basic problem and the raison d'etre, the reason for Marscoin's existence, is that the distance between Earth and Mars is simply too big for Bitcoin to operate across space and be useful on Mars. If you think how Bitcoin works right now on Earth, Bitcoin is sitting on top as a decentralized database. It's sitting on top of the internet, which is a network of computers connected with fiber cables, copper cables, using light speed communication between these different computers, and using protocol languages, different levels of protocol languages at the bottom, packages, data packages. When you open up a browser and go to some website, when a Bitcoin node communicates to another Bitcoin node, it's not just a one-way communication street. There's data packages being sent back and forth between these nodes at the speed of light several times over, because until the server and or the one node and the other node come to an agreement. So it's not just shoveling data once from one place to the other. It is a constant back and forth of data packages. If you now imagine you would try to connect computer systems on Mars with Earth, and they would have to send packages, which just one single data package would take 20 minutes, in some cases longer, between one way between Mars and Earth. You can imagine that 20 minutes for one data package is not going to allow a real-time Martian internet to connect with a Earth internet. What we'll probably see from the very beginning is a cached and batched type internet, where we'll have a probably very similar server infrastructure on Mars that we have on Earth. We'll just take the devices and tools with us that we have here. That network is going to run and it's going to be fast on Mars itself, but it will probably download chunks like a Wikipedia how should I say, cached update every 20 minutes or every 40 minutes. So the Martian network will probably be always hanging behind a little bit in terms of larger updates. And that's all fine and dandy when it comes to news articles or patents or stories or political intrigues that are going on Earth and are, they're not real-time issues for Martians. But what is a real-time issue for Martians is going to be anything related to their financial system and potentially also to their political and civic interactions. So the Martians will want their own blockchain, one that's fast and that's local. Now, if we step back, one thing one has to understand, how does a blockchain work? How does it achieve its decentralized status without a central authority managing and controlling everything? The way it works with Bitcoin, and in essence with Marscoin as well, is that these updates to the blockchain are done incrementally, and the entire network, through a mathematical solution finding process, which is called mining, randomly lets one of the miners add another block to the blockchain. And the whole system knows which one is the correct blockchain by just looking at the longest chain. The chain with the most blocks is the authoritative current chain that everybody agrees is the one where whatever is written in it is written in stone. That's exactly how Bitcoin works on Earth. There's a constant race between all the miners to add more blocks to the blockchain. And the longest blockchain on Earth, that's what we call Bitcoin. So the same is true for Marscoin. The problem now that we face is when we run something like that on Mars for the Martians, is that what if all the miners on Earth, or a large chunk of very powerful miners of Earth, decide to take the Marscoin code, a copy of the Marscoin blockchain, and then mine on their own here on Earth with a lot more sophistication in terms of just mining equipment. And so they would be able to create a much longer Marscoin blockchain. Then they'll bundle it up, send it to one of their rogue agents on Mars. And all of a sudden, that gentleman or that group on Mars, after downloading, even with a delay, this new chain of Marscoin, opening it up and sending it out and syncing, or sending it into the local network, the local internet on Mars, they suddenly have the longest chain, the longest Marscoin chain, and in essence would convince every other system on Mars to adopt this new chain as the real one. So if you were able to follow me, you kind of see where this is going. There's a certain danger, and it's been discussed. I'm not the first to think about this. This was actually discussions all the way back to 2015. People who really understood how blockchains work were basically making this argument and saying, like, okay, what are you going to do in the future if you are successful to protect a planetary network, even if it's remote from Earth, from a so-called hash war? And when it comes to monetary transactions that could be rolled back, that's one particular issue. But when it comes to governance, that's maybe an even bigger issue, and elections and so on and so forth. So while we developed the Martian Republic, we mulled over this particular problem for quite a while. And then just recently, I'd say in a discussion about half a year ago, suddenly this thought popped up. Hey, there might actually be a solution here that we didn't see before. And I think I set the stage so far. If you were able to follow, you might be curious now what the solution might look like. I'm just going to rope everyone in real quick with the Martian Republic. I did talk about it already. I left it in this particular slide deck, just so people can kind of read through it in case they find this part of the talk individually. And this is just a quick review of what the Martian Republic is. I'm not going to repeat too much of it, as I did talk about it initially. But the idea here is to create this immutable audit trail, privacy conscious, all the things mentioned before. And the way the Martian Republic actually looks like, it consists of the Marscoin blockchain as its own separate entity. Then we also need a decentralized data storage system, which we already have. It's called IPFS. It's even operating right now, and some of you might have some data stored on there without even knowing it. It's also an open source project. And then on the internal side, we need some kind of online wallet. Our example project had a browser-based web web-based online wallet. As I mentioned before, the next goal is going to be bringing in biometric devices for this particular part of the game. And then the fourth big item, if you will, that completes the Martian Republic is this coin shuffle protocol that actually allows us to use or build governance protocols on top of the Marscoin blockchain. So how do we go about the hash war protection? So this little slide here just explains the need for separate blockchains. I mentioned that already. Simply the distance between Earth and Mars does not allow for a joint network. If you think of the moon, that's less of a problem. The moon could very well participate in whatever goes down here on Earth. It's just close enough that it's not going to be a problem. It will be interesting to see actually if it does work. Maybe the moon colonists will want their own moon coin. Shout out to the moon coin folks. There is a project like that. Maybe even for governance aspects similar to Marscoin. But in general, when it comes to the raw speed and communication requirements, the moon would not need this. But as soon as you move somewhere to Venus, Mars, or even further, each of these places will have to have their own blockchain. And I didn't reference it here. It is, however, in our Martian Republic paper that we published last year. There's a beautiful other discussion paper on the idea of space and blockchains moving further out. So people who want to launch, if you will, a new financial system or network, they might even be incentivized to take and pool resources together in order to break away from the realm of existing humans in order to establish and become the first comers, if you will, the first movers. So you may gather a group of friends on Mars, say we're going to buy one of those used rockets that Michael mentioned from the SpaceX corporation, and then launch our own little colony on Ceres in the asteroid belt for the main reason that we want to be the ones launching and being the first movers, if you will, of this new financial network in a new realm further away from humanity. So that's not my idea. That's a discussion, a paper that was written by several space crypto folks. Forgot the names. I'll make sure there's references to that. But if you look at the Martian Republic paper, we do reference them in there. So that's the core problem, the premise, if you will, of the problem. And the problem then arises of the larger chain front running a smaller, newer chain, or a place that has less resources to just have the same raw mining power, if you will. So no matter how we think about this, the Martian colonists, even if they're very focused on their own financial system, will probably for a long time be behind in terms of just mining equipment, chip factories, foundries, than the folks on Earth. So they have to come up with something else. And the first thought process here that people might think of as a way to fix it is really a bad idea. This is somehow we're wired to jump to this conclusion. It's just an easy way out, and that is to have some form of central authority on Mars that regulates the decentralized process. Because if you think about it, what if we only allow certain miners to participate in the mining process? What if we somehow find a way to say, okay, so my friend John, I know he's on Mars. I'm going to create like a little authority, the Martian Mining Association, and there's a couple of guys coming together, and they hand out licenses now. We'll create some form of process where we recreate governance, centralized government, simply for the fact of protecting us from an outside force. So we obviously we're going to create governance no matter what. The question is like, how is that government going to look like? The Martian Republic, if you start looking into it, allows for as much flexibility in terms of a hive mind as possible. It does not preclude someone from wanting, or the society from wanting, to create parties or institutions. That can be done. The only good thing, if you will, that is still part of it, is that the governance system of the Martian Republic at the core is this transparent voting system. So any rogue agency, any rogue platform, if you will, could be dissolved relatively transparently. There's still a question if that's going to happen or not, but the tools for that are there. But here in this particular case, the question is, can we take a step back and think of this problem as a larger array of problems that any form of government needs to solve? And is there a way to do that using more decentralized tools? And that's exactly where the solution comes in. So given everything that I kind of summarized up to this point, the solution that we thought of a few months ago, and that we put together a paper for and submitted it actually to this year's Mars Society convention, is that using the Martian Republic itself, we come up with a licensing scheme, if you will, a distributed licensing scheme, where the public decides on who receives and whose license is being withdrawn. And thus we create an additional, Martian Republic inherent decentralized licensing system. So to give you an idea how this would work, every miner, when they mine a block in our particular system here, would use a public-private key pair to sign a block, leave a little message in the block they have just mined. And when these blocks get added by all the other nodes to the blockchain, they can verify if the digital signature on the block matches one of the public keys that were issued a license for on the Martian Republic. So in other words, our open, transparent community that is regulating and governing itself can have a little section on there. Let's call it the licensing requirement section, where anybody within the community can say, I want to become a miner. And the public can obviously see who this particular person is. They can verify that they're part of the Martian community. If their public audit, if you will, because this part is transparent, leaves them to see that this is a honest member of the Martian community, then they can upvote the license request, and that threshold itself can be set by the community, whatever that vote is. Maybe 20% of the Martians have to vote for it. Maybe a certain other agency that was put in place by the Martians and can be dissolved is the one that handles this on a daily basis. But in essence, the hive mind of the Martian Republic comes together and accepts the public key of a potential miner and says, as long as you have this license, as long as this license is on the blockchain with enough endorsements, you are able to then run your miners and digitally sign them, and the underlying Marscoin blockchain will accept those blocks and make them part of the blockchain itself. So in this sense, we now created a complete virtuous loop where the Martian Republic as hive mind governance system sits on top of a blockchain and issues licenses which the miners use to then contribute to that underlying system itself. And all of these pieces, if you will, are auditing themselves, because the miners need the okay of the community to actually earn their fees and participate in the mining process. The Martian community can revoke and add licenses and will know that the underlying Marscoin blockchain will not accept any blocks coming from anyone else, without the need of one particular group of people that are distinct from the system to make these decisions. And I'm here at this point out of my time. Yeah, basically this is what I just walked through, is how this would actually technically work with the digital signatures and the block and the rejection and addition of blocks using this particular licensing scheme. But besides this particular use case for miners, now, of course, the next thought is we can use this on Mars for any other licensing process, whether it's a store, whether it's a construction company, whatever it is. The Martian Republic basically would allow the community to transparently add or revoke licenses for all kinds of activities. So another big aspect of governance that can be solved using private public key and digital signatures. And with that, Michael, I'm out of time and I'm at the end of my presentation.
You'd think 3 years into a pandemic, you'd remember to turn off the mute button. Sorry. Thanks. Fascinating, absolutely inspiring. Thank you so much for this. I'm going to share your interview that you did with us on our Dare Greatly show here in a moment. So I'm going to recommend, if you want to know a little bit more about this or about Leonard's background, because it is fascinating how you got from behind the Iron Curtain over to Vienna, eventually to Sri Lanka, to the jungles, and then back to Florida. So your personal story is fascinating. I'm going to share that link here in a moment. But before I do, you've got one question from the audience. This is somebody from the Discord channel, Nicola. Hold on, why is it not coming up? There we go.
Yeah.
He's asking about when will the wallet be available in Europe?
Yeah, so the Byte wallet is already available across the globe as a non-custodial wallet. You can download it. There is a sign-up process, but the sign-up process is only if you want to buy and sell crypto, because there we fall on the banking regulations in all the different countries, and so identity related information has to be taken on, and that's a country by country thing that we have to go through. Right now, that part is just working in the US and Australia, but we are going to roll the buying and selling part also out in Europe probably next year. But for using the wallet itself, it's just sending and receiving coins. You can do that right now across the globe, so there's no limitations there whatsoever.
Roger. Thanks so much, Leonard. And with that, I'm going to boot you off screen and bring Michelle. Do you want to say hi to Michelle? There.
Of course.
Leonard.
Hi, Michelle.
Good. Hello.
Good to see it.
Michelle, you're traveling. You're in Austin now, yeah?
I am. I'm in Austin, Texas, at a Bitcoin Maxi event.
Right on, right on. Well, thank you for kind of carving out your time. Leonard, thanks a lot, sir. We're going to boot you off, and it is time for Michelle. Let me drop this out. Okay, good. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. The way we kind of do this is just introduce yourself, talk a little bit about kind of where you're coming from, so everybody is like level set from the audience. Sure. And then I'm gonna boot off screen, and it's your show.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Hi guys. So my name's Michelle Weekly, and I have recently started working with Leonard at Byte Federal doing product management. So I'm in charge of all the great digital products that we are releasing. My background is in tech, primarily with tech startups. I have worked in the internet and early stage startup industry for almost like 15 years. I lived abroad in Dubai. During a really interesting time in the US, I was over in Dubai in 2015, 16, and I spent most of 2017 in China. So I've been all over the world, and kind of like Leonard did, I ended up back in Florida and am super excited. I've been in the Bitcoin and crypto space since 2017. I started out trading, sort of swing trading and learning about the technology, and ultimately decided that was really, at the end of the day, the only thing that I cared about. So I'm super excited to have been able to shift my career in this direction and be working with Byte Federal. And join people like I am here in Texas and here with you guys who care about the same things that I care about, because I believe that this is the future. So that's a little bit about me and my background. You can, if you're interested in my background, you can read a little bit more about it in my Twitter bio. It's just my full name, Michelle Weekly, on Twitter. So I am going to do a legal and regulatory update for you guys about what's happening primarily in the US with the crypto industry and what that means in a larger context for the rest of the world and the rest of the galaxies and planets. If we could share my slides. All right. So, like I said, I'm going to go through what's happening here on Earth. As I'm sure a lot of you are aware, it's not great, which is why we're all here and really excited about some of the new technologies that are being developed. But we do need to be aware of what's happening. It's certainly affecting businesses like Byte Federals, where Lennart and I are, and a lot of people. So 2023 started, the story begins really with choke point 2.0. And that began really early in January of this year. The regulatory and regulatory environment in the US has changed very rapidly. A lot of things have happened, and I think now we're starting to see the why. So all of these regulations were put in place and sort of without any warning. But it's all happened really fast. But before we talk about that, I wanted to talk a little bit just about the history of the crypto industry so that we can understand in context kind of where we are now. So I know a lot of you have been in the space for a long time, but in case for those of you that haven't been in the space that long, if you look back retrospectively, the cryptocurrency industry has seen a lot of growth, especially through like 2016, 17, 18, and 19. The industry really exploded. There was a lot of innovation, there was a lot of development, and ultimately a lot of venture capital money came in. So things were sort of thriving. And that all kind of peaked in 2021. Bitcoin hit an all-time high in November at the end of 2021. It hit almost 68,000. And of course, many of the altcoins, the other cryptocurrencies, followed Bitcoin's run up during that bull market. So there was a lot of excitement and interest and development that was happening. But in the following year, in 2022, we saw a lot of carnage. So the carnage kind of began in May with the crash of Luna. A lot of people lost a lot of money, and there's a lot of, you could say, concerns and analysis around whether that was all a manipulated situation or not. But then we saw sort of additional dominoes fall. Celsius, which was one of the companies doing yields and loans, they halted withdrawals, and things sort of continued to fall apart, ending ultimately with the collapse of FTX in November of 2022. And this brings us back to choke point 2.0. And it's interesting to look at how we got to choke point 2.0, because I think in retrospect, especially if you look at the US government involvement with FTX and the number of politicians who were involved with the exchange and the amount of money that was donated from the exchange to the politicians, it's just an interesting thing to consider when you look at the timeline and you say, so FTX collapsed, and then just a couple months later, all of this regulation came in. It's almost like the perfect setup for them to do what they wanted to do from a regulatory perspective. So choke point 2.0, for those of you who aren't super familiar with it, was or is a coordinated effort here in the United States by the current administration to cut the cryptocurrency industry off from the US banking sector, and it has been led primarily by the SEC. This has, of course, massive implications for all of the companies that are working in the crypto industry, building in the crypto industry, offering services, and also for companies that are even just adjacent to the crypto industry, companies like Strike and Cash App, who had started to offer access to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies that the retail market was interested in and wanting to be able to buy and sell and trade with. So Choke Point 2.0 really started in January of 2023, and it unfolded very rapidly with a number of different attack vectors. So there was a lot of debanking, and this happened with the corporate level for entities like Byte Federal and other companies, mining companies. Pretty much everyone working in the crypto industry was affected by the debanking in many ways, whether that was losing access as a company to your bank account. Some people who were running cryptocurrency businesses lost their own personal access to their banking, or the Byte Federal wallet, for example. Unfortunately, we at this time do not have the ability to offer the banking services that we were previously offering. So we're working very hard to get those back, and we're very confident that we will. But it certainly put a bit of a wrench in the development of all of these great tools that everyone is excited about and should be able to use. So there was a massive campaign to debank. There were all sorts of lawsuits. There were more than a dozen charges brought against Binance, which is the largest exchange in the world. Coinbase, which is the largest US-based exchange, was accused by the SEC of operating illegally as a national securities and exchange broker and clearing agency. So you've got the SEC action against both Binance and Coinbase, and also a ongoing lawsuit with Ripple, and Ripple is with the XRP token. So all of this, I want to say, kind of came out of nowhere, but in retrospect, it's almost like you could look at it and say they were sort of planning these actions, and they created the perfect scenario to come in and regulate and say it's all very dangerous and we must be careful. But the silver lining in here, I think, is that if you take a closer look at all of the regulatory action, it's hyper focused on the proof of stake coins. So the lawsuits against Binance and Coinbase and Ripple are all very focused on only the cryptocurrencies that are operating proof of stake. And so this provides even though the lawsuits are not ideal for the industry, it does provide legal and regulatory distinction between the proof of stake coins and the proof of work coins. So again, there's a bit of a silver lining in that, and ultimately will, I think, provide opportunity for proof of work coins. So as this has all unfolded, we have ultimately gotten a little bit of good news. In July, just a month or two ago, Ripple Labs won a landmark case with the SEC over their XRP current cryptocurrency. So this was a really big win for the industry overall. It was not a 100% slam dunk. There were a number of pieces to the lawsuit, and there are still a couple of pieces of that suit that are they're still being argued over in court. it's a super nuanced lawsuit, and it was segregated. There was a retail piece about the coin offering to retail, and there was the piece about institutional sales. So the part that I think we're all most interested in and affected by is the retail piece, and that was the piece that Ripple Labs won. So that is really exciting. They basically said that XRP does not, it does pass the Howey test. It is not a security, and therefore Ripple Labs was not offering securities. So I think all of us, depending on how deep you are in the cryptocurrency industry, we are familiar with this proof of work versus proof of stake, and advocating generally for the proof of work coins. And although the legal and regulatory action is not ideal, we would rather see none of the involvement from the governments. The silver lining there is that they are sort of enshrining that, yes, there is a difference between the coins that are proof of stake versus proof of work. So the other thing I wanted to touch on, in terms of the regulation and legal things that are happening, is the FedNow program, which a lot of people are not familiar with. We took a deep dive into this when it launched in January. And again, a lot of things often make sense in retrospect. So if you take a close look at the FedNow program, and this is basically taking digital many of the legacy rail systems that they use for the fiat money systems. And if you look at the services that the FedNow system offers to the banking industry, the traditional banks, the central banks, it is essentially a point-for-point list of the services and offerings from the cryptocurrency industry that were shut down during Choke Point 2.0. So, like I've said, I will say it over and over. In retrospect, it all sort of makes sense, right? They set up the perfect scenario to come in and regulate. They come in and make up all of these rules and throw out all of these lawsuits that everyone has to stop and put their time and attention and money towards. And that shuts down a lot of the industry. It sort of puts a choke hold on things that are being developed. And then they come in and they say, these are our services. So we know that you guys were really excited about digital wallets and instant payments and all of those things. And we're going to offer them to you. But of course, we know how that will go. Because we've been dealing with the fiat currency controlled by the government for many, many years, and for hundreds of years, really, if you look outside of the United States at how fiat currencies ultimately always fail. So I think this provides even more validation for the crypto industry about how important it is to continue to develop our own products and payment rails and currencies, because we don't want to just digitize the current fiat system. So the FedNow program, I think it's important when we're looking at and talking about the FedNow program to look at the implications that the FedNow program has on whether or not we end up with a CBDC or not. There's a lot of concern in the world. There's a lot of research that's being done by, I think, more than 100 governments looking at a CBDC, a central bank digital currency. So again, this is the idea of just taking the current fiat system and digitizing it, which comes with all of the problems that we have with the fiat systems and then some, because it ultimately gives them even more control and an even more highly centralized system by which to manage those controls. I personally think that the concern, especially in the United States, for an actual CBDC currency is kind of overblown. I think that they're probably not smart enough to get that all sorted out. But unfortunately, they don't really need to, because if they can create a cashless society, then you don't need a CBDC. You essentially have one, right? You just have digital currency, and it's controlled by the current central banks. So that is your CBDC. It's not necessarily a new coin. It's this idea of a fully cashless society in which they can control everything and anything that they want. So one example of this is the PayPal stablecoin that has recently come out. And if you dig into the code for the PayPal stablecoin, you can see in there that there's functionality built in that enables them to stop payments in real time, drain your bank account, and basically do whatever they want with full and complete access to your funds. So that's ultimately not a world that we all want to live in, right? But it's a significant concern that's developing. The PayPal the PayPal stablecoin is built on top of Ethereum, which is a proof of stake coin. They started out as a proof of work coin, but they changed over, and now they're proof of stake, which provides more control. And so you can see, again, some of these current systems digitizing and then being built on some of the proof of stake coins, because those coins give them the centralized control that they need and want to control those tokens or currencies. So again, this is just highlighting the importance of proof of work coins like Bitcoin and Marscoin. The last thing I wanted to touch on from a regulatory perspective is this new development, which just came out yesterday. So I have not had time to dig into it. If we were on Twitter, I would say that this is the fresh nonsense. And I was trying all morning to come up with something new and a little bit more professional to explain the new action they've taken. But I just couldn't. The U.S. Department of Treasury and the IRS yesterday just released a new proposal for regulation on the sale and exchange of all digital assets by all brokers. So if you think about just even the headline here, there are massive implications. From the very top, from a regulatory perspective, all the way down through every level of the industry, ultimately punishing the retail users. So I believe, and I think many of you that are here believe, that this is sort of end of an empire type of things. We see historically that empires do not last forever. And as empires start to fall, they try to regulate and control heavier and heavier and at a more accelerated rate, which I think that we can say has certainly been happening in the US at least. So the world is kind of changing, and I think we're living through those real-time changes. The rest of the world, though, is moving on. The whole world is changing, and I think right now the U.S. is in a precarious situation that if we don't get off track with all of the regulation, it may be even more difficult to do business and to do the things as a retail consumer or just a regular person that you want to do. But I think there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of places around the world that are doing positive things and really adopting and embracing cryptocurrencies, especially Bitcoin and some of the stable coins and other proof of work coins. I know that there are big plans for Marscoin on Mars, and I think we'll see sort of a test run of that with Bitcoin here on Earth. So if you look around the rest of the globe outside of the United States, Hong Kong has recently granted 2 different exchanges licenses for retail trading. So previously they had only allowed institutional trading, and they're going to be opening that up to the retail level, which means everyone will have access to Bitcoin and other crypto assets. El Salvador is thriving. They have made Bitcoin legal tender. Argentina is electing a huge Bitcoin advocate. And many, many other countries around the world, particularly in the Middle East, we see Abu Dhabi, Bhutan, and Oman all making huge announcements about Bitcoin mining facilities. So those are all positives. And I wanted to include some positive developments. I think the advancement of cryptocurrencies and especially the adoption of Bitcoin is going to redefine geopolitics here on Earth over the next 5 to 10 years. So again, the proof of work and decentralization is ultimately coming out as the winner, right? As the regulation plays out, this is the thing that's becoming the most clear, that proof of work coins and decentralized technologies are the ones that are winning, and that there is a lot of hope in this. The utility of a digital ledger technology in this new space colonies, in particular humankind's first step into becoming a multi-planetary species, cannot be overestimated, which I pulled from the Marscoin white paper. So again, the proof of work coins are winning. Ultimately, decentralized technologies are the ultimate anti-fiat tools. And so those are the tools I think that we should be investing our time and energy into developing and furthering, whether that is here on Earth or on other planets such as Mars. So that is all that I have for you. I think we have a couple of minutes left if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. That was, I said at the beginning of the program today that even though we've hosted the Marscoin Expo for the last 2 years, this is the third one. I learn so much every single time. It's just amazing. You made some comments at the end about, anti-fiat tool set,
Yeah.
right? These tools are, is that the reason that the governments are just clutching so hard because do you think they understand what these tools mean?
I do. I don't like to give them a lot of credit because I think I like to think that I do believe that most of us are smarter than them, but I think that there are a lot of them that aren't quite as dumb as a lot of people think that they are. There are a lot of things, arrogant, power hungry, ruthless. There are a lot of things, but there are enough of them that are not dumb, and they certainly have the ability to recognize threats, because ultimately that's all they care about is their power, right? And so I think their intelligence, that's a different conversation, right? But their ability to recognize threats against the current system, I think, is one area that they do have an expertise. It's been highly refined and developed. So fiat currencies and central banks, managing the central banks and maintaining full control over fiat currencies is how they have gotten away with everything that they've gotten away with. And it's the tool that we've really seen them utilize as all of this craziness and the control escalates and the craziness sort of accelerates. That the fiat is what they're using to do the control. So I don't know how well they understand all of it, but I do think that they understand it's a massive threat to their power, and that their power is the one thing that they will, hold on until the death. So,
Okay. One last question, and I need a short answer,
Sure.
please. I always ask people for the crystal ball, like what does the future look like? And in space, I usually use a larger crystal ball, 2025, 2030, 2035. That seems too far away to me for what you're doing. So pull out your crystal ball and think about 6 months, a year, 18 months. What are we looking at? What can we anticipate? Threats and opportunities.
Quickly. I think
Yeah.
the threat is just the global shift in power. So we saw a long list of countries that have announced they'll be joining the BRICS alliance as of January
Right.
2024.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South
Yes.
Africa, and then 3 more just added this week.
Yes, and Saudi Arabia is one of those that is going to be joining. And so I don't know that that is a threat to us on a personal level, but I think that what that does is threaten the existing power structures and the dollar dominance. And as de-dollarization accelerates and the dollar declines as the world's reserve currency, it's really going to shake things up, particularly for those who live in the United States. So we're going to have to adapt, but we have the tools to do that. And I think it provides a lot of opportunities in other areas geopolitically that have not had those tools. Now they have access to the same tools, and that may give them the opportunity to rise.
Wow, that's something I wasn't seeing that. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your wisdom.
You're welcome.
We're going to move on to our next speaker. Let me just bring that up. Appreciate it. Go back to your conference.
All right.
You're
You
still
guys
on.
have a great day. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Zishan, are you there? Terrific. Hi.
Hello. Hi, Michael.
Good. Where are you today? So it's still pretty early for me on the West Coast. It's about 7:45 here. Where are you?
Yeah, hi, Michael. Normally, I'm actually working and based in Dubai, but I came to my hometown, Pakistan, for a 1 week from my Canada's flight because I was in Toronto for a blockchain futurist conference. So Albank team was there. So it was a great conference there. And after that, I planned to see my family before I came back to work in Dubai. So normally I'm based
Right
in
on.
Dubai, but currently it's like evening time, like 8 p.m. almost. Yeah, in
Okay.
Pakistan.
Well, thank you so much for being a part of this. You know, that really summarizes just how distributed this Marscoin community is, right? So mostly we've been talking to the United States so far this morning, but we're going to spread that out a little bit. Thanks very much for being a part of this. The way we want you to do this is, introduce yourself, a little bit of background about who you are, where you're coming from, and then talk about Lbank. Talk about Marscoin, right? But Lbank is a lot bigger than Marscoin. So let's chat. Do you have any slides you want to share?
I can explain actually. I can give my introduction presentation. So yeah, first of all, my name is Zishan. You can call me Z as well. I'm working with Elban Exchange for last 2 years actually, and I'm based in Dubai for last 9 years. I worked in traditional exchanges, Middle East largest exchange of remittance house, Al Ansari and UAE Exchange. It was a more local UAE based company. I worked there. And after that, I worked in digital marketing and in a crypto field. And then ultimately, I joined my professional career with a crypto company. My first, it was Lbank Exchange as a business development manager. I am working here as a listings manager responsible for new listings and marketing. We listed Marscoin. It was an honor for us to list Marscoin this year. February we listed actually. Yeah. Yeah, so it was a great and it's an honor for us to discuss with the team, Mr. Leonard, Mr. Jaka, and yeah, with Michael as well. It's first time meeting with you, and probably we will see each other soon. Yeah, so yeah, it's going great. Marscoin collaborating with the Alba.
Have we lost you?
Announced their to like Binance. So that will be good for the community of Marscoin. so easier for the community to have their own digital, card, and they can physical card as well, and they can use it in their traditional lifestyle as well. So that's one of the latest enhancement LBank is going to do. Let me tell you some key points about LBank Exchange. So LBank Exchange is in the market since 2015. We registered first in BVI, and we have licensing in Italy, and very soon in Dubai and Abu Dhabi as well. And we have Canada's NFA license too. And LBank Exchange has globally more than 9 million registered users. And most of the LBank user base is from Southeast Asia, like 46%. And that's like Turkey, South Korea, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand. And the second largest is Europe. And then we have users from North America. And then we have from Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana. And then we have from South America too. So on LBank Exchange, yesterday actually we just announced our latest application update. I will suggest to you and to your community, please update LBank application so you will see the latest features of our app. That is a very advanced next level of application. We made it, and users can easily operate LBank without any hassle. So that's one of the latest enhancement we do. And LBank Exchange actually is doing actively ground level activities in the market in emerging crypto countries. And recently we finished our event in Malaysia. An upcoming event is in Hong Kong. So yeah, these all the latest key points about LBank Exchange. So we have an office in Dubai. If any of your team community wants to visit us again, like we did with Mr. Leonard and Mr. Jaka. So you guys all are welcome. Please let me know. We will be here to serve you. Yeah. So feel free to ask any question about LBank. Everything is going very smooth with Marscoin since we listed them. Yeah, and we wish them best of luck. The first Bitcoin of planet Mars will be Marscoin. Yeah, it will be totally decentralized. That's the future, we believe. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Of course, happy to do it. We've actually got a lot of time for Q&A. So if people want to post messages to the chat, that would be really helpful. Z, let's dig into the numbers. How long has LBank been around, and how have you grown? What's the trajectory of your growth?
Okay, when I joined LBank, it was 2021 October, and at that time, I see LBank ranked number 35 in CoinMarketCap, and I really witnessed LBank progress. Today, we are number 12, number 10 ranking in CoinMarketCap. Yeah, normally this is our ranking with almost 2.9 million weekly visitors on the platform. So it's all about teams, hard work. So I really witnessed when I joined LBank. Within these 2 years of time, as you see, globally, crypto got a lot of exposure, and LBank really got a lot of exposure too from the international user base. And we are always participating in all the biggest conferences. Like if you remember, 3-4 months back in US Consensus, by CoinDesk conference, LBank had a booth there. I was there as well personally, and LBank did some side events too. So these all enhancement we always doing since been 2 years actively. So that's one of the reason we saw LBank progress from number 35 to number 10, and from number 6 million users to 9 million users, and very much improvements in our application, our user base experience. And you know what? We recently integrated a very local payment gateway so the users can easily buy their favorite cryptocurrency on LBank Exchange. With their local payment gateways, I can give you some example. In Europe, especially, there is a SEPA payment gateway, and on LBank we have that too. And for South America, there is a PIX payment gateway, and we have that integration as well. and other names with no introduction needed, like Banksa, Simplex, Mercurio, Coinify, all these payment gateways we have as well. And very soon we are going to launch another great feature, so the users can easily the mobile top up they can do from Lbank app, and they can transfer their fiat into their bank account specifically to some countries, and also they can buy some gift cards like Apple gift card, Amazon, and eBay, all that. So very soon these three features are going to integrate. And yeah, again, very soon we are going to launch our physical credit card, very similar to Binance, which everyone knows. Yeah, and we are looking ourselves in the next within 12 months in at least number 5 ranking in coin market cap, because we are working a lot. After the top exchange, you will see only Lbank. If you check on Twitter, Lbank India, Lbank Africa, Lbank South Korea, Turkey, US, you will see Lbank is doing ground level activities. That's the really key point of our progress.
I'm listening to you say that you've gone from 6 million users to 9 million users in just 2 years. So that's, hats off to you. 50% growth in that short time is amazing. What does that equate to in volume in terms of dollars or in terms of transactions? I'm not really sure how to ask that question. What I'm trying to show is, the scope of those transactions.
So basically, as you see right now, the bear market is ongoing. So we have daily trading volume on Lbank is around $600 million, and it will reach up to $1 billion easily.
1 billion a day, a week, a month,
It's
a year.
24 hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
that's awesome.
The one I mentioned, $500 million, 24 hours daily trading volume. And it can reach up to 1 billion daily trading volume as well.
Wow. That is, it's hard for me to process stuff like that, right? Just to think about what it takes to make that happen. Leonard Lopin just asked the question, how was their experience with the regulators in Dubai?
Yeah, very good question. So Dubai is the country with the most friendly environment in crypto on government level. So Dubai welcomes actually crypto industries a lot more than any other country. And everybody knows that Dubai is the safest haven for crypto world. And they are working hard as well to filter to not to people got rugged, and as well including exchanges, including projects. So they welcome everyone, but they're still looking the projects and exchanges deeply so that nobody got hurt from anything. Yeah, about the regulations, we are going to get very soon VARA license from Dubai government and Abu Dhabi ADGM license. And I can tell you one more interesting thing. So Dr. Marwan Al-Zaruni, who is the blockchain director of Dubai, he visited our office multiple times in our events, which maybe you guys saw on Twitter as well. So Dr. Marwan Al-Zaruni is the dominant personality in Dubai blockchain technology and crypto. So he visited our office very well. And about the regulations, we are well known with almost all the, not all, I mean, some well personalities of VIP sheikhs. They visited our office too, and we are working with them closely to list one of their project as well. I can give you one example. There is one project, very soon it will be launched. It's based in Abu Dhabi with the royal family, Islamic coin, ISLM. Maybe you guys heard of it. It's a new hype Islamic coin. So we are discussing with them as well very closely. We met their team a lot of times, and we are planning to collaborate with Islamic coin too. So about the regulation, Dubai is not giving crypto license easily to everyone, but they take time. They let you operate, they let you see what you do here, and they check your history, and then they gradually give you some licensing about from Vara and Abu Dhabi ADGM step by step exactly.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, question about the one you just mentioned. Is that operating under Sharia law?
Sharia law, that Islamic coin, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I did not know about that. I'm actually quite curious about that. What's the name of that again? Because that's new to me. I didn't know that.
It is new, and it is getting new hype. Islamic coin, you will see green color logo, and ticker is ISLM. And if you check the team, you will see Abu Dhabi's royal family members are their main team members.
Wow. That honestly, that's again, I just said this a few minutes ago when Michelle was on, but I learn so much when I do this. That's fascinating. I'm going to look that up afterwards. That's really quite
Yes, please.
interesting.
Yeah, so they are
Leah
putting
just
it on next level.
posted the link. Let me
Leah
actually post
posted.
that.
Let me verify. Exactly, this is the same one. Exactly.
Cool. I'm going to look that up. That's a fascinating one. That's new information for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, going back to Leonard here. Let me post it. How do you support coins? Like in your role as business development and new coin development, you have this giant arena of potential coins, and you're like, no, 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 maybe, and yes. So how do you say no to people? What do you do when you get to maybe, and then what's the process for yes? How did our coin, Marscoin, get through that gauntlet?
Yeah. So basically, it's a simple question as that how we approve projects to get listed with our exchanges, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So basically, on Elbank Exchange, whenever as my main job profile is to connect with the projects, and then we forward the project details to our research team, and actually they are checking their business model, their team members, and it depends on the research team that either they approve or not, or maybe they can list in future. So we don't
Okay.
say that we will never list you, but we can tell them that you guys can improve by filling this gap, so in order for us to list you in future. So that's how actually we do.
And how many coins are making the application? How frequently?
Well, we are receiving a lot of applications,
Right, a lot. Right.
Because we are, as you can see, is top tier exchange. So it's a dream for many projects to get listed with L-Band. It's a dream
Right.
for
Yeah.
the communities that they wanted to see their favorite project on L-Bank too. Yeah. So the thing is, our research team is very reluctant in that, and they are checking things carefully, as you can see. So the next will be Islamic coin, because they have a strong roots and with the UAE, and we are also in UAE, so
Yeah.
we are making some good foundation. So the thing is, our research team is checking everything on should be in a same aligned. And if something is missing, they are telling us, and we will actually guide the project that you should improve this in order for you to
Right.
get us. It should be a win-win cooperation. So that's how we guide our clients accordingly.
Yeah, that win-win, just approaching the whole process as a win-win, right? You as a company make your money during the exchanges. If they don't have a community, if they don't have the technology, if they don't have the support and the enthusiasm of their coin holders, it doesn't work for you. Same thing with folks on the other side of the equation. If they can't trust your settlement process, it doesn't work for them. So again, I keep trying to come back to the numbers. How many coins are operating on your platform right now?
Yeah, so basically, we had around like 700 in total, but we don't keep dead coins with Lbank. So now currently the latest number is around 600 to 650 because we
600,
don't keep dead projects, the one who are not maintaining their daily trading volume and they
right?
don't keep the momentum on actively. So we don't keep them because it's not good for the reputation of our good existing projects and for our exchange. So we have around 600 to 650.
Okay. And about how many are applying on a regular basis that you are in some sort of development stage?
Well, in our website, like you can say on average, we are getting like 8 to 15 daily applications in just our
Wow.
website. We have one section there that submit listings. So then our team is checking and then accordingly they reply to the one who are eligible and who need some improvements according to their business model, their white paper, their tokenomics and all that.
Gosh. So, just super quick math, 8 to 15 a day times 52 weeks in a year. That is a lot of applications. But then you down select and you're only actually operating 600 to 700 operationally. That tells you a little bit about the criteria it takes to get into the exchange. As you just said a moment ago, a top tier exchange. Uh, uh, Marscoin has been through several exchanges, and not all of those relationships have been strong. I'm just going to not throw anybody under a bus, but not all of those relationships have been strong. So, from my perspective as a consumer, not as the host and not representing Marscoin in any specific way, but as an individual consumer, it's really nice to see a solid exchange backing this coin. It has been a long time to get here. So from that perspective, thank you. What kind of support do you offer new coins, Marscoin, and any other new coins that are coming online, right? Where there's like almost an incubation process, because there's giant coins that you've been trading for several years, and then there's the developmental coins. So, what kind of tools, what kind of services, what kind of support do you offer to help grow those new to you coins? Our coins are 10 years old, but new to you, how do you grow them? How do you grow them to your other users? You've got 9 million users. Do you say, hey, we just listed Marscoin and here's what you can do? Like how do you connect that?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Michael, for the nice compliments about myself and about our exchange and our company. Yes, it is indeed true that we really take care of our clients a lot. That's one of the key as well. It's in our training that we really treat our clients as a family, which brings, again, the win-win cooperation for the long run. And yeah, the second thing is how we support projects. So as you can check recent listings on Lbank. We do listings with strong marketing and promotional activities. We have a bunch of services which we do after the listing, during the listing, and before the listing as well. So, for example, if like after 1 month we see the bull run signals are coming, and we see the market is good, and the Marscoin is 10 years old, but it's still newbie in the Lbank and with the crypto community. Like we want to see their market cap should be in near to $1 billion. So how we can achieve that and how we can let Lbank 9 million users know about Lbank. So for that, yeah, I can share with you some recipes, some services that what you should do and how we are doing for projects. So basically, AMA is the strong tool which you can use on Lbank multiple times. I mean, as a project, you can use this to get access of Lbank 9 million user base, Once you do AMA, you will be connected with the Lbank user base, and there will be some spotlight on Marscoin. So that's how you can connect with Lbank existing users and new users and VIP traders as well. So that's one of the service. And then there is another service like trading contest, which encourages users to get to know more about Lbank and participate in their trading contest and get some rewards as well. So these are some services which we refer to projects, and also we always refer to projects that you must do some even small sponsorship in some side events of in upcoming conferences like Singapore Token 2049 and something like this. So that also giving you more confidence from the community and more exposure. So these are some of the recipes which new coins can do, and ultimately they will reach their designated and their desired milestones.
Outstanding. Hold on just 1 second. We're going to bring on Leonard for a moment. Leonard, hey, buddy.
Hey there.
Hi, Leonard.
So I would just want to like point out that Z is saying, hey, do a couple ask me anything presentations, and now we've got access to their 9 million person user group. So
I
would say that's something that the Discord channel, the Discord community needs to jump on right away.
Yeah,
so,
I wanted to just add a couple of thoughts. First of all, really thank you for the whole Lbank team, the support we received. It's it's been a journey because we started so early, 2014. We've seen so many exchanges come and go. It's actually funny. I like to bring up the story that colonists, if that's a name familiar to you, they were begging us in the beginning, could you get listed on colonists?
Oh.
Bittrex the same thing, because they were space enthusiasts and they loved the Marscoin project, but then the ownership changes, they get sold, they die.
Yeah.
A lot of hacks over the years, a lot of hacks. So I was going to ask a question. You guys, your security, you've been running since 2015, you said, right? So kudos to your security team, because that's a hard thing, right? So maybe you have anything to share, like what Lbank does in terms of securing the customer funds, if you can share it.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting and good question about securities and about securities laws that many exchanges faced regulatory issues or security issues, and they got somehow disappeared or die as well. Many big exchanges we saw, FTX and some other names too. So on Lbank exchange, we are very good with government's authorities, because on Lbank exchange we don't do like fundraising kind of activities. So that's one of the key thing we don't do, and we are safe so far. Second thing about securities, we actually guarantee our existing users and upcoming users and our projects as well that Lbank never got hacked. We have a zero hacked history. Many exchanges has somehow hacked history, funds of projects, users gone, and then it was very messed up. So Lbank has a zero hacking history. About the security system, everything what we have is in-house. That's what we are an expert, but I don't have exactly information that what system we are using, because I think that's something confidential they want to keep with them. Yeah, so what I can say is everything we do is in-house. We have securities, very strong security system, and we have a zero hacking history on Lbank.
Does an exchange of your size also have like outside auditing, like cybersecurity auditing? I'm pretty sure you get financially audited and AML, KYC audited, but do you guys also
Exactly. Exactly. Every exchange is taking services from big four audit firms, and yeah, Lbank is taking as well third-party audit. That's actually important.
And any interest in coming to the United States anytime soon, setting up shop here? Have you guys ever thought about that?
United States overall is very tricky and very difficult for the crypto exchanges. The one even Kraken, Coinbase, they are suffering a lot. They even cannot work very openly, even inside United States, especially for the last 6 months. And every 6 months, they are getting screwed up from SEC
Mm.
because they became so big, especially Coinbase. And even they are planning to remove the operations and transfer to Hong Kong. So for Bank Exchange, we are waiting for the right time. We don't want to be the first one who
Mhm.
established their everything with licensing and all. But for now, we have USA users, but we don't have a crypto license in United States. We have presence there. We have some team members. We do events there. As you can see, we were in Consensus. I was
Mhm.
there as well, and some other events too. So that's how actually we are operating so far in the United States.
What other countries are you operating in? You listed them, but I heard something else, so I didn't catch it when you first said it. So where are you currently, and then where are you going?
Yeah, so basically, Bank has a team in more than 20 countries. Yeah, so Bank has a
Okay.
team in more than 20 countries, and many of the countries we have an offices as well. The one Leonard visited our Dubai office. So
Mhm.
similar we have in South Korea, we have in Dubai, we have in Philippines, and we have in Hong Kong, and we have a small space in San Francisco too. It's an office as well. Yeah, and we have a team members on ground level, like community managers, the one who always helps us to organize global roadshows, events, seminars for the community. So that's how actually we do. And overall, we have 9 million users, and those users mostly 46% from Asia, and 23% is Europe, and 13% is from US, North America. And then
Okay.
we have like 6% from Africa, and then 3% from South America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you targeting any specific nations that this is the kind of the path that you want to go down?
Yeah, so we are working actually right now in Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya,
Mhm.
and Argentina, Brazil. This is the
Okay.
market actually we are yet to explore, especially South America.
Mhm.
Okay.
So in this market we are growing as well. That's why we recently integrated Pix payment gateway. It's a local payment gateway in Mexico, Argentina, Brazil. The local community is using this one. So we recently integrated with Bank. So users who have Pix payment, they can easily buy their favorite cryptocurrency on Bank application.
What's really interesting is I'm not sure if you're familiar, but Binance, for instance, is used heavily in some South American countries, right, where people almost use Binance accounts to do their daily, sending money back and forth between each other. So do you guys have a similar goal to become as important for the local community there to use Bank?
Definitely, we want to grow, we want to be big in South America as well. Of course, Binance is popular almost everywhere.
Mhm.
Binance make this crypto industry better as well, I would say. Even they are our competitor, but I would say that they made this industry better. They, really share a great crypto knowledge, information, awareness in the society. So Binance is, yeah, they are easy in South America. And I want to add very interesting thing again. Recently, like last week in South Korea, largest cryptocurrency BitHump, they whitelisted Bank. So users who have account in BitHump, they can transfer their assets to Bank, and Bank can transfer to
Oh
BitHump
wow!
easily. Yeah,
Congratulations.
South Korea is a big market, interesting market, but there is a strict rules as well. Not all the crypto centralized exchanges can enter South Korean market.
Mhm.
So Albank is doing trade there. So last week we got announced from BitHump. You can Google as well. So BitHump exchange whitelisted Albank, so users can transfer their assets between these two exchanges easily.
Well, I'm out of question. I probably have a lot more, but I really just wanted to thank you guys for the support that you gave the Marscoin community. It's really difficult to find an exchange you can work with and trust and kind of build on. Obviously, it's important for people to have on and off ramps from other currencies into a project like Marscoin, even if it's a niche and smaller experimental coin. So thank you so much to you and the entire team from my side.
Yeah, thank you so much, Leonard and Michael, for having me here. It was an honor for me to join your online virtual conference, and
Yeah.
see you soon as well in Dubai if you're visiting.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Leonard, you're killing me, buddy. Z, can you stick around for a little while?
Sure, I'm here.
Yeah. I wasn't quite ready to let you go here. We've got about 15 minutes left in this segment. So I wanted to really kind of dig into the steps. When you're evaluating a coin, you have a security team, you have an evaluation team that kind of looks into that coin. How do you make that determination, right? Out of the 8 to 15 applications that come in every day, you're either making dreams come true or crushing some hopes. So you have to, but it's not about the coin that's coming in. It's you have an obligation to your 9,000 members to carefully vet anything new that shows up on your platform. So I want to understand that, because we have our global community. That's why we put these shows on. We have our global community, but how did we make the cut?
Yeah.
How did we get listed in the first place? Like, what were you looking for? Were there any yellow flags? Were there any red flags? What were the green flags that said, yes, we should do this?
Yeah, so Michael, I can clarify your questions. Let's say you are, suppose not from Marscoin, you are from another coin, a new person, and you came to me and you say, hey, Zishan, I want to list with Elbank. So now tell me the procedure and what's the process. Yeah, so let's start. I will give you examples so all the questions will be clear. So basically, whenever I'm getting a client, I'm getting a project who wants to get listed. So we have a standard listing application form. We will share with you and you will fill up the details there. So while you will fill the details in the form, 80% we can get to know that how good this project is. Because in this application form, you have to mention as many as details, the questions which been asked for. For example, we're gonna ask you all your social media, your private sale, your fundraising, your website, your white paper link, your team, your country origin, how big is your team, and all this information. So definitely, if you are a complete, good, promising, confident project, then only you will be able to mention these details and then give you the correct feedback. But in some cases, we are getting like applications in our website, and making a token is not a big deal. It's like a 2 minutes process. In a smart contract deployment is a very easy. You can create a token on Binance Smart Chain, Polygon, or Ethereum. It's a very easy process. That doesn't mean that you create a token and you just bring that token to exchanges and you say, hey, we don't have anything, but we have token and we want to get listed and we want to get your community knows about it. No, it's not possible. So whenever we give application form, that is very professional and standard one. And if you really want to look at, I can send you after this our conference. That's not an issue. So once you fill that application form, you share with us and we share with our research team, and they do audit, and they ask maybe questions like company origin, maybe company license copy, who are the core team members, and that's the first step. And once we approve the project, then we discuss about listing process, marketing campaigns, listing cost, and all that things which has to be discussed. And then we start creating a groups on Telegram, and then we start listing. And then our tech team, marketing team helps the project to get listed, do the marketing on LBank exchange, and keep the relationship there for a long time. And I will be there as well every time, even after listed the project as well. So that's how the short process of LBank. There is a lot of things has to be shared with projects like marketing things, promoting, and many things we are doing. So that's actually short process of listing. So whenever we are receiving the forms, then only we can get to know that is it a red flag, yellow flag, or maybe we cannot list, or maybe we that's how.
And how long does that process take, assuming there's no showstoppers, there's no red flags? What would it normally take?
Normally, it could take 3 days to 1 week, depending on our research team.
Actually, that's a lot faster than I expected. I was expecting it to go longer than that. Is it just because you know how to evaluate? It's easy to say no to people that are not ready, and then it's easy to say yes to people that are, because the application is so clear.
Exactly. Actually, not everything our research team is doing. 50% work I can do myself as well. So whenever I am meeting a client, I have to do a call with them, and I need to ask them questions. So as I give you example, there are some projects who just create token on BSC, and they just came there for listing. So these type of projects, I can just guide them, and I actually tell my research team that this is not a project which is 90% is not ready. And this kind of saying no is actually even taking less than 1 day, because there is nothing for project to mention, and they are looking for actually investments. They are looking for even team for, and they're looking actually everything. So these not serious projects are also there. So saying no is very easy to them, but we still giving them details that you must complete this in order to get listed on your dream exchange LBank. On the other side, like Marscoin, you have a team, you have a strong history. So whenever we are discussing with project like this, it takes like 3 days to 1 week, and then we give them a green signal. Okay, fine, let's step for this process. Let's do a meeting. Let's make a plan. So that's actually we have to do this.
Okay, so going back to your numbers, because I always come back to metrics. I just did the quick math here. You said 8 to 15 applications a day. I took the number 12 times 7 times 50 weeks a year, because I think people get vacations and times off. That's 4,700 applications. 4,200 applications a year. How many of them get greenlit? How many of them, you got 600 to 650 on the exchange now that are current, but you're getting 4,000 apps a year. How many of those stay current? How many of those, the 4,000, get all the way to the finish line?
It is indeed true. It could be a little bit less, or it could be even more than this number which you mentioned, because there is a lot of projects wanted to get listed. So you can say that on a monthly basis, we listed like 5 or 3 projects in this market.
All right, going back to my math here.
Yeah, I'm actually
So
giving you maximum
300,
and minimum as well.
sorry, go ahead. What?
I was saying that I'm giving you maximum and minimum number both.
Yeah. Well, the same number, 4,200 divided by 12 is 350. So 350 applied over the course of the month, and maybe 3 to 5 got accepted. So we're in the 1%. I'm kind of going to the math to this because I want the Marscoin community to know that, you guys have gone from, a top 30 exchange to a top 10 exchange, and then our community has been a 1 in 100 chance to get accepted to your exchange. I just kind of want folks to know that, like, perseverance pays off, right? The work that this community has done over a really long time is starting to be beneficial. So let's come back to, okay, somebody gets accepted. They're in the system now. They're in that 1%. They're in that 3 to 5 that happens each month. Then what? You talked about your marketing team. You talked about that integration. What does that look like? How, and point blank, how does our community get access to your 9 million user community? Because it would be great if all 9 million of your folks had at least one coin, right? That would be good for everybody. So how does that happen? How does that marketing happen?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier as well, that how you can get access to over 9 million users. There is multiple services which we provide, such as AMA. AMA is like
Yeah.
Ask Me Anything campaign. There is another campaign like trading competition, and there is some other campaigns like grid liquidity mining, order book liquidity mining. These are the campaigns aligned. We have a separate PDF documents for that, which we shared as well to Leonard and Jaka as well, and we can share with you too, no problem. So
Yeah, could you when you're done, could you put those links to those, because I know that the community wants to know that stuff.
Okay, cool. I can share.
Yeah.
You mean in the chat, private?
There's 2 chats. There's one on the left that's private for us. The one on the right is the public one.
Just please give me just 1 second. I'm gonna copy this campaign. It's a Google Documents. Yeah, you can as well have access. Yeah, so these are the some services which you really can access as well.
Perfect. I'll put that over right.
Campaign. Yeah, so these are the services you can do multiple times on L Bank, and you can get access to our 9 million user base.
That's very cool. That's kind of the reasons we do these events in the first place, right? It's about community building. It's about sharing knowledge. Our coin is not as big as a lot of coins, right? We know that. But at the end of the day, we think we've got utility that goes beyond just being a transaction. It becomes a utility tool for eventual Mars, right? Like our suppositions, our starting point is there's going to be 100,000 people on Mars. We don't know when, but it's eventual. It's as predictable as the tide as far as we're concerned.
Yeah.
And if that's true, if transportation is there, if food and energy and all the other things are there, there are going to be transactions. So we all kind of come into this from the long-term perspective that ultimately is good for humanity. But then we've got the real world. This is where we are today. And we want this coin to grow. We want this coin to have value now, and that gives it life in the future. So these campaign tools are exactly why we use these things. Yeah.
Exactly, Michael. Yeah. So, okay. Thank you so much, Michael, for inviting me here, and looking forward to see you again. And if any other questions, you can please drop me an email, and definitely I will answer everything.
Thank you so much. And your email has been on the screen this whole time. So
Yeah.
folks, I suspect folks will be reaching out to you. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I know it's 8 o'clock, almost 9 o'clock in Pakistan. We appreciate it. And then safe travels when you go back to work.
Exactly.
Right. Thanks so
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Best
care.
wishes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Super fun. That was pretty. That was kind of a big deal to me. I learned a lot in that one. I mean, I'm not. I talked to Leonard enough to mostly know what he had to say, and I definitely don't follow the legal side of it enough to know what Michelle had to say. So that was all new. But for me to get kind of the inner workings of how these exchanges work, how you get into the system in the first place, it's kind of a big deal. I think it's a pretty big deal that Marscoin has achieved that. And I'm curious to kind of know where we go from here, especially given their willingness to have marketing campaigns, to help our coins grow. So I'm hoping that the Discord community and the larger community watching this take his assistance, take his help. I haven't looked at this document, so this is the first time I've seen it. But if you combine what I said earlier about the Numenia process and community building and building a project, and then just apply it to the tools that Z just offered us, I think there's something really powerful there. Again, I'll look at these. I'll look at this doc afterwards because I'd like to see what it says. But all right, let me just do a minor bit of housekeeping here. We've been going for 3 hours, so good on y'all for being with us for this long. We really appreciate that. I'm going to share some links so people can catch up if they're just tuning in. For me, on the west coast of the U.S., it's the sun is just coming up. It's 8:45 in the morning. We've had Leonard Lopin on earlier talking about Marscoin development, Michelle Weekly coming in to talk about the legal and regulatory, and we just finished with Hamid Zishan talking about L-Bank Exchange. We're going to switch gears a little bit now, and the way we've crafted today's expo, this year's expo, is kind of broken into 3 parts. There's the crypto side of it, the software side of it, the legal side of it, the operational side of Marscoin. We're going to switch gears a little bit for the next hour and a half to focus on Mars itself. Specifically, they're called analogs for Mars, research centers and things like that. We'll talk about that in a moment. I'm not going to take away from the speakers. And then towards the end of the day, we're going to have a special announcement. We've got a piece of news that I think is super fun, so I'm excited about that. And we'll have an on-camera interview about that news. So you'll kind of watch that unfold live as it happens. So we're pretty excited about that. And then we'll end the day talking about kind of the fun and games side of Marscoin. We'll have Mars Drive with Jaka Osman. Jeff Rayner's going to come in and talk about virtual reality. And Eric Bethke is going to talk about Million on Mars. So that's the wrap up. What we're looking for the rest of the day. Just want to kind of keep that going. I'm going to share some links here in a moment. Just bear with me. All right. So this next piece, I'm gonna be on screen for about 15 minutes while we're getting our next speakers lined up. Let me just share my screen a moment. Why is this not looking the way it's supposed to look? Hold on a second. I love live programming. All right. Okay. I'm hoping everyone can see that. I actually don't know if everyone can see that. Give me a second. Sorry, I've got cameras all over the place trying to make sure I've got this visible. There we go. There we go. Sorry, it's a little bit of technical difficulty here. Okay, I'm going to just do a quick recap of what I talked about this morning. I want you to pay kind of special attention to the imagery here. It's wrong. We know it's wrong, and we're kind of laughing about it. And we'll talk about why we know it's wrong and why it is wrong and why we're laughing about it towards the end of the day. But I guess y'all can all tell this is AI generated art. And that's one of the reasons it makes us laugh, and it's one of the reasons why it's really deeply flawed. So my part of this talk today, I'm doing this, What Mars Needs, in 3 parts. It is inspired, sorry, I'm supposed to be on screen there. It's inspired by our friend, the founder of the Mars Society, Dr. Robert Zubrin. And a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, he gave a lecture in Las Vegas. It was fascinating. The link is here. I posted it earlier this morning. I will post it again for people who are joining us now. It's definitely worth the hour. It's inspiring, and it's insightful. Parts that I particularly liked were when he's talking about the used car market as it applies to rocketry. If there are reusable rockets, there will be resellable rockets, and it's pretty interesting. Also, the best way to make money in a gold rush is not to dig the dirt, but to sell the shovels. And so he's got some talks about selling Levi's during the gold rush days. Really good talk. I am taking his words and in some cases parroting, in some cases paraphrasing, and in some cases kind of going off in my own direction. So definitely want you all to take a look at that. The assumptions that Zubrin is making that I agree with are, we have solved the transportation problem. Whether it's next week, next month, or even 5 years from now, the transportation problem of getting back and forth to Mars has, by and large, been solved. Whether that's SpaceX's giant rocket, Starship, the Starship Singularity is going to change everything, or many, many, many other rocketry companies in development, or national programs. China is trying to build a rocket 50% bigger than SpaceX's Starship. So however you look into the crystal ball of your future, the assumption is that the transportation problem has been solved. So if that's true, then what's the next assumption? And this relates to Marscoin as well as everything else. The next assumption is there's going to be 100,000 people living on Mars. And if that's true, and whether that number starts out at 5 and moves up to 20 and moves up to 20,000 and moves up to 2 million, however that progression progresses, we need other stuff now. The Mars Society has been really great for many, many years about kind of leading the charge on the social element. But as Zubrin points out in his talk the other day, there's still plenty of work left to do. So what are those challenges? Zubrin shorthands it to food, power, and labor. And so these are some of my own thoughts going forward. And I talked about this earlier this morning. Again, I want to point out this goofy graphic. I'm a fan of Midjourney, but we're going to talk about why these graphics are so wrong. So what else does Mars need, right? We talked about biochemistry, food, earlier environmental controls and life support system, but it needs power, it needs energy, and things that would work really well on Earth are not really going to work as well on Mars. This image that Leah built immediately made me smile because it's just so wrong on so many levels. But the AI doesn't know that, right? The atmosphere of Mars is kind of incomprehensibly thin, which means you're not pushing wind turbines. So wind power is kind of automatically a great big nope. At least for the future that we can kind of the near-term future that we can conceivably imagine, right? No matter how grand your visions for terraforming Mars, complete with oceans, atmospheres, and clouds, that is not a thing that we can count on in the near future. So, wind power is a nope. If the body of Mars is, it depends on where it is in its orbit, but let's just simplify and say 100 million miles from the sun. Solar power works. I mean, I'm wearing the Mars Curiosity rover shirt because I'm a big fan of robots on Mars, and we have proven with more than a decade of valued service from our beloved little robot buddies, solar power works in small bursts, and it will continue to be the thing that we depend on and rely upon. But solar isn't going to support 100,000 person settlement. It's not going to support 10 city states of 10,000 people. It certainly isn't going to get us 1 million on Mars. So, I think most people have basically ruled out solutions that work perfectly well on Earth. Don't open the right doors on Mars. So I don't think we can count on that. I think that's been pretty well understood. So then what's left? What else are we looking at? Certainly nuclear. Nuclear is going to be the backbone of Mars, as far as I'm concerned. And again, listening to Dr. Zubrin, his PhD, this might not be known to everybody, his PhD is actually in nuclear energy. He is not an aerospace engineer by training, but by 40 years of boots on the ground experience. But his PhD is actually in nuclear engineering. And so following in his footsteps, the various forms of atomic energy are going to be explored. They're going to be the things that are necessary to make Mars into the 100,000 person settlements or more. I tend to kind of be a fan of Stirling engines. They run on temperature differentials, and I think we are going to have quite a few temperature differentials on Mars. So I think that's going to be a pretty big deal. Harkening back to my own experience working on the space elevator, the original plan from the Earth system was that it was going to be you had robots climbing up and down a string into space, and it was going to be powered from the ground. Instead of taking your solar panels and pointing them up to the sky, you're actually turning them down to the ground and getting your power that way via laser power beaming. And whether it's laser or whether it's radio waves, I can see in my crystal ball that space-based solar power is going to probably make a pretty big dent in the energy grid of the world. I think you're going to have a lot of micro reactors spread out all across the country and around the world for nuclear, but that's going to also be augmented by space-based solar power from the sky. So I think there's a big future in wireless power beaming. I think it's an untapped and as yet unknown potential. But I think it's going to be pretty important for Mars. And one of the ways that we investigated at Liftport a long time ago was we had this idea that we refer to as a power pedal. So you drop something down onto the surface, whether it's the moon, whether it's here on Earth, or possibly on Mars, and it would be a solar panel that kind of opens up like a flower, and then you'd have a mast that had the laser pointing in a particular direction. So you decouple the rover robot from the power station. So the power station sits where it sits, wherever you land it. The power station sits wherever it lands, but that gave the instead of having kind of a electronic umbilical cord to that power center, you would be able to beam power to wherever you need it to. And I think you can run a swarm set of robotics that way. And whether you do it the way I just described with solar power, which I think you can do now, or whether you do the same thing with a central small nuclear reactor, they're looking to build garbage can sized nuclear reactors. That power distribution of wireless beaming power, I think that's going to be a pretty big deal. And then the creation of smart grids and battery management. Everything on Mars is going to be battery management. If you're not able to regulate the income and the outgo of your energy system, you're going to have problems. So that smart grid and battery management is going to be an essential technology. And again, these are all things that whatever we build that works well enough for Mars is going to be transformative down here on the ground of Earth, right? I don't expect personally to ever get to Mars. That's not on my to-do list. I want to help other folks get there. I determined a long time ago that I wanted to be the guy who built Columbus's ship, but I wasn't the guy to sail with Columbus. So my role here is to kind of think about these things and kind of help facilitate and catalyze this stuff. And then the final thing is reclamation and recycling. You've got this closed environment, you've got this sterile environment, as far as we know, sterile environment of Mars. I still have some questions about that, but as far as we know currently, sterile environment of Mars. And people are going to go there and they're going to have children. I'm somewhat famous for the phrase, until we can have babies on orbit, we're just camping. Until we can have babies on the moon, until we can have babies on Mars, until we can have babies in space stations, all we're doing as a species is camping in space. And the idea of having 10 or 20 or 100 or 100,000 folks on Mars means we have to perfect our reclamation and recycling processes. Because once you build a thing down here on the ground, we have a tendency to throw it away once we're done with it. But I don't think that's going to be the case on Mars. I hope that isn't the case on Mars. And so we're going to need ways of reclaiming stuff. And that stuff could be bodies when people die on space. It could be human waste when we're done with the food, so to speak. But it's going to be reclaiming absolutely everything, because the cost of getting it from Earth to Mars is too high. So if you are done with a ballpoint pen, you're going to figure out how to chemically disassemble that pen and build it back into something else. And that's going to be true for bodies, and it's going to be true for all of the material necessary to operate this settlement. So I'm going to post some links to the Zubrin's talk, because I think it is really important that people see that and they know it. But I want this Marscoin community, to be thinking about what does it take to get to Mars for real, right? If the transportation element has in fact been solved, then the next piece is what does it take to get there? What does it take to thrive? It's not about getting there anymore. It's about to become, what does it take to thrive there? So with that, I want to talk to our friend James Burke. James, hang on just one second. Let me bring you on here, sir. Hey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Doing well.
It's bright and early. When we started this morning, it was dark, right? Because we started at 6 o'clock this morning. You're here actually not very far from me in the Seattle area, but I'm being blinded. So when you come on screen, I'm gonna close the shades a little bit because I'm like being blinded. All right. So I just spoke a bit about Dr. Zubrin. I'm going to post the link to his most recent public presentation. I know you're going to talk about the Mars Society. I'd like you to kind of introduce yourself, a bit about your experience and why, as I've said many times, when we land on Mars, you're going to be the executive director for the Mars Society on that day. And that is
I hope to be there. Yeah.
I hope so. And I think this is kind of a somewhat awesome responsibility to help with Dr. Zubrin being the founder, to lead humanity to that point. So I'm sure all the folks that have bought into the Marscoin ideals are interested to hear what you have to say about the Mars Society. So give us a little bit about your background. Why is Mars Society connected to the Marscoin? We want that history as well.
Yeah.
And give us your thoughts. I'm going to go off screen for a minute. So, do you have a presentation you want to put up?
I do. I'll put it up in a second.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
All right.
All right, everyone. Well, hey, it's great to be back at the Marscoin Expo. I was part of the first one in 2021. So, I'm very proud to be back. And, here's how I drink my coffee every morning. I'm definitely a diehard Marscoin guy. Just for 100% disclosure, I have been part of the helping Leonard with Marscoin for about, I'd say 7 or 8 years. About 2018 or so is when I really started helping out. I've been with the Mars Society as a volunteer and now full-time as the executive director since the organization was founded. So I've been a volunteer since 1998. And I've been the executive director now for about 2 years. And most of my career, I was a software engineer at Microsoft. I was worked on a lot of different products at Microsoft. I was a developer, I was a project manager, I was an engineering lead. But the whole time I was volunteering for Mars, and I was trying to help humanity get to Mars and advance things there. I'm really excited to be here. I've spoken at each of the 3 Marscoin Expos, and I have a little presentation today, but I'm just really excited about this project. The Mars Society has been part of it since Leonard came and spoke at our conference to unveil it in 2014. He also that year gave Dr. Zubrin the donation of 500,000 Marscoin. That was part of the initial developer rollout. The developers did not keep any of the Marscoin when they first started the project. They gave it to the Mars Society and Mars One. Years later, Leonard and I approached Mars One and said, hey, you guys are not really a viable project anymore. Do you need those Marscoin? Because the Mars Society could get those and take those forward and hold on to those long term. And Bass Lansdorp agreed. And so the Mars Society now has over 1 million Marscoin. And that is an endowment. We haven't touched it. We're not going to spend it until humans are on Mars. We hope that Marscoin, the value increases as time goes on. It should. It's a scarce resource and it's being actively used. It's being actively maintained. So we're huge believers in Marscoin. I'm not a personal holder anymore. I've divested my personal holdings, but I do manage the Mars Societies. And like I said, we are holding on. We're taking our donations in and holding on to them. We've never sold any Marscoin, and we're planning not to sell any for a long time until humans are on Mars. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring up my presentation if I can here. Let's see. You guys see that? So I'm going to talk about a couple things today. Because really, I've been on a personal journey of discovery of how to get to Mars. Over my 26 plus years of doing this, there's no substitute for hard work, is what I've learned. And within the context of the last 3 years and the last 3 Marscoin Expos, I want to talk a little bit about that journey too. So back in 2021, when we started this, NFTs were a thing. It looked like everybody was going to get rich on NFTs. It looked like I was the incoming executive director of the Mars Society. All I needed to do was make some NFTs and we were going to be fine and we'd get to Mars. Well, that didn't really work out. And then in 2020, and really a lot of people, including myself, thought it was a fad, and it was a fad. And, there's definitely still some innovative work that happened through NFTs, but buying a monkey that is just a GIF and paying $1 million or 1 million Bitcoins for it is still as stupid now as it was then. And in 2022, there was a big metaverse craze, and I'm sure you guys remember that. And I came on last year And I was really excited. I was caught up in this. I thought that we were going to go build a huge Mars Society metaverse on Horizon Worlds, and put all of our work that we've done on Mars VR, the digital version of MDRS, into Horizon Worlds, and it was going to be Ready Player One in like 2 months from my talk last year. Well, that didn't work out either. There's still some engineering work that needs to happen for us to get to the Ready Player One future. So really, the message for me is there's no substitute for hard work, and so I'm just committed to spend the rest of this decade and beyond working my ass off to get us to Mars, and doing it through hard work, scientific research, and solid engineering. And to that end, I want to talk about a couple of successful missions that I was part of this year, that have high relevance to Marscoin, especially the first one. So back in May, I commanded my first mission at the Mars Desert Research Station. It was a mission that I had been planning with my crew for over 4 years. My XO on this mission, an executive officer, was Aline Ducati, and she's a fantastic ESA engineer. And we put together this crew, put together a 2-week mission, and we executed it, and it was a fantastic experience. And so let me just kind of take you guys through that. So I was the commander. The crew commander's in charge of the mission, in charge of making sure that everyone's working together well. And I did my best to do that. It was my first time being a commander at the MDRS, even though I've been part of the management team of the project since 2011, and had stayed once before in a simulated crew in 2018. This was my first time commanding a 2-week mission. It was more than what I thought it was going to be. It was an incredible experience. It was a very emotional experience for me. And I want to go back. I want to do it again. I wanted to do it again. The last minute we were there, I couldn't wait to plan the next mission. And so, I definitely think that this is an experience everyone should have if you're interested in Mars. I mentioned Aline. She's a fantastic engineer with ESA. She's currently working on the Ariane 6 rockets down in French Guiana with the team there. She's got an extensive background with analog astronaut activities with the Amadi 18 crew in Oman before ours. Also, she's a pilot. She's flown 0G. She's been part of the Mars Society chapter in France for many years, and she's one of the young leaders there. So we selected a crew of 7. One of the people we picked was Cecile Renaud, who's a fantastic microbiologist, and she did some amazing work with spirulina algae during our mission. She's a PhD student at the University of Mons in Belgium, and she's a scuba diver. She was part of the International Space University Space Studies program in 2019, as well as some of the other crew members. And she did work with spirulina algae with 2 different experiments we had. I'll talk about those in a sec. Next was Julien Villamasson, another excellent engineer. It's a theme you're going to find with me, working with awesome engineers. Julien was someone that was just running around doing all kinds of cool stuff during our mission, from working on our smart power grid and monitoring our solar panel array, to working on an EVA monitor that we could use with Garmin devices to track everyone's plot on the map. And he's also could play the guitar. He could fly drones. He's a pilot. He's an awesome coder. So he was an excellent asset to the mission. Chris Davidson, another excellent asset to the mission. National Geographic assignment journalist, photojournalist, and artist, specializing in museum art pieces and working with storytelling across what she calls deep time. So kind of the idea of a place over hundreds of years, how stories might interweave there or images might interweave there. She did some fantastic work, probably the best work I've ever seen someone do as a crew journalist during one of our analog missions. She took great photos and wrote some very moving daily reports that I recommend everyone take a look at, especially people that are going to be a crew journalist at MDRS. She's a great role model for you and she loved to meet other journalists too. Erin Kennedy from Canada. She's also part of the ISU Space Studies program in 2019, and that's how she came on the mission. Her experiment was called Atmosfinder, as a wind-powered rover that we tested extensively. And she's been designing robots. That's what she does professionally for many years. And so she was part of the crew. She actually started as just an experiment that we were going to try to do during our mission, but we added her to the crew because we were so impressed with her. And then finally, our medical officer, Audrey, who is a PhD student at the University of Paris. She brought a few medical experiments that we did as crew members. We took blood and urine samples using a really innovative paper card system that would preserve the samples to be shelf stable over months. So you could do this in space, you could do this on Mars and transport them back easy, unlike the way that blood and urine is done today. And then she also had some devices that we were testing out to measure our cardiovascular health. So that was the crew, awesome crew of 7 space professionals. And we worked very well together, and we had a whole set of experiments. And here's a partial list of our experiments, but the one that I've highlighted in red is the one I'm going to talk about today, and that is our Marscoin node, our plan to put a Marscoin node at the hab. Now, this is something that Leonard and I have been talking about for years. Is, you know, the MDRS could essentially serve as the first Mars node on the Marscoin blockchain. And so if we wanted to test out anything where we're going to have transactions between the 2 planets, or if we wanted to have a copy of Marscoin running independently on Mars, these are all things we could try out at the station. And so the goal was that in addition to all the other things I was going to do during my 2-week mission, I was going to set up a file server, specifically a Synology NAS file server that had virtual machines on it running Ubuntu. So we could actually run the Marscoin node natively on that machine. And we were going to have that file server at the hab and use it for a variety of things, to share research between crews, to set up a hybrid cloud so that people could access the files remotely, but also have them, a copy of them up in the cloud, so they were always available, both for us and for other other people, researchers around the world over the internet. But we also were using it to do things like streaming data out for the EVA monitor, the EVA link, some of the other experiments we had where we were testing out technologies in the field to capture data. And that was the file server was intended to be a node of that system of getting the data out to the cloud, to the internet, through that as a conduit. So what happened? And one of the other, I want to mention, there was a lot of other great experiments we did. The highlight was we grew tomato seeds in Mars regolith simulant, which is something that lots of people said we weren't going to be able to do. Lots of people tried at the MDRS before, but Cecile is a master at microbiology, and so we used compost and we used spirulina algae, and we grew some tomato seeds. We got them to sprout in the Mars regolith simulant, which is MMS1 from the Mojave Desert. And significantly, we got the tomato seeds to sprout in this Mars soil, but we did not get them to sprout in Utah soil. And some soil that we got out on EVA that we collected, we could not get the Mars plants to grow in the Utah soil in the desert. So showing with the same process. So showing that, Mars in some cases is better than Earth to grow plants. But that was just an aside. Let's go back to the Marscoin experiment. The goal was that we were going to have the Marscoin node up and running, but then we would also use it. We would also actually do some crew activities where we would take some of the inventories we had done, such as the food inventory and the HSO, the Health and Safety Officer Medical Supplies inventory. And we would actually put those on the blockchain so that they were immutable, and then we could track the inventory over time. We also wanted to do a voting simulation, a voting experiment, where we would actually consider our crew as a small settlement on Mars, and have votes amongst the crew for governance. Simple votes, where any crew member would be able to propose an initiative and everyone else would be able to vote yes, no, or abstain anonymously to see if that initiative succeeded. And with a simple system like that, you can actually do a lot of governance. For example, one of the things we could have done with that system is replace the commander, for example. You could say, you know, say we all showed up at the station, all 7 of us, and I turned out to be a real jerk and no one really respected me. They could actually put out an initiative that said, should James continue to be the commander? Yes, no, or abstain, and they could have voted me off. And then simply, if the commander was vacant, if that position was vacant, somebody could then nominate someone, and then that would be a vote. Should Aline be the commander? Yes, no, abstain, and then that vote would go through. And if that vote succeeded, if it got a majority of the crew, then it would pass, and Aline would be the commander. So we talked through all this type of scenario. We were ready to do it, but we ran into an issue. And that was that our power system was not reliable. We had a solar panel array and a large set of batteries at the station. And those systems are not able to run 24/7 and have consistent power where there's no outages. We have some intermittent outages. This really comes down to not the solar arrays performance and not the batteries performance. Those were both fine. This really comes down to the controller and the charging of the batteries, and the smart or lack thereof functions of charging the batteries. So what we call a smart grid was really missing. So what in effect happened is we had great power. We actually had all the things we needed for power during our mission, but we had to deal with intermittent outages. We had to deal with the fact that the power would just go out for 5 minutes once in a while. And our engineer, Julian, was all over this. He did his best to prevent this, but it would still happen approximately once a day, sometimes more often than that. And every time it happened, the file server would go down, and we would have to go manually push the button to turn it back on. And it would take a minute or two to come back on before all the services came back up. And so we couldn't really do things like streaming data consistently or running a blockchain node, because with the power keeping going out, that prevented the infrastructure from functioning consistently. It functioned, we just had to have manual intervention whenever there was a power outage. Now, some people might say, well, that's a solvable problem too. You could have this file server be on a UPS and have it, have half an hour worth of power, and it would stay on and it wouldn't go down. Or you could set everything up so that as soon as the server comes back on, everything boots back up and everything's fine. And so like there's ways to work around that, But I would argue that a key insight here is you need 24/7 power with no interruptions for governance. You need consistent power on Mars to have basic governance functions, so that you're not having a bunch of people having to rely on restarting stuff manually. That should just work. It should just be like, when we do elections in the US, all the polling places and election machines aren't going down once a day because the power in the city goes down, right? If they were, it would be chaos because there'd be manual intervention needed. So that was the key insight we found, and that's why this experiment ultimately for our crew turned out to be a failure, which was because we couldn't run a Marscoin node consistently because of power. And so a key insight for me that I've been repeating is on Mars, we're going to need consistent power. It's going to be a mission critical system. It's going to be important for life support, but it's also going to be important for any type of governance of the settlement, any type of economy you have, any type of blockchain services, currency on the blockchain or other information on the blockchain. You're going to need consistent power to keep that blockchain running and all those multiple nodes you hopefully have up and running. And so when you get to a settlement, so this is the Mars Direct you know, the initial plan for the Mars Direct would be a small crew of 4 to 6 people. This is what our analogs research stations in Utah and the Arctic are based on, this mission plan. So you can see the habitat that we have at MDRS looks just like the hab for the Mars Direct. So this type of base, you know, it's a first landing situation. The crew's just arrived on Mars. You know, maybe they don't need consistent power 24/7. They will have solar arrays. They may even have a small nuclear reactor available for them, and that would do the trick. Having a small nuclear reactor would most likely give you consistent 24/7 power. But certainly when you get to a settlement like this, where you have maybe 30 people living there and you're growing food and you have underground stuff happening, you're going to need life support. You're going to need life support all the time. You're going to need these systems to be working. You're going to need the systems that are growing the plants and monitoring them and maintaining them to be working 24/7. So in this world, power is critical. So that's a key insight that we found. That's the MDRS mission. The other topic I wanted to give you guys is we also just went up to the Arctic. This crew of 5 people here you see just got back, and Terry Trevino is actually going to speak right after me here today. But these folks were successfully able to reactivate our station up in the Arctic on Devon Island. So now we have both stations up and running for the first time in 7 years. And that's just the beginning, because we're also working on setting up stations in Mongolia and with partners in Australia right now. And so we're going to have a whole set of analog research stations around the world that the Mars Society operates or partners with, where we can do these type of experiments in the future, where we can do these type of governance, blockchain experiments. And that's really what I want the Mars Society to be able to offer this community, is we can test out some of those concepts you guys want to try out. By working hard and having good scientific processes and good engineering processes, having all the equipment and materials we need to do this, the Mars Society is ready to assist with this area of research. I also want to mention some of the other things the Mars Society does. So one of the things that we have set up this past year is a podcast, Red Planet Live. I've come on this podcast. I've talked about the mission that we had at MDRS, and Ashton Zeth is our host, and she's doing a fantastic job with the podcast. We've got everything up on Apple Podcasts and Spotify now, as well as YouTube. So I invite you guys to check that out. I also invite you guys to come to our conference, which is in October at Arizona State University in Tempe, which is downtown Phoenix. And we'll have lots of talks about Mars and Mars technology and science discoveries and engineering breakthroughs that we're working on, that others are working on. We'll also be demoing our virtual reality project that I've been working on for 6 years, and have a lot of other fun, exciting talks and events at the conference. So I invite you guys all to come to Tempe to join us. If you're not able to come in person, we also will have a virtual option. So all you have to do is be a Mars Society member. Go to the Mars Society and join us. It's $50 a year or $25 for students and senior citizens. And if you join the Mars Society, you'll get an invite to the virtual track of the conference, and you'll be able to network with folks and watch all the talks online as we're having them down in Arizona. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it back over to Michael Lane and see if we have any questions.
Howdy. That looks fun. That looked like a good time at the hab. That's pretty neat. Bunch of things. When you said Mars is better than Earth, I posted that because, and then I immediately wrote, taken out of context because it's funnier that way. But Hamish responds, Utah's more barren than Mars, confirmed. Talk about that experiment a little bit more. What were your findings? Did you figure out why? Did you figure out why it was easier to grow on Mars
Yeah,
than? Yeah,
it's
okay.
clear why. It has to do with the soil as a medium, not the organics in the soil necessarily. So Utah soil is kind of mucky. The Mars regolith from the Mojave Desert was more like little rocky pebbles, both of which were pretty devoid of organics.
Right.
Both of which we added organics to, just like you would do on Mars. We added compost. It was actually compost from a device called a Lomi that I have in my kitchen, where I put kitchen scraps in and it churns them up and makes compost out of them. There's a cycle where it'll keep all the organics. It won't cook anything out. It'll do a 14-hour cycle, I think it is. And so that's what I did. I brought this bag of compost with me to Utah from here in Seattle, and Cecile used that along with the key ingredient was the spirulina algae. The spirulina is what gave the plants the nutrients they needed.
Okay.
But it really was all about the carbon cycle. The carbon cycle of the roots of the plants getting going was able to happen with the Mars regolith and not with the Utah soil. That was the key difference because of the consistency of the soil. The Utah soil, you put water on it, it's just muck. It just congeals. The Martian regolith, you could put water through it and it would flow through it because it's a bunch of pebbles. So you could have that carbon cycle go.
Huh.
That was the difference. And this is a key finding. She's doing this is part of her PhD study at her university in Belgium. So she's actually publishing some of this. She did another experiment too called biostimulation, where she would take a healthy tomato plant that had been growing in the green hab, and she'd apply spirulina to it and see what changed versus a control plant from the same set of plants. So that was the other thing she was doing with algae, was just the nature of algae with plants as a biostimulant. That's the area of research she's in. And so so she's writing all that up, she's publishing that, and some of that is embargoed until it goes out on her end.
Of course. Yeah.
But yeah, basically it's really a really exciting area of research. And I got to tell you, like, we were talking about this before the mission with people, and everybody was negative. Everyone, 100% of people were like, that's not going to work. We've never been able to, like, even Dr. Rupert was like, no one's ever been able to grow stuff in Mars regolith soil, so it's a waste of time.
Okay. So it's a waste of time right up until the moment that it isn't.
And that's where discoveries happen. Is you'll have a sea of negativity that you're swimming through.
Right. I don't know if you can see it. Follow your curiosity, right? Like that's what it takes to get to Mars, is perseverance and curiosity.
For me, it's like even more profound, because when I was in sixth grade, the 1 year I lived in Los Angeles. I'm from Ohio, so usually I was in Ohio. But the 1 year I lived in Los Angeles, I was in sixth grade, and there was a guy that came to our class, and he talked about space, and he talked about Mars. And I was like, could you grow plants on Mars? Because I looked at like how Mars's atmosphere was mostly carbon dioxide and the Earth's is mostly oxygen. And I was like, if you could somehow get a plant going, like obviously it would be inside like a pressurized, vessel or something. Like you can't, it's too cold. There's not, the air is too thin on Mars to just grow a plant outside right now. But if you could bring in the soil into a pressurized area, this is what I was thinking when I was in sixth grade.
Yeah.
I was like 12. If you could bring in the dirt from Mars into a pressurized area, warm up the air, it's carbon, and thicken it, it's carbon dioxide. Wouldn't the plant be able to grow?
Right.
Maybe you'd have to do something to the soil, like to put some organics in, obviously, but like, couldn't you ultimately get a plant to grow? Like, I asked this guy this expert, space expert.
Right. Yeah.
And he's like, no, you couldn't.
No way.
You absolutely couldn't do that. And here's the thing, Michael. I knew, I was in sixth grade and I knew he was wrong.
That's right. Because it's true. Like, we know that now, and there's been some efforts to put some growing stuff on the moon, China had a really terrific propaganda moment where they showed something that was a little dubious about that. But we're going to do it. We're going to solve it. It's a solvable problem, and we can start working on that problem now. That's what Zubrin said just a few weeks ago. Is we can start working on those problems now.
Absolutely.
That's the value of these.
That's what we're doing at the Mars Society. We're trying to work on this stuff now. You know.
Yeah.
Like let's not wait. Let's not the time is now to do this stuff.
Yeah. You got a question from the audience. David's asking how much for the conference, and talk about the conference some more. And the answer is here. Leah posted it. That's the conference registration information.
There is a fee to register for the conference. It's not excessive. I mean, this is a very valuable. You get a lot of value coming to this conference compared to other space-related events. There's a lot of like-minded people, and we're doing cutting-edge stuff. It's not a huge event. There's not going to be more than 1,000 people there. It's usually about 100, but these are these are the Mars people. These are my people. Like these, these are the folks that are globally working on this, and it's great to network with them every year. It's great to reconnect, and you'll hear talks from all of the experts, from NASA, from JPL, from international organizations. Like we had the head of the Mars Hope mission from UAE at our conference 2 years in a row talking about the mission. We're hoping to get a speaker from SpaceX this year. So we'll see who that is. But yeah, it's a great event. It's worth coming. If you can't come to Tempe, Arizona, Tempe is downtown Phoenix. You don't know. Arizona State University is a fantastic venue. We were there last year. It's 80,000 undergrads. It's a huge campus, well maintained. And we're in the main Memorial Union, the main student union. We're up on the second floor at the Arizona Ballroom. It's a great event, great venue. So definitely recommend. But if you can't come in person, there is a virtual option. You could watch it online, just like we're doing here. You just have to be a Mars Society paid member to get the ticket, the access to do that. So join now.
I want to point out that going back to David's question about the cost, it is free to students. Students at Arizona State University are free. Right? We're really making an outreach to that community since they're in the backyard, right? So I was there last year I was gonna say the first time, but the first time in like 10 years was and it has really grown. Like I went to one in 2003, 2004. It has come a long ways in the last 20 years. So it's pretty remarkable. So we've got about 10 more minutes. Let's talk a little bit more about the conference, since that's like driving what's happening. But also, this is the Marscoin Expo. What's the next thing to do with your Marscoin, and are you going to do anything at the expo for it? Are you going to do anything at the conference for the coin?
Yeah, I think the application that Leonard's team has developed, the Martian Republic application that allows you to do some of these functions, is a great one for us to continue to contribute ideas to, contribute experiment ideas to. I definitely want to continue working with Leonard on that and test that out more. I'd love to go back and have a crew this upcoming field season at the Utah station, try to do the Marscoin experiment that we tried to do once we get the power systems more consistent. And then ultimately up in the Arctic as well, if we have a power system up there year round, such as a wind turbine system, we may put a node up there ultimately for Marscoin. Because it would be great to have this as a blockchain, honestly, to be available to write to and to retrieve data from, because it's immutable. That's one of the features of a blockchain, is you put stuff in and it's always there.
Yeah. One of the things that Larry was talking about earlier was just the utility of it. It's more than just money, right? If you think of Bitcoin, it's all about the money, right? And I'm trying to that's a generalization, but the Marscoin tool set, money is an element, voting is an element, but we know that we're not on Mars. We know we're not there yet. So there's pushback in this community and at large about why bother. And the answer is the community here is building a tool set, almost a Swiss Army digital knife. Mm-hmm. So why is it important to start building that stuff now?
Why bother goes back to like, why do we do anything for the Mars Society? It's right, like, we're not on Mars, but we're not ready. We need to get ready for settling Mars because it's coming fast. If you just look at Starship, we got about 6 years until the first crew is there. But if Starship doesn't work, there are many other paths to Mars now.
Yeah,
including NASA and SLS. So we need to get ready to settle Mars, and we're not ready. And there's a whole suite of things we need to do. What the main thing the Mars Society has been doing for 20 years is human factors. Is how do you operate with a team of 6 to 8 people and explore a large area around your landing site? That is what we believe the first crews will do on Mars. And that's the main thing we simulate in Utah is how do people operate on Mars? How do you live and work on Mars and do it well? And I've seen great examples of it. Like my crew was extremely comfortable living on Mars for 2 weeks. We could have done that for a year or longer. We were very good at it, and we were very happy doing it. But I've seen other crews that really struggled. Like they got to Utah and they really didn't know what to do, and they just stayed in the hab for a week or two. And that just goes to not everyone understands like what is needed to operate on Mars, even within the Mars Society. So there's a lot of work we need to do, and there's a lot of lines of research and engineering that need to happen for us to have surface operations on Mars and to have 1 million person or even 1,000 person or even 100 person settlement on Mars. There's so much to do, and we can work on all those things now. And a lot of those things are going to have applications on Earth. Like if we build a closed loop life support system that can grow plants and could keep plants and humans alive, that's going to have massive economic value in Africa and India and every other developing nation around the world to have better food production and to deal with water better. And how to desalinate and purify water easier, and how to deal with waste easier. If we have automated life support system that has waste recycling, where we're recycling the human waste, the feces and urine for plants, or for like aquaponics, where you have fish and plants together, and you're feeding some of that system with the human waste, that would also have high value on Earth. You can set up systems like that on Earth to grow, to produce food, to produce resources. And so, all these things are not limited to just being used on the moon and Mars. They're all breakthroughs that are going to help humanity.
They come back to us every single day. This broadcast that we're on right now wouldn't be possible if we didn't have this kind of advanced technology ethos that we're dependent on. But we will use going back to the moon, going to Mars as a catalyst for this advanced technologies that all humans on the ground are gonna benefit from. Interesting questions from the audience. I'm a little surprised by this one, but I'm gonna show it because I think I know why. So, little preamble here. Hamish is asking, is it a real blockchain currency that's being brought to market or a simulation for a colony? Hamish, I'm guessing that we had some problem. We had on our side, on the broadcast side, we had some problems connecting the Mars Society channel. So that just got turned on a few minutes ago. And so for the last 2 hours, we've been talking about Marscoin is a real currency. It's been in place for about 10 years.
Yeah, 2014.
And it's a real thing. And that's what this Marscoin Expo is all about. So I'm going to post some links for the earlier part of the broadcast you may have missed. Also, I'll post the 2021 and 2022, so you can kind of see where we're coming from. But James, can you go into this in some more detail here, please?
Yeah, the answer to his question is it's both. It is a real currency. It's been traded since 2014, and it's maintained well by the dev team, unlike a lot of other crypto projects that have disappeared since 2014. This one's it's never been hacked. It's never been attacked in a significant way. The team has been extremely resilient and continue to add to it. So it is a real blockchain currency. It's just like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum. It's based on Litecoin. It's a fork of Litecoin, which is in turn a fork of Bitcoin. But it's got its own flavor now. It's its own Mars elements to it. So, and it is also meant to be a simulation of the Mars economy. We are trying to simulate with Marscoin having a currency on Mars that everyone is using, but also having a blockchain on Mars that everyone is using. And that the blockchain is way more than just a public ledger for the currency. The blockchain is a database. It's a source of truth. It's a public. It could be a public voting system that's immutable and secure and anonymous. And you can put messages in the blockchain. Like you can write messages to the future in the Marscoin blockchain and have someday the Martians will read them. You know, so there's a lot. It is like a Swiss Army knife, as you say. There's a lot. It's a tool that has many uses. That's what Marscoin is. And some of the things we've tried to do at the Mars Society are, like as I mentioned, is inventory and voting. Those are the two experiments that we're trying to do at our stations, because that is what an early Mars settlement would need with the blockchain. They would need to use the blockchain to save information on the resources they're using, the inventory, and you can imagine having a whole system where you could pick up an item, you know, and look at its blockchain history and say, okay, this coffee mug was made on Earth and was sent to Mars in 2021 and arrived at the Mars Society Station Alpha then and has been there ever since. Like you could see all that on the blockchain just by scanning a QR code, for example, right? Or like picking up a piece of fruit that was grown in a greenhouse. You would know exactly, like, how did this piece of fruit get to me? What is its trail? What is its life cycle up till right now? You could have all that on the blockchain and have that be immutable, which means that nobody could hack it, nobody could edit it. So as soon as something was written in, like as soon as that piece of fruit was grown or even planted, you can write that as an event in the blockchain. And then the fruit's harvested, you write that as an event. It's transported to the warehouse, you write that as an event to the blockchain. So when the consumer, pick up the piece of fruit, I could see all those events instantly because they're on the blockchain. And I know that they're real because they're on the blockchain.
Right. Yeah. The Marscoin as it stands now, and full disclosure, I bought $400 worth of coins 2 years ago. This is not a pump and dump element at all. I believe in it. It's gone up a bit during the crypto winter, when most coins dropped 20%, 40%, 90%. Marscoin was stable-ish. I'm not going to call it a stable coin, but it was stable-ish.
Yeah.
And in
much
fact,
more stable than other crypto.
Yeah. So yeah, to answer your question, Hamish, I think you came in, it's only 9:00. It's only 9:45 on the West Coast. So my hunch is that you didn't catch the earlier part of our episodes. Our program. I have posted today's show so you can kind of catch the stuff you missed, and then also Expo 2021 and 2022. So you can kind of catch up. And I'll also connect you to the Discord channel that the Marscoin community uses to kind of like knit themselves together, because they're a global community. Finally answer your question, we also had Hamid come in from L Bank Exchange. They're a top 10 exchange, and that's where it is being traded on. So I'll post all those links. James, we only have a minute left. Talk a moment about Red Planet Live and why you do what you do with it. What's it for?
Well, Red Planet Live is our official podcast at the Mars Society. It's meant for us to connect with all the people in the Mars movement that are supporting us, that are working on getting humans to Mars, and that are working on their own research and interesting roles and interesting areas. So we've had people like Jim Green, the former NASA chief scientist. We've had Rick Tumlinson. We've had Emily Calandrelli, who's a science communicator. And so we're going to have a major announcement on the next one. It's going to be September 6th. And we'll have a couple of really special guests on that one with Ashton.
All right, I'm posting the link to Red Planet Live. That's on the Mars Society's YouTube channel. Definitely take a look at that. It is a very exciting announcement coming up next week. So we know that it is, just after Labor Day, but stick around. It's going to be a good time. All right, James Burke, thanks very much. Appreciate all your efforts. It is you've been dual-hatted for a long time, right? You were involved with the Marscoin community before you were the executive director,
right?
But you were a volunteer at the Mars Society for a decade and a half before that. So this path to Mars that you've been carving, you've been at it for a long time. And so for everybody that have that same belief system, we appreciate all your work. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on. Thank you very much, sir. And you didn't see it, but Terry is going, yay! He's a cheerleader. All right, we're gonna boot you off and bring Terry in. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, guys.
Hey, Terry.
How are you?
I saw you. The rest of the audience can't see you, but you're like, yes, right on. Yes, good. Yeah.
I have to say, I'm a big fan of honestly everything James and you, and a lot of people that are in this close knit community. It's pretty impressive.
It's a remarkable community. Spacers writ large, like that's a pretty small club. If you think 8 billion people in the world, there's this many spacers, and then there's this many that are like actively doing the work to get us off planet, right? So it's remarkable that it takes not figurative but actual decades to do this work. So Leonard's been at this for 10 on his project. James has been at it for 25, 26, 27, something. It's just decades of time. So, all right, Terry, give us a little bit of background. Who are you? What are you doing? By the way, do you have a surprise guest with us?
I don't know. I'm hoping, but I doubt it. Olivia's in the UK, and just it's pub hour over there.
Yeah, it's pub hour for sure. Okay. Give us some background about who you are first before you get into the what you just accomplished.
Sure.
What did you do on summer vacation? Right? 'Cause that's pretty fun.
I went up to the Arctic.
I'm gonna pop off screen for a bit.
I'll keep going.
You give us your background, tell us your story, and I'll be back in a moment.
Copy that. Thanks, everyone. Terry Trevino here in San Francisco, California. I'm a PhD student at the University of North Dakota, and I'm studying habitat architecture, and in particular, I'm working on developing habitats and making them hardened from high energy particles. That's my dissertation topic. I'm pretty new to the industry. I've only been in the industry for 2 years. Previously, I was in the real estate business and was a real estate entrepreneur, developer, did sales, leasing, you name it. I did everything, and I did that for almost 30 years. I decided to pivot in 2018, and that pivot was to Mars, making myself Mars-centric, at least with respect to my education. I went back to school after 33 years away from school and got my master's in aerospace science with the specialty in space studies, and then I'm pursuing the same at the University of North Dakota. I'm only back 20 days, not even 20 days from the Arctic, which I have to say is probably the most surreal place I've ever been. I'm a mountaineer by training. I've climbed many of the tallest mountains on the planet, and certainly understand the risks associated with being in austere, dangerous environments. And I have to say, the Arctic, definitely bared its teeth, as they say, and it's a place of absolute beauty, purity. Where you step, often that no human has ever stepped. In fact, there's a very, hey, Will, it's likely that no one has ever stepped on many of the places that you walk in the Arctic. Will just joined in. Will's a good friend from UND and a rock star spacesuit designer who just got a really cool job doing that same thing. So anyway, Will, thanks for coming in. I'm going to move into the presentation, and I just, because I'm so excited about showing everyone this, I want to do it now. Here we go. So Flashline Mars. Flashline is a company that's no longer in business. They were bought out by, I don't know, it's one of the big people in the internet business, donkeys years ago. And the reality is we've got a station up in the Arctic that needs another investor, needs another co-owner or sponsor, someone that can really help us kind of get through and be a part of the experience. And to me, the experience is, we're moving out into and we are definitely going to Mars. And clearly we're going to the moon first in the lunar surface. I'm very keen on working on lunar habitats there as well. But in the meantime, I've made myself Mars-centric and have studied it deeply. One of the things that fascinates the heck out of me in Mars in particular is it's not easy to get to, nor is Devon Island. Devon Island is equally difficult to get to. Well, not equally, but certainly it took quite the effort, almost Herculean, to get to this view that you see right here. Now, imagine for the moment coloring the sky a bit differently. At that point, you are on the Martian surface. Now, there's not life visible really anywhere to speak of. As you look out onto the horizon, there's nothing. But in this, and there's no man-made, human-created, human-centric design anywhere other than you see Starlink there in the right-hand side, and a weather station that did not survive the harsh winter. Crew 15 was our crew. Crew 15 included Andrew Wheeler, geologist from Australia. We were a multinational crew. Myself as a XO, Olivia Drayson from the UK, also another brilliant scientist that came along with us. Andy Greco, Caleb Poole both work for a very large aerospace company from Seattle. And, honestly, we would get a chance for the most part every day and have either this view or many of the other views I'm getting ready to share with you. But austere in many respects is an understatement. We had to island hop to get there. This is the archipelago. They call it the Arctic archipelago. And here's Devon Island. It's this little, I said to Olivia at one point early on, I said, it looks like it's a little shoe boot. And it kind of reminds me of, that Walter Mitty movie where he goes, I want a shoe boot of beer. And anyway, I digress. But this is Elsamir. Elsamir is an inhabited island, which was just immediately to our north. The North Pole is just a little right there. We were not far. We were about 1,100 kilometer. When you get up that far, it doesn't feel like you're too far from there, and we weren't. We stayed and traversed from down here in Yellowknife, down in the lower left-hand quadrant, and then island hopped along the way. Resolute is right here. Resolute Bay is where we initially stopped and spent the night there, and then traversed over. 40-minute trip. We were there before you knew it. The island itself is massive. It's 3 times the size of the big island of Hawaii. It's got a massive population. Humanity has really taken hold here. 0. And nobody lives there. And there's probably a good reason. The polar bear do live there. The walrus live there. Lemming, which are the tiniest little things you'll ever see. The Arctic wolf is there. But no humans, except for those of us who go every year or will return. Average annual temperature there is negative 16 C. I have to say, when we were there, we did not experience that. This was day 3 of the mission. You can't see. I dropped down a little below the crater rim, so I'm in the crater, and you can get a really good idea of, this looks like a rocket body that it landed. Now, these are visual. They probably do actually help a bit with respect to, keeping it upright and stable, because the winds do come along at quite the clip. I believe a friend of mine in Resolute was telling me that they got up to 70-mile-an-hour winds in February. This was a wind turbine we installed. Probably not the best place to install a wind turbine, but there were other issues that I'll get into with respect to why. But in general, it was not very windy. Again, this is a 180-degree view of the crater. You can see the rim. You can see Olivia standing there. This was before we went into simulation. And that is crater rim to crater rim. And this is the south. This is the southeast or east, and then all the way over to the west. And then on the other side, you can barely get a kind of any visual acuity at all there. It's the other side of the crater. It's massive. It's anywhere from 20 to 24 kilometer in diameter. It's 1.7 kilometer deep. You don't know it until you get into it, and you're like, holy moly. It's never really experienced erosion per se. And that's because there's no rain up there. You get snow, you get ice, but you don't get rain and you don't get flow. This is flow from the ice sheet that's melting there just below the crater rim. And this crater, this asteroid or comet that broke through our atmosphere and became a meteorite, landed 23 million years ago, and in the Miocene period. So honestly, it was quite warm there. You'll get quite a few visual. You'll see some of the evidence of that in a minute here. Although I may not have put those images in. I have hundreds of images, and these were just a few to help me tell the story. Kind of a close-up of the opposite side of the crater rim, and you can kind of get an idea how deep the crater is in this case. It looks barren and dry, and it is. It is it's definitely extreme as environments go. There's part of the crew that's and this is Andrew Wheeler. This is Olivia, and then myself, and then these are the two pilots that flew Moses, and you can kind of see, this was just an amazing piece of equipment, and we'll talk a little about that. This is not the same plane. This is the plane we took from Yellowknife and popped over to Resolute, and this is the plane we took from Resolute to the island. As we flew over, ice shelf was still there. The ice was still in the water, and it was melting. You could see it breaking up quite a bit. But the trip itself took 3 days from Yellowknife to get to Devon Island, and a lot of patience. And so you'll get a real clear understanding of that here in a second. Flashline Mars. This was our first view of it as we flew over. We're about 5 kilometers out, and you can kind of see it on the ridge. This is called Haynes Ridge here as we're approaching. And I'd been vacant for 6 years, going on 6 years. I think by the time we got there, it was 5 years and 11 months. This mission started 18 more than that. It started about, James and I started talking regularly about Flashline in August of 2021, previous to him becoming the executive director. But it was absolutely just something on, not a bucket list, but for me, I needed to be in an extreme environment and understand and feel what Mars might be like. You can only guess as to the condition of the station itself. A very good friend of the Mars Society helped me walk through some of those risks early on, Eleanor Poley, who many of you may know of. And if you're in our industry, she's a brilliant mind, and actually probably, one of the more experienced people in the analog industry, and certainly understands it from a very professional perspective. We did this first flyover just because we wanted to make sure there were no polar bears around, and there weren't, thankfully. But as it is, you can kind of see the ridge of the crater rim. This is the crater rim right here, our fuel depot. And unfortunately, you got to have fossil fuels up there. No choice until we have a field of circular solar panels that rotate with the sun, that rotates around literally 360 degrees and never drops. You're going to have that. You do see life when you start looking for it. It's everywhere. These Arctic poppy are brilliant, and I can't zoom in on it, but there's these hairs, if you want to call them. They're stem hairs is what they're literally called. And they collect kind of air, humidity from the air, and as a source of how they survive and live. Almost everywhere we stepped, in some places, you would see these little mini Arctic poppy. But yeah, beautiful. This is called the cushion plant. This is a close-up with an iPhone, if anybody wonders. And it really survives in kind of these wet environments. And so, of course, as the snowfields melt, we get water flow, and we did have a creek nearby that we pulled all of our water from. Pristine, crystal clear water that we tested before. This is the first team picture on Devon Island. We were there, I think we were there together about 30 minutes. Brilliant humans, all of them, lots of love. We really do rely on each other in these environments. Most of you may or may not know that, but there was only 5 of us on this absolutely huge, massive island. We were alone. We stood there and watched those planes disappear, and Olivia and I looked at each other and we go, okay, it's just us. And really, if anything were to happen at all, right, and we lost, or someone was injured or something, we would have suffered terribly. And that's just the case in these environments, these extreme environments. speaking of danger at every turn, Caleb being belayed, you can kind of see he's tied in. He's got multiple spots where he's tied in, but he's up at the top of our comms tower, removing this old fiberglass antenna that just had failed completely, and I'm sure ridiculously high winds. So he was pulling that down and then being belayed by Andy. You can see him there. He was also up on the roof regularly and was up there sealing a bunch of minor leaks that were there. But, you know, minor leaks contributed over those many years of it being vacant, that contributed to other issues. And we'll go into that in a second. Safety to me is kind of subconscious, right? And everywhere I looked, I felt like I needed to be safety conscious. And that's maybe the climber and the mountaineer in me, but I never got just desperately comfortable. I was always just a little nervous while I was there. 24 hours a day, I was like that. And so they were up on the station roof sealing and caulking that, and I was shaking in my boots. A little out of place, this slide, but I'll go through it real quick. Cyanobacteria, you heard previously in James's talk. I've been studying algae and propagating algae for 3 years now. I presented my work, I think, almost 2 years ago to the Mars Society. I made myself really Mars specific to what I think algae can do, and James hit on all of those topics, right? It's perfect for Eclipse. As a part of Eclipse, it won't be a sole. It won't actually work on its own in Eclipse. We'll have to have help, but it's a spectacular. Cyanobacteria is just unbelievable. It does unbelievable things. Per the volume, it creates more oxygen than anything on the planet. And when I say volume, I mean if you have a bio bag full of cyanobacteria and you pull the oxygen from it that's being created, you may not need, it's a pretty high volume. You may not need, it could actually probably 1 or 2 people could survive on a small bio bag of what the oxygen they create. I just recently won a NASA grant, and the NASA grant is to use cyanobacteria in its dried pure form as a means of feedstock for row crops on Mars. And I'll be testing that in what we call a random positioning machine, a machine that creates a microgravity environment. I'll be doing that here starting in November, 2 months of that. While we were there, we wanted to see how healthy the algae is, and it came out of nowhere, right? You can see this area, it's actually not too wet. There were other sources that were just weirdly placed and located. Actually, one other source that we found. I was looking at filament length, cell wall size. I was looking at transfer between the individual cells. I don't know if anybody knows, but they line up like little bitty blocks. And each block is its own little cell. They're spectacular things. Oh, I love the way that transitions. Humor. You're not gonna do well up there unless you get a good laugh. We actually there's a lot of good laughs. We had a laugh jar, so to speak, that Andrew kept tabs on. I clearly am not that funny because I came in last place. But in the meantime, even though you're laughing and you've got humor as a means of kind of getting through the stress of the environment itself, you still needed to laugh and have fun. And anyway, I got a kick out of this photo because it's, of course, they're taking the Mickey out of hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. But then behind us, we've got all these amazing logos, which are spectacular. All of these folks have supported the Mars Arctic Research Station. Actually, MARS spells Mars, if anybody knows or wonders. That's the Nunavut flag. And I'll have a thank you to them here in a moment. But yeah, just a beautiful place. We kind of coined ourselves, Olivia and I, and the team overall, the team that broke the mold, because we had to go upstairs and we had to remediate quite a bit of mold that had accumulated from the small roof leaks. over the 6 years, and the expansion and the contraction and the freezing and the thawing. And, that's just the natural environment. So we went in full PPE. Actually, this was day 2 or 3 of our work. So I moved into a different type of mask. Olivia was probably the more prudent one in wearing full PPE. But you can see we were always having fun in our James Bond pose there. Before we actually went in, we spent 7 nights outside in these tents. Now, bears are a real thing. We heard from people there in Resolute who'd said that one of the recent Canadian groups that had popped over, and one of the national parks members who'd set up shop for a night on the coast of Devon Island had an actual polar bear encounter. And we were well inland. We were, honestly, there was no reason for a polar bear to be in our area, but we still brought a bear fence. The bear fence is armed with 12 gauge shotgun blanks that will blow your ear off if you're close to them. Thankfully, I never accidentally tripped the wires, but I came really close a few times. And as an example, that's as low as the sun got while we were there. It never got any lower. In fact, it just only got higher. The entire team upstairs, second floor of the habitat, and you can kind of see the individual crew cabins, crew quarters here. So we had a lot of work to do up here so that we could make it to this point, where we could actually sit and visit. It's a great photo of Olivia because we were out on a water run and she had come up and we were just finished, and I just got a great photo of her with this station in the background. We're about a kilometer away, and talk about austere and on your own. Here you are. This is just a beautiful image through and through. The engineers repaired everything. They literally broke everything down to the nuts and bolts in some cases and repaired it, rebuilt it. And Caleb on the left, Andy on the right. This is one of the Arctic Cat. These are 4-wheel scooters you have to drive around in. I called them rovers. I kept calling them rovers, but I guess they're not. They're anyway, they're quad thingies. I don't even know the name of them. That's why I kept calling them rovers. Anyway, they repaired generators. We had 5 generators on site. They repaired 4 of them, had them all running, installed a wind turbine that we brought with us. They installed brand new LED lights in the upstairs part of the habitat, and just generally all subsystems, right? Now, when I say subsystems, I'm talking about, how we remove human waste as well. That was another thing we had to work through. You've seen this image previously. I think James showed that a minute ago, but, leadership in this case, Andrew Wheeler is our leader in this mission, and it takes a lot of different forms. He was diligent. He documented everything by hand, daily progress, went out, geolocated everything. We have lat long on everything that around there that's important, even significant finds. And we have several that I'll show a few of to you here in a bit. And he's just a brilliant geologist. He was always teaching. I have to say, he was always teaching us. And to the end, I'll always be thankful for that. It's a great image because he's sitting there. He did this every morning, and this was the view. So you get out and you look out, and that's the view every day. You're thankful you had those views. Oh, I love that transition. Sorry. This is Olivia way off in the distance, and it's just, you're by yourself. There's nothing else. There's nobody else. We saw 2 birds the entire time. We heard 1 plane, and it was one of the Arctic taxis, I call them, the twin otters, that came over. Didn't come over. It was not even close, but you could hear it. That was it. Never heard anything else. And so here, you don't see a lot of those little mini flowers. They're there, but you don't see them. And when you look at it, you're like, oh my, there is just devoid of life is what it feels like. But then you start turning stones over and you're like, whoa, area's life. Stromatolite. So this was one of my number one areas of interest. These are stromatolites, are cyanobacteria that are fossilized. And this is probably a stromatolite column in millions of years old. Likely each layer has been washed over by a sedimentary layer. And so in between, you've got the sediment, and then you've got algae. That's cyanobacteria that creates that. And yeah, I just was stumbling along and saw it in our crew geologist who was there with us, just said, "Oh my God, you found stromatolites." So we geolocated that. If anybody wants to know, we know where it is, and we might share that with you. Maybe not. This was another algae source, and we call them algal, A-L-G-A-L, mats, that just kind of show up out of nowhere. This is the actual stream that feeds into the Houghton River. And this was just in the middle of nowhere, just coming out from some underground stream and being fed whatever it needs to survive. And this is cyanobacteria in this stream. Well, I mean, Olivia and I could not get enough of this. This was a significant find. So everything there is primarily limestone. Limestone, as it decays through water running over it or air running over it, it emits humid air. It emits CO2. Cyanobacteria thrives in CO2 environments. But there wasn't a lot of any other sources of nutrients for it. You know, when we use and feed algae here in my lab, I feed it with a substance called Xerox. This is 2 milliliter of Xerox. And this Xerox is full of potassium and nitrogen and all these other things that the cyanobacteria need. But you started loading up cyanobacteria in these bio bags on ISS. It's been tested. It was a pretty impressive endeavor, and big consumer of CO2, pound or kilogram per kilogram. It's definitely a high consumer of CO2. Had a full blown lab. I brought this piece of equipment here. That's my computer. I can't zoom in, but you can get if anybody else can. This is the individual cells. The cell walls themselves were 2 nanometer, approximately 2 nanometer. The division part was about 4 to 5 nanometer. And when we zoomed in on this video, you could see cellular transfer. It was spectacular. Definitely one of the more impressive things I've seen live when I was monitoring algae. We also brought this device here. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but this device here is a fluorescent microscope. And so we were fluorescing things just to get a better look at them. But anyway, you can see Olivia here working away at it. Honestly, without her, we wouldn't have had the methods that we needed to get this this work up and running. So thankful for her every day. That's a cool transition. Sorry. This is the team. We were installing these LED lights. So I've got we put LED lights, we clipped them on the bottom of the old lights, and then the lads, Andy and Caleb, ran a brand new wire and actually just put it right up. And before you knew it, as we were there for 3 weeks, it started getting a bit more dark in the evening, and particularly if we had clouds run in. But this is the kitchen area. Kind of see this is all storage, and here we are working away one morning. Another mission directive that we had on the science side was to go and get water samples. So we took source samples of the ice pack. We took source samples of the creek in the area, and then we took samples of the lakes. There's a chain of lakes there. Very interesting how they form. There's a biofilm that forms along the bottom of these areas, these low drainage areas, and that biofilm becomes a source of keeping the water from flowing through what is really just a very hummocky, porous high porosity soil. I mean, everything. That's why there's no runoff to speak of other than, in some of these areas. But we were looking for nanoplastics. That's a project I've been on for almost a year November. And these nanoplastics are going to be the end of us if we don't figure some things out. So we've got our work cut out for us. And here we are towards the end of the mission. This is Olivia on top of an iceberg that was up against the coast. And so we popped out on it and everybody took photos of it. This was the old Inuit home. This was a replica. It was remade by one of the Canadian universities, but they actually this would have been covered with whale hide, and then they would enter here, and then this was where they lived. And talk about people living in the most extreme environments ever, and surviving and thriving. We can learn a lot from the Inuit and in particular that entire community. Lastly, this was the last image. We were now we did leave the flag up. It will likely be gone when we return, but because it'll be blown away. But planned return next summer. We've got unfinished business there. I myself have unfinished business there. If James gives me that opportunity, I'm going back, and I just want to thank him. And certainly, if anybody has any questions about analogs in general, I have over 60 days in analog environments, and that's me locked in places and in simulation. So happy to discuss what that does to your mental capacity. I'm kidding. It's not bad at all. But reach me anytime or just pop over to the Mars Society and we'll have more information in the next few weeks. A friend of mine said, hey, way to go. You made it to Mars. Put my face in there. Thanks to the Mars Society, the Nunavut themselves, the government, were desperately helpful. We didn't get our permits to go down into their land. We will have those next year. But we do acknowledge that this land is their land. And we will always be good stewards. And thanks to Dr. Zubrin. He was very supportive of me almost 2 years ago. Dr. Rupert as well, a good friend. James, Eleanor, Roger Gilbertson. He was the one that came up with the Starlink. Sam Ross, another engineer, who was out on our mission control team, MCC. But let me tell you, Starlink made a massive difference. And that's it. I'll stop sharing.
Fantastic, Terry. What a great adventure. I mean, I know that you've been at this for a while. I've interviewed you on other shows and different missions that you've done, but this one is by far the biggest, most
huge,
complicated.
Massive.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank
I think
Thank you. I didn't have the Marscoin. I tried to find it and get it and put it in, and I tried to find it.
Yeah.
But you and I were only talking yesterday. I was like, damn, I needed more time to put some of mine, because I like logos too, and I needed more time.
It's interesting. So I'm gonna tell folks like what we had wanted to do, but then thwarted by circumstance, was to actually do some sort of transaction, do some sort of use case between
you and I.
your site in the Arctic and then down at Mars Desert Research Station in Utah. Turns out Utah isn't open right now, right? You guys you're on different schedules, different rotations. So there wasn't anybody in Utah to talk to. So that plan kind of evaporated before it even got started.
We would have figured something out. There was another mission, Lunaris, I think, that were in for a few days while we were there. We might have been able to pull something off with them, but then that's Lunar Coin.
Yeah, right. So, but what we want to do, again, we've talked about this earlier today, there's the money, the financial element of the Marscoin protocol, but also there's the utility of it. I described it earlier as a a Swiss Army knife, a digital Swiss Army
Great
knife,
description.
right? That we want to be able to do stuff with it. So that is on the to-do list. We're definitely not dropping that task or project. We only have just 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You've got a couple questions from the audience.
Yes, we want to go back every year.
David. Which one are you doing?
Home Depot would be great. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, considering all the work that y'all are doing, so David, I'm going to retask this to you to go out
Please
and
knock on their door.
see what you can do. There's another question about the size and height of the station.
Massive. It's almost 9 meter and double that in height. Just when you get in, you're like, wow, there's tons of room. Now, I don't think we can fit more than 6 people in there comfortably. Now, I'm talking about comfort. We could fit 7. There are 7 estate rooms, we call them, and there's room for that. But 6 or 7, that's it. But it's because it takes a lot. You know what? It took so much food to feed everyone. And that's the hard part, right? I was kind of early on in the mission, kind of, planning all of that. And yeah, it was crazy. Kami is a friend of mine from Nepal. What is the height of the station? I got that. Awesome presentation. Thank you, Jake.
James Burke is saying it's because of how active you were. Everybody's burning calories. Right?
Oh my God, it was thousands of calories a day, probably 2,000 to 3,000, or maybe more in some of the cases. Yeah.
I'm going to bring this question up, and James, I'm going to have you answer it. So, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that's Will's question. Yeah, I think James. Come on.
You guys. To answer Will's question, a nominal duration would be 4 to 6 weeks at the FMARS. So, and we think we could probably put 2 crews per year up there during the summer, totally each one being 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah. So, yeah. Great presentation, Terry. It was awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks, James. I'm going to push you out. There's another question about cleaning up mold and stuff.
Yeah.
How did you get rid of it?
That's exactly what we did. And the big thing was sealing it up, right? We had to get the source of water that was dripping in over the years while we were away. And once we did that and removed some of the old carpet that was there, I think we're pretty much done. There's more work to be done, which is why it would be great to have a really strong sponsor who finds us being a part of the long-term plan on returning to Mars and thinking that's important. I think that James would tell you the budget is big. We need some big numbers to keep it, to pay for the upkeep and to bring it into this kind of, this more modern era. Although I have to say we managed. And that's the other thing you got to remember. When you go to Mars, you're going to have to manage.
You're there. You're there. There's no cavalry coming over
Nobody's
the hill.
coming over the hill.
Just you. Yeah. How I was a little unclear on one piece of the presentation. So there's kind of like a before, during, and after, right? So there's the prep work in advance.
Oh my God, it was months.
And then there's the actual simulation time, and then there's the we're done. I was a little fuzzy about that. Could you be
quickly because I know we're short on time. So pre-planning was 6 months. We could probably spread that out a little and make it 9 months or maybe even a little more. I think crew picking the crew and crew selection definitely important. We got lucky, and we had amazing people. We just got lucky, and you've met them all. I think that was the most time-consuming part of that because the crew eventually was meeting every day. The last 60 days, we met every day, the crew, and then we had our one weekly meetup. But once we're on the ground, we needed time to bring everything up to speed, get all the generators running, get all the place cleaned up, understand how to work our biomass, because there's biomass associated with people eating food. Had to figure that out. You're not allowed to dump it somewhere and bury it. You gotta either pack it out, or you gotta find another way. We were allowed to incinerate our bio waste and cardboard and things like that, so we did that. Yeah, SpaceX, and God, please, I'd love for them to jump in and help, but I don't know if that's too political for them to help. Anyway, post mission, we all had these Garmin devices the entire time we were there, and this Garmin device measured our stress levels, and so we're really keen to understand where we'll be presenting that work in October. To kind of understand what our stress levels were. They were definitely off the charts sometimes. Like, I have to tell you, I think I mentioned this to you. Every day, I was nervous, and not like shaking nervous, just like hyper vigilant. And I came back and I was like, at least I could walk into my house and not worry about falling and dying, right? Honestly. And so there was that constant kind of nagging thought that we just have to be every step diligent. You just thinking through every move, and if you don't do that, you'll get injured. You'll be injured. Thankfully, we had. You wouldn't believe the first aid kit we had was spectacular. It was $100, but had we needed something really diligent or something, I don't know, that's not the right word. Had we needed something that was really important, we only had enough for like 2 or 3 days. We got to go. So, anyway.
Wow. Amazing adventure. The adventure continues. Thank you so much for, your presentation. Everybody really enjoyed it. And, good luck for the next mission and the next mission and the next mission.
I'm going back if they'll have me.
Yeah, right on. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Terry. Appreciate it.
Am I done? Am I sticking around for the next one?
You can. I want you to stick around.
Okay.
It's really going to be kind of Matt's show. I'll show Matt. So stick around.
Okay.
If he's got some questions, I'm going to bring him back. But my hunch is, knowing his audience, he wants to talk to you. And
yeah, I'm a big fan of his, and he and I, we know each other well on LinkedIn, at least.
Cool. All right. Let me bring this over. Hang on a second. See it. All right. Matt, are you here? David, are you here?
Yep.
Hey, Matt.
Hi.
Well. All right. So first, let me just do some housekeeping. We've got some stuff. So, today it's pretty close to 10:30 here on the Pacific West Coast of the United States. We've been doing this since 6 o'clock this morning. As a recap for those that are just joining us, earlier this morning we had the founder of Marscoin give an overview, a briefing on the history to date of Marscoin, and then really dig into what the current developments are. We also had Michelle Weekly come in and give an update on regulatory and legal. There are Bitcoin doesn't exist in a vacuum, and Marscoin doesn't exist in a vacuum. So where are things at? We had Hamid come in from LBank Exchange talking about how they select coins, that this coin is one of only 650 that are approved on their exchange. LBank Exchange is a top 10 crypto exchange. And even though they get 4,000 applications a year, they only select just a handful of that, maybe 1% to join their exchange. So pretty neat to kind of have that background. so the morning was really focused on the coin element of Marscoin. And then this most recent part with James Burke and Terry Trevino has really been focusing on the Martian part of Marscoin. And before we get into the actual announcement, I'd like Matt and David to kind of give a tiny bit about their background and kind of who they are in the world. So, Matt, why don't you go first? And Matthew, why don't you go first, and then David will follow.
Okay. Well, I was going to defer to David because he's right next to you on my screen, so it's like left and right. But okay, I'll go. I'm Matt. I'm a science communicator and space astronomy journalist for Universe Today, Interesting Engineering, and I run a podcast called Stories from Space. And I do some science fiction writing in my spare time. Not much else. There are other things, but you don't want to hear about those. They're boring.
All right, so journalist, but journalist for a while. With I think we figured out thousands of articles under your belt, 4,000, 5,000 articles under your belt. So not a slacker kind of when you get around to a journalist, but somebody who's like really putting out quality content all the time, daily. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Thank you.
I've been reading it, right? So I just posted a link to University Today. People can find you there. And then David, what's your background? What's your story here?
So I'm a developer. I've worked for Microsoft for a very long time. I'm now working for Rockwell Automation. I'm also a serial entrepreneur. I've run a number of computer stores. I now own a friendly local game store and arcade. I've also been involved with Liftport Group, with a number of other space-based endeavors. I've built robots to climb strings and anything else that comes to mind.
Yeah. Full disclosure, David and I have known each other since we were 14 and 15 years old. So, for better or for worse, he is also my best friend. I chose this, I'm kind of like giving some background because I think it's kind of fun. But David was involved with our earliest efforts on our space elevator work. We built robots that climbed a mile into the sky. And some that were operating for 60 days at smaller, lower altitudes. So, and when this is now the third Marscoin Expo that we have hosted. When I was talking to Jaka, I call Jaka the ambassador of Marscoin because he's the guy I see like really pushing stuff for Marscoin. When we started talking about this, we were talking about Bitcoin for Mars, Bitcoin for Mars, Bitcoin for Mars. It came up so many times. And then part of that conversation was, well, how do we showcase the usefulness of Marscoin? Because nobody's on Mars, nobody's doing transactions on Mars. Nobody, like we just had Terry Trevino, we were talking about Mars Desert Research Station. Can we do a transaction from a Martian analog site to another Martian analog site? So that's kind of the germation of where we are now. But Jaka and I had this kind of like aha moment. If we're talking about Bitcoin for Mars, well, what were the first things that happened on Bitcoin? So give me a second here. I'm going to do a screen share. And it was pizza. It was pizza. Pizza is what made Bitcoin real. 10,000 coins. I'm going to read this off for the people that are listening. On May 22nd, 2010, Laszlo, I don't know how to pronounce this, Henyas, paid 10,000 Bitcoin to have 2 Papa John pizzas delivered. 9 months after the purchase, the 2 pizzas were worth $10,000, while in 2015, the 2 pizzas were valued at a whopping 2.4. Et cetera, et cetera. We all kind of probably know the history of Bitcoin in this kind of bizarro growth that it's had. And we were kind of joking around, Jaka and I, and like, well, why don't we have pizza day for Bitcoin? So we're having pizza day for Marscoin. We're having pizza day for Marscoin. So with that, let me show some stuff because we got some cool stuff for it. Hang on just a moment, please. And then David, I'm going to have you walk us through some of this stuff. So hang on, let me just get this up. By the way, David, you are muted until that video is done. So just stick with me for a second. So what did we just see?
So that was the arcade attached to my game store. So we've got a good old school 60-piece arcade, pinball, video games, and so on.
Okay.
So that's what people come and do in my little town.
And then.
All right.
Thank you, Litecoin, for pizza from Mars at Let's Play Cafe.
So what happened last night was Liftport purchased pizza from Let's Play Cafe using Marscoin. And that was some of the guys saying thank you.
That was pretty neat. Pizza, we got pizza. We got pizza. Oh, I like this picture, by the way, because now David is gone and it's just Matt and I and pizza. And we got this one. We got this. The rest of the guys. What are they playing out there?
That's Magic the Gathering, the
Magic
1,000-pound gorilla of the game industry.
Yeah. And then I'm going to talk about this because this is the actual transaction, right? Pizza Day, August 25th, 2003. Let's Play Cafe, David Shoemaker, and Liftport Group, Michael Lane. I picked this number on purpose. So I sent 700 Mars coins, right? 700 coins, because I wanted to copy the 10,000 coin original Bitcoin transaction. And it turns out that that was about, I'm seeing different numbers on the internet, $40, $41, $44 worth of Bitcoin back in that day. So I was intentionally trying to get a close round number. I owe David a lot of money. We go way back. And I told him that 700 Mars coin at the current Bitcoin price of 28,000 is slightly more than $19 million. And I said, we're square. If Mars coin hits Bitcoin prices, we're square. So,
yes, if it doesn't, otherwise you need to come wash dishes more.
I got some tuition for your kids to cover. I got it. Okay. All right. So that's kind of it. That's kind of the stuff we want to kind of showcase that. David, do you have anything you want to chat about? You got any comments about it?
I want to get off this rock. So anything I can do to help that is very much something I'm going to do. And in this case, this is something I think that we can hopefully try to drive and spur innovation. And if I don't make it off this rock, at least I want my kids to be able to. So.
Nice. Matt, it's kind of your show as the reporter here. What do you want to do? I've got Terry and James on standby if you want to talk to them for more space related reporting. I've got Leonard on standby if you want to talk more about Marscoin, but we've got time for you to do this. The plan here is to do kind of an on-air interview. We got about half an hour, so you can kind of go as deep as you want to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. One thing I actually wanted to bring up was in terms of science fiction, right? It's kind of my go-to. Our predictions, our past predictions, are we suddenly seeing the convergence, right? Where development starts to catch up with what writers have been predicting for a long time now. And for the life of me, the closest I can come to is the many franchises that always talked about credits, that all transactions in the future are done by code, but none of the predictions were all that specific. So, yeah, would it be fair to say, I'm gonna direct this to the floor there, and Leonard, you're the sort of panel expert on this there, but is it fair to say that we are approaching a credit system for the world?
That's first of all, hi everyone. That's a very interesting question, because I'm pretty sure everyone here on this particular panel filled their young age with sci-fi stories and is very familiar with all of the various concepts. Typically, right, in the star, it's just thrown out there that it's some kind of a galactic coin or some kind of credit token, but it never really goes in detail. On some of the shows, you see suddenly gold coin type little metal discs being handed over like Star Wars, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But up until Bitcoin, it wasn't clear from a technical perspective what it would look like, unless it was just being a copy that of what we had on Earth, where it's basically a central database. If you actually, we just recently did an analysis on the FedNow system that the federal government released, and if you look at that, it's very interesting. The way the banking system works in the U.S. right now, up until now, is an ACH system. They call it ACH, but what it really is, it's a file transfer system. So your bank will actually settle with another bank by sending files, literal files, between institutions. And then it takes a while. And that's the reason why it takes several business days to consolidate and settle this stuff, because sometimes bank account is overdrawn or whatever else, and they have to send files back. It's insane, actually, if you think about that.
They're also dealing with mainframes and 60s
and they're dealing with COBOL. And now the system is kind of switched over to a messaging system, similar to text messages, but it's still heavily centralized. And I think Bitcoin was a complete game changer where, oh wow, we can actually have a decentralized system, extremely transparent, immutable, as mentioned before, keeping a record of everyone's funds. But then the interplanetary component, the light speed, the communication question is one that needed to be solved. And I don't think there is a perfect solution for it. You could have, we had previous talks on this, some kind of interplanetary coin where it's a very slow settling process between planets. But I think on a planetary level, with blockchain, with Bitcoin, Marscoin, and similar, we do have a solution now that is complete sci-fi, and people actually are using it on a daily basis.
Yeah, and in fact, I'm actually quite ignorant about how cryptocurrencies work beyond just the bare bones. I won't ask you to explain how it works, because we could be here all day, right? But yeah, let's just accept you have your blockchain for distribution, you have your mining. Does this apply to Marscoin too? Does it follow that same?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So what sets Marscoin apart from, say, established And by that I mean, the ones we've heard endlessly about: Bitcoin, Dogecoin, etc. What is new and what sets it apart?
I think initially one of the main considerations for launching the Marscoin project was just to honestly to own the space, the name, and have a solid scientific fundamental discussion about currency in space, currency on Mars. We did not want, especially if you go back 2013, there were a lot of scam coins even back then, and we really didn't want the idea or the name Marscoin immediately to be riddled with some kind of crazy scam. So it was a thought like, let's put this out there. Let's gather individuals together who really want to think about a future financial governance systems with blockchain and have some serious discussions about it under that name of Marscoin. And then at the time, of course, Litecoin was resistant when it comes to mining, so it was harder to centralize. And we took Litecoin as a blueprint, if you will. But ever since then, the main goal has been to build tools around the blockchain to allow early settlers to take the Marscoin toolchain right away from the start and fulfill functions that they otherwise a Bitcoin community wouldn't care about, a Dogecoin community wouldn't care about, and to have something in hand that actually is fulfilling useful functions on an early settlement. So that's kind of what sets us apart. And the hope, of course, is if we are the first, if you will, if there's enough early Martian colonists, what you want to call them, settlers, who know about Marscoin and use it, it has a similar first mover effect as Bitcoin had on Earth.
And if I could just add, Marscoin as an experiment platform, that was my talk 2 years ago at this event. And that's some of the work that we did in our mission that Leonard and his team helped us prepare for, of trying to do inventory and voting. This is a utility tool for scientific experiments and what we do in our analog research program. So that's another thing that sets us apart from other blockchains.
We got a lot of backlash over the years. Well, not a lot, but a lot of people wanted us to promote and push the coin, just like all other scammy projects out there. But our focus was really just on the software, on the project, on really creating tools, not care about the price at all. Let the community come in and promote it if they wanted to, and talk about that aspect of it. But the Marscoin Foundation that we created is just solely focused on actually developing tools that are useful.
We've been using the phrase a digital Swiss Army knife, that voting is an element, material tracking is an element. Last year or the year before, I forget who did it, but there was talk about land registry. There was talk about using it to track resources, right? You need air, food, water. How do you manage that on a different world, right? It's a different system. So, and then the last thing that the thing that convinced me was it's the only coin that's backed by physics, right? It's the only coin that's backed by physics. If Bitcoin exists and works here in the world, good, excellent. Not trying to change that, but because of the speed of light and the communications lag, a Bitcoin blockchain cannot work for a Martian economy. It cannot be used for the other things we've talked about, registration and voting and all the other things. So you need a local to Mars tool set. So the speed of light limits Bitcoin's utility, so you need a local thing. So for all of those reasons, I'm not a whale in this community. There are some. I'm not one of them. I bought $400 a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was, when we first started doing this coin, this expo. But it's a tool set beyond it's a money transfer system, right? So that you asked the question, why, what's it? what's it for? It's for lots of things, but the assumption, everybody in this community basically has this assumption that someday, whether it's 10 years or 100 years, there's going to be a community operating on Mars. 100 people, 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people. So, yeah.
Just like David, I can't wait to get off this rock myself. And I thought, if the end product of this is an ISO image, something installable on Martian server infrastructure that from the get-go gives me a governance platform that's completely transparent, auditable, private, I would like to have that, to start basically from scratch with a better system. And so I'll tinker around just like everyone else of us is tinkering around with systems to see if we can simulate what it would possibly be like on Mars, so we don't start necessarily from complete scratch.
Mm-hmm. Well said. And this puts me in mind of a lot of very, very interesting things that I've been learning lately about all the preparations that are going into the migration to space, right? And it has legal dimensions, and that's very interesting. And of course, yes, here we're talking about currency and and everything that comes into that: currency, banking, means of exchange, and how value itself will be defined. And so, yeah, Terry, feel free to jump in on this one there, or just monopolize it because you'd know. Is it possible that for settlers beyond Earth, is it possible that everything that sustains life, that this itself could become a unit of currency or a way to measure value? Like, how much water do you have? 10 units.
Yeah. Listen, James and I have been talking about, and others have been talking about Marscoin for a couple of years. We're going to need a means of exchanging value for services. I'm not sure. Well, I can tell you, we're just having this conversation. And I'm like, well, we don't even have the infrastructure there. James hit it earlier in his presentation. Without power, we're doing nothing, right? We need power. We need many RTGs, those little bitty radioactive generators, right? We need those. Mm-hmm. We're going to need a place to move poo around, right? How are we going to move bodily fluids around? I mean, there's so much infrastructure that has to be done, but who's going to pay for it? Nobody's going to just whip up in their wallet and give me $100 or something. That's no good here. So I love the idea of having a digital currency for this. I think that's probably the only answer, to be candid. Now, Leonard, I had a question. The big pushback I feel here in San Francisco, where Bitcoin, might have actually been the birth of it here, or certainly part of it. The banks push back regularly, and that float that you mentioned, that 2-3 days of float, is billions of dollars per day. So I had a transfer yesterday, a wire transfer that came in. The float was 2 days. What were they doing with my money for 2 days?
Making money.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get paid. So, I get this often, and I know that pushback is from the banks, and the regulators are being pushed by the banks. So,
So I think this is there is something really beautiful if you imagine that you could start with something a lot more transparent and grassroots from the ground up in a new place. Something that maybe isn't completely invented by you there, but has some track record, like a blockchain-based system. To me, honestly, the idea of this goes very deep. We could sit here for a very long time, but I find it very fascinating how, coinciding with the establishment of the gold standard, human society went from, let's say, 5,000, maybe even 100,000 years of agricultural work, all of a sudden into this 300 years of incredible industrialization and lifting up life like we've never seen before. I do think measuring value, measuring productivity, similar to a meter stick or a meter measure, has to be indilutable. Because if someone comes in and can just print any amount of money and give it to their friends without creating or producing anything, which is basically how all central banking is happening since about 50 or 100 years, depending where you start counting from, I think that is a problem for a productive society. So having having a blockchain-based system allows us on Mars, probably very early on, you're going to switch from bartering very quickly to a division of labor, where some people are going to work on the RTGs, some people are going to work on the farming, and they need to transact with each other. And it's nothing better than having the pricing systems in a fair manner measure out exactly where the resources need to go, because that's really what prices in a free market society do, right? They tell you where the bottlenecks are and where more resources need to go, because those are the things that are more expensive, harder to accomplish. So it's actually a beautiful signaling system, and I think a blockchain launched on Mars could allow people to start like that, fresh from the ground, without these, I don't call them parasites, but intermediary services that like to take away resources without actually producing anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's great. You actually you predicted what I was going to ask there, because it occurred to me. It's like, if we were to settle on Mars and not have any kind of economic framework set up, people would initially have a barter system, right? They would trade goods for goods, resources for resources. But having a means of exchange in place that anticipates one of a development that would sooner or later have to happen, right? We need a standard metric for all this. Otherwise, people are going to be at the whim of the buyer and the seller. Caveat emptor. And Hamish here in the comments, he's also asked something which was starting to dawn on me. So, is it fair to say, if we have a lunar coin and a Mars coin, that, well, if any settlement beyond Earth has its own digital currency, are we going to see a situation sort of like what we have here today, with major currencies and exchange rates? And how exactly would we manage that?
So one thing I mentioned in my talk earlier today is this, and I have to find the link. Maybe I can post it later here when I can look it up. A very interesting paper by several space crypto related folks. They were talking about the expansion of humanity into the solar system, partially driven by actually the desire to create a new financial systems and benefiting from that. And once we figure out how to live off planet, which was also some beautiful talks this morning, once we solve that problem, you can kind of replicate it. And at that point, I think expansion of humanity is going to happen faster than maybe exponential. But I was going to go with this. Oh yeah, I lost my train of thought.
I could take a stab at this one. I mean, I don't necessarily think you're going to have a bunch of different currencies out there. I think you're going to have one system, one blockchain, that's optimized for space communication for these distinct planetary systems, but that has all that interlocking settlement of trades interwoven in the protocol. And then beyond that, like, you're going to trade different resources on this. It's not necessarily going to be currencies. I think it's going to be different resources.
The thought that I lost there for a second. There was this really cool concept someone developed, an interplanetary coin, where you have a chain that uses a deep space network. So it operates very, very slowly, maybe with satellites in between the different planets, nodes, if you will, that run. But it settles very slowly. So it takes maybe a couple of days for it to settle. But on each of these individual planets, you have marketplaces that price themselves locally out against this interplanetary coin. So if you sell your Bitcoin on Earth because you're moving to Mars, let's say, you sell on the marketplace into this interplanetary coin, and then you fly 6 months later, you arrive on Mars, and over there, in the meantime, your Bitcoin have settled perfectly into this interplanetary coin, and now in this local marketplace where you switch back into the current currency or whatever you want to call it, the local system, and you start using it. You might not, maybe even there won't be even names at that point anymore. Who knows? It might just be like a liquid, like your productivity liquid, which follows you along from one planetary body to the next, and all the actual technical stuff happens behind the scenes.
Sorry, muted myself there for a second. So moving to the idea of let's paint a picture here, because that's what I always like to do with this sort of stuff. In terms of, let's say we have fully settled the inner solar system, right? We're approaching the frost line, but we've got spots on Mercury, clouds above Venus, the Moon, and Mars. And so, yeah, what would need to happen there in order to really truly create an interplanetary coin? I mean, would we need to overcome the whole speed of light issue, quantum communications, interplanetary internet? I mean,
the only thing that I can think of is some kind of interplanetary settlement between it could be a blockchain, a very slow moving blockchain. That's one suggestion I could think of. But once you saw, if you have faster than light speed communication, that would change a lot.
Yeah, there's nothing that wouldn't help, right?
The whole interplanetary internet has already been designed by Vint Cerf, who designed IP, which is what we use on our internet. It's called disruption tolerant networking. And so there's already been implementations of it that have gone up to the space station. The idea is that it's still a packet switching network like the internet is, but you can operate it over the solar system and have the different nodes able to handle the disruptions in the network, in the networking connection. So you're able to like beam packets between planets. But what Leonard's talking about is on top of that. Like the whole blockchain and the settlement logic would still need to be written to do all that for the financial system. But yeah, that's all well understood how that would be done.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it is, I'd say, important to note that, any detailed plan for migrating to space, it doesn't really leave huge gaps, does it? I mean, we're talking about low Earth orbit, cislunar space, the Moon, Mars, and having infrastructure that allows us to move in between these on a regular basis. So I can certainly see how that would apply. Now, another thing about cryptocurrencies that I've certainly come to understand is the idea of distributed networks, distributed systems there. How this does, yes, it does away with the centralized means, the gatekeepers, and in fact could eliminate the one thing that's all dependent on, which is scarcity. Could it be that in the future, our economic system is going to be based around that, around post-scarcity, and people living on Mars, living on the Moon, and so forth, that they could look forward to having a comparable standard of living to people anywhere else?
Yeah, Jenny brought that up. Dr. Hessman brought that up a few minutes ago. That's exploitation of other humans because of what they can do. Man, that's always going to be there, right? That's never going to change. How do you place value on that? I love Lennart's thought was, you've got to have a guidepost on what that value is. But at the end of the day, when we're setting up a new community on a planet that's 22 minutes away, we need our own money. We need our own means of paying each other. If it's going to be payment, maybe it's something else. Maybe it's neuro. And all of a sudden now my brain is being compensated. I don't know what the hell.
Information might be what you trade.
Information is money. You and I've had this conversation, James, because the data is the money. I think that's the value. And I'm excited.
Matt, one of the transactions we were not able to do just before you came on screen was we were trying to do a transaction between the Arctic station, the Flashline station, and the Utah station, Mars Desert Research Station. And the idea was our plan was to have a map, just have, I've got a map of my location, you show me a map of your location, and we would do some sort of a little bit gimmicky, but useful. How could we trade that information that was valuable from one site to another? We never got to that point because, as I said, the MDRS site in Utah was not operational. They don't operate in the summertime because it's not Mars-like
Well,
anymore.
we could have had the node running all summer, but we don't have consistent power, so we got to go solve that
Right.
first. So next summer we might be able to do this. So
yeah. So in that case, it was going to be information to information, and we're going to place a nominal value for that exchange of knowledge.
Michael, Terry, this I think this was 2011, so I just learned about Bitcoin, and I when you see or learn about a technology like GPT-4, so something that really fundamentally hits you, and you kind of, your mind goes out and it's like, okay, where is this going to go in 5 or 10 years? So with Bitcoin, I had this moment. I thought, like, you know what, this is not too that you can see or feel almost. There's not too far a future where someone drives in their Tesla, whatever, and maybe even the Tesla driving communicates with the other cars, get out of the way with micropayments, let me drive faster, whatever, fully automated. But while you're sitting in the car, you're thinking you have a new idea, and your brain implant is basically immediately sending it out to some marketing company on the moon, right? And they're playing around with it. And on Mars, maybe there's some fabrication that tests the products, and by the time that you arrive at your home, you see the wall screen with the micropayments kind of raining in on the patent that you automatically have generated. So the whole economy, money, and all of that becomes like this backdrop of an individual in a post-scarcity environment where you live and you think and you breathe and you create. As long as you're a productive member, a good citizen, if you will, leading a good, healthy, ethical life, you don't have to care about these things. You're just contributing by your pure existence in some form or fashion. It's going to be of value for others. But these networks that capture all of this, they have to be transparent, auditable, private, encrypted, because you do not want the mold, if you will,
they
take
have to
advantage
be honest.
of the infrastructure.
Honest. This has to, like, that world you just painted, that had to, all that infrastructure would need to be seamlessly working together and no fraud anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
doesn't it eliminate fraud?
Scenario,
Sorry, Matt. Doesn't that whole scenario, Leonard, doesn't that eliminate fraud? It completely takes it. Now, there could be some
the idea would have a blockchain transaction. That you'd be an immutable history that you could look up. It was Leonard's idea that was patented by the Lunar Company and fabricated by the Mars Company. All that.
The funny thing, even from a political economical perspective, the funny thing is now you have kind of it's like a Marxist capitalist merge of both sides. So it's like it's weird because it kind of breaks these individual concepts that you had in the past. Just what technology does in general lifts up the living standards in ways that you couldn't really foresee in the past. So I definitely think this technology goes in a certain direction, but you'll still have power plays. You'll have people that will be trying to be on top of other people, but that's fine, fair game. And maybe they find an outlet in the deeper parts of the solar system to build their little empires, because that's the other reason why I want to get off this rock, is like having humanity, like all these people in one little room. Sooner or later, no matter what name you give to the politician, it's just a lot of friction. I think it's healthy for humanity to be able to kind of spread their wings out and see more.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and honestly, yes. As time has gone on, I've really begun to wonder: was Karl Marx onto something in theory, but just totally crapped the bed on execution? Because it's just, as soon as I began to learn about distributed systems and cryptocurrency and how it's like, we're headed towards that politically, economically, etc., I was like, oh, this, he and many others anticipated a future where the top-down exploitation model would no longer happen. And
sometimes there's a lag.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a lag in the system, right? You can, it's kind of, you're preempting a technological process philosophically or something, but you can't force it. As soon as you force something on a system that's not ready, you might destroy it. And I think that's kind of what we've seen in some of those societies. But but you don't even have to think in these terms, I think, because people will get riled up and everything. I think most of us believe that the technological progress that makes things more efficient is beneficial, and if we pursue that, I think at the end of the day there's going to be a net benefit. At least that's my tech optimism.
Oh yeah,
I believe in a future of abundance. I don't really believe there is true scarcity anywhere, and I think space will provide abundance to humanity eventually. And I think the systems we're talking about here will help enable that. So even though individual cryptocurrencies like Marscoin are scarce in and of themselves, they will lead us to a future of abundance where we can seamlessly do these transactions, do these sharing of information, sharing of resources, and honestly, no fraud. I think that's the future they're going to help enable.
Yeah, and that too is something I've encountered a lot of. It's like whether we're looking at technologists, Leonard, techno optimism or space optimism, just so many of these futurist fields, right? Just looking at the future from different angles. It's like, yes, there's a real sense of optimism there, and it doesn't seem hokey at all. Like, oh, we're just simply going to come together and everything's going to work out and we'll eliminate all the stuff. It's like, no, the process sees to itself. We don't have to force it. Yeah, we don't have to make it. Yeah.
And these folks are doing the hard work, right? These folks are doing the hard work now to test those systems and actually build some resilience, and then back that with real world tests and open source code
in harsh environments.
In harsh environments, right. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for saying that, James, because it brings to mind another point. One of the best things about space, right? It is like the ultimate testing ground because there's no margin for failure. If a system goes down out there, people will die, or if you don't fix it in time, they're definitely going to die. So, yeah. And
you heard Terry's concern. Like his pulse was up the whole time he was on the Arctic, right?
Changed. Always got more stressed as we went forward.
Terry, that was an amazing talk. It really makes you feel like I totally, when you're on Mars, like one mistake, and not just you, the whole station behind you blows up. So it's going to be. That's going to be quite something. I was going to say I'm actually a little bit annoyed by all the dystopia nowadays that people, if you have a little bit of, I think, open up one astronomy book and see the abundance in the solar system. Everywhere. Like, my God. The other thing too, the positive thing about it is I think humans really need to look together out. And I think the frontier needs to be, again, nature, kind of something to overcome and challenge us, rather than looking at each other and trying to just, hit someone else over the head. That's just not very productive.
Yeah.
Societies die when they don't have a frontier.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again, James?
Societies die when they don't have a frontier.
It's almost like they choose war because they get, they need some kind of challenge. And Dr. Zubrin had this amazing, I think, chapter in his book, isn't it? The Case for Space, where he's talking about, the deeper meaning of frontier for innovation, technology.
Did you guys see his chat last Thursday? Was it this past Thursday? It was an hour and 58 minutes. It was spectacular. I like Dr. Zubrin, but he was spot on. That entire conversation was brilliant, and I'm sure you guys have already talked about it, but there's the book.
Well, actually, I wanted to just sort of shoehorn this in here because actually I'm going to be in October. I'm going to be teaching a course on Mars through the Kepler Space Institute, and it's non-credit, just for fun and knowledge thing. And this is a seminal part of the readings, and talking about how we're going to establish infrastructure on Mars, and how we're going to live there is one of the subject for the latter 2 lectures. And so yes, I so far I've been talking about basically the amenities, right? All the stuff that's going to make us be able to live there, stay alive, stay comfortable. And timekeeping was another. Monetary, yes, economics there. It seems pretty obvious there. And Zubrin certainly said this, that, an economy based on local resources will emerge. It's just a matter of time. Because, yeah, people will be building things and excess production is going to have to go somewhere. People, I imagine, would pay really good money for Martian bricks, ores, and glasses, artwork. And, yeah, it's like if you design a life support system on Mars, everyone's going to want it on Earth, right? It's like, yeah, air pollution, it's getting too hot. Well, who knows how to keep yourself alive in harsh conditions better than these people? Right.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's by the way, I'm just gonna put a plug in for what James said earlier on the Red Planet Live podcast.
Ashton.
Is it September 6th, right? September 6th. There's gonna be something pretty interesting, Matt. So we definitely want you to come back and capture that. I hate to do this, y'all, but we got to move on to our next speaker. It's time. So thank you, everyone, for being a part of this. I think we made history today, and I think it's the beginning of something. I mean, Leonard can be really proud of the things that he's built over the last decade, but this is another brick in that larger foundation. So thanks, everybody. I'm going to scoot all of y'all off. Matt, I'm happy to connect you with all of these folks. I think you know some of them, but I want to make sure that we connect y'all for future conversations. Okay, we're going to switch gears. Thanks a lot, y'all. And let's bring on Chaka. Hey, buddy.
Hi, Michael. Oh, hi, James.
Hi.
Hey, Jack.
It's been a great day, man. I don't know if you've heard. I'm sure you've been watching on the YouTube channel, but I've referenced you as the ambassador, the Marscoin ambassador, because you've been so good about just kind of being the endless enthusiasm cheerleader that has pushed this. So for me, thanks to your work this year and last year and the year before, this is now Marscoin Expo 2023, and you were the instigator of 2021 and 2022 and 2023. So thanks for all of your work. I'm going to jump off screen and turn the camera over to you. We got about half an hour, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to be off screen. All right.
All right, Michael.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think it's like a common effort from all of us. Actually, the first expo was done solely by James and Leonard, so I came up for the 20 seconds. I have to say, everyone, it's like a common effort from everyone. It's just like if you see a great project, then you're trying everything just to push it forward a little bit. So it's like an honor to be here and to see all of the speakers, because topics were really engaging, and I think a lot of us learned a lot. I will just
before you jump in, where are you calling in from? We're doing time checks for everybody.
Yeah, great. I'm calling from Slovenia. It's a small town, Radovljica. It's near Lake Bled. I think a lot of Americans know Lake Bled very much because it's a touristic place, and probably a lot of them were here.
So let's see. So Slovenia, Pakistan. We didn't ask Matt, but I know that he's up in Canada, Florida, Washington State. I'm missing something. Darn it. Anyway, there's like 6 or 7 or 8 locations just today. So that's a pretty strong argument for this global community that is building this coin. So with that, I'm going to scoot off, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Actually, it shows that it's a real decentralized project all over the globe, which I find is like amazing. What I will do, I will do a short presentation about Mars startup. It's a gaming startup. Actually, the passion was brought out by the Marscoin project. I just thought to myself, what the heck, let's start it with Mars, because Mars was always a passion of mine together with space. So it was like the right time to initiate a company like this. I started JA Martian 1.5 years ago. I will just go to the brief slides, and then I will try to show you mirroring actually our mobile Mars Drive first game. We have also 2 games in pipeline, also also mobile games, but I will go like step by step, presenting you for this expo the first one. Michael, is the presentation? Can you see the presentation?
It's terrific. It's terrific.
Okay, perfect. I'll start. Actually, I started my startup, as said, one year and a half ago. The main topic is actually to make mobile games related to Mars, which was like not hard to choose the topics. I founded it by myself. The great honor is that the partners are Marscoin organization as well as Mars Society. I think it's a great connection between science and blockchain, which is the future of it. If we just take a look about my team, it's based in Ljubljana, which is the capital of Slovenia. We go back to Dubai, where we also have business partners. There's just the short titles about us. So you can see there are a lot of Slovenians, like Žiga, who is the main developer. Then we have also a chief designer, Andreas, who is responsible for the marketing, as well as Leonard Lopin, who is actually one of the advisors, very, very important one to advise us on topics on blockchain as well as gaming. Not to forget about James. I would say both of the advisors were of huge help, so we could actually develop the games more realistic, that we thought about the realistic elements placed on Mars, which I think is important if we are creating a game related to Mars. So the first game is called Mars Drive. I will also show you a short video, and later on I will also mirror the game. I will go through the game, so it will be more engaging. I just hope that the technicalities will work. So it's like a game which is comprised from action plus strategy. You are building your settlements on Mars. You have to gather resources. And then, of course, because we are in a Marscoin Expo presentation, you change the resources to Marscoin, which are then used to build specific different building, which you will also see. But the major, I would say, attraction is to drive the rover through the surface of Mars, experiencing like different phenomena like lakes, high mountains, and you get the feeling that you're really driving on the Mars. So that's a short showcase, but I will then try to show you the game. It's the rover. You can choose specific rovers. That's actually part of the action where you are driving around the Mars, collecting different gadgets, stones. And there's also trading, by the way, when you trade the resources from Marscoin and then build specific buildings on it. We've like created different vehicles. The most interesting one for me personally, it's like the Batmobile. It looks like very funny, and actually the player can get it while playing the game and collecting the resources. It's like scanning the Mars regularly to gather more resources. Okay, that's just a short, more of it I will show you while demonstrating the game. Our long-term goal is actually to make a Mars simulation. That's a long-term goal. The first, we will create 3 or 4 games, mobile games, and then we will try to create an AI-assisted like Mars Monopoly game, where the topic would be to construct as much cities as possible you could be then playing against gamers, and also using then Mars. The perfect solution would be then also the Mars would be then a real payment cryptocurrency in the game. That's what we are looking for, but that's like a long-term plan, including possible headgears, Tesla suits. Like this would be like probably the first step to use Marscoin also as a real cryptocurrency before going to Mars. Just going to a little bit about the trends. We see that the trends, not just mobile gaming is growing. It's the world of industry is about, the last year was about $110 billion plus all the ads, 330 billions. But regarding the metaverse, the things is growing, even though the metaverse as by its name is not popular. So it will become different naming of the same stuff. So we are looking for on to trillions in 2030. Probably we will see some huge growth in it, and we are also looking forward to be there. We've also done the second game, which will be actually more or less like in a social way. It will be like a club where you will have your avatar like playing with other multiplayers. This is something that I will show you maybe later when we have more data and more developed application. But just a peek into the game, just to see what we are working now. It's like a base where you confront other players. You can have drinks. You can dance with other player, because it will be a multiplayer, and we will also incorporate Mars coins. We will have some slot machines where you will play against other multiplayers, and with Mars coins you will be able to buy different skins. By skins I mean clothes, hair, so you could actually look better than other players. So this is just a draft, but just to give you an idea which are the projects that we are working on. So now I will go to the partner section. Marscoin organization, for sure, important partner. Maybe just a short this about the Elon Musk, but still we are working not just to increase the price, but we would like to incorporate the scientific part, the gaming, plus the blockchain. And I think the most important thing is the Mars Society, which encompass all of the science which we actually seen also today. And I find this stunning what Dr. Subrin as well as James Berg did in these 25 years. So I will go now and try to connect my mobile phone and try to mirror my screen. Just Michael, give me 1 minute so I can make it, so I can manage the connection.
No worries. Yeah. Do what you need to do, but then also Hamish is asking. Hamish is being super prolific on our chat. We appreciate that the community there, Hamish. He's got a question. So is the game also being used as a research tool for the application of Marscoin in the Mars Earth economy? So I can't answer that question. We'll get Shaka to answer that in a moment.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm here. Sorry, it was like connection malfunction.
Yeah. No worries. His comment. It's like flashbacks to save Oppie, the rover. That's good. I like that. Okay, so what are we seeing since most of us cannot read Slovenian?
I'm now trying to connect to mirror my mobile phone. Should be in a second. Okay. So I will go to the game. I will show you the game mechanics, and I will show you how to drive the rover. So you will get like experience how this looks like. It should be like this. Just tell me if you can see the screen.
Yep, very clear.
Perfect. Okay, great. The mobile game was developed firstly for Android, so we are also looking forward to get to iOS version. We have 5 language which you can choose from: English, also Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. So there's also for Asian market, which we would like to tackle as well. Just to mention, we actually have around 1,800 downloads, around 600 players, because we just started with it. So it's more or less in a test run. We haven't been promoting it till now, but after we get the iOS version, we will start promoting into specific countries. So that's actually the Martian base. I already did something. You can see I have 3,000 Marscoin. The major KPI is the population count. So I have 40 Martians. You can see it above. And you can also see there's different buildings: Trade Center, headquarters, and everything what's necessary for Martian life. You can see it is a possibility to trade. If I go here, I can trade, for example, regoliths for Marscoin. The trading changes every 30 minutes. So if you got a regolith, it may happen that on the next drive, the regolith will be cheaper or more expensive. So you can get more Marscoins for a regolith. You also have like a scanning section. I will show you like this. You scan the regoliths that you collected on the drive, and you get them back to Marscoins. So it's like a demonstration how Marscoins could be used on the Mars. Those Marscoins are not connected to a real blockchain, but we just wanted to have Marscoin as an in-game token. So it has also a promotional value to it, and also shows our, I would say, appreciation to Marscoin projects. We have missions. We have daily missions, which we actually named as basics. We have advanced missions, and we have master missions. And at which time a player fulfills basic missions, he has to wait for 5 hours. So it's something that he keeps on playing and feels engaged. Here on the upgrade, if I have enough Marscoins, I can upgrade my base. I've upgraded now with the headquarters, and my population count went up. So the main topic is to have as much population as possible, while the action part of the game is this. I will show you. You can choose different rowers. Like this is the basic one. That's the one. You have multiple vehicles that you can actually deploy to drive around the Mars, and the gamer can earn those tokens while playing, or he can, of course, pay it with a fiat currency and buy then with Marscoins. And because I have just one rower, I can just click here on the left side. We also have all the features for every rower for every vehicle you decide to drive. So we have the basic one, and every vehicle you can upgrade with Marscoins. So even though here you can see on the left side engine power is 145, it can move up to 200. So you get better and better vehicles to explore Mars. So now I will show you how the exploration looks like. It's actually I would say the top phase of the game. So that's just how short explanation how the drive looks like. And you have to be cautious not to run out of the fuel, because if you run out of your fuel, you lose all of the collected items. So this is the game. So now I will do just Maybe the graphic is here because I'm mirroring to. So here is like the power supply, and then you're moving around the Mars. We actually did quite a huge map. So there are some landing places with starships which can take you back to the base. Whoops, I'm not so good with it because I have to play it on my computer. I will run it till the gas runs out, so I will go back to the base, or I will find another spaceship. I guess I can show you some other vehicles. And there are 6 maps in it. If you go on the spaceship, then the spaceship brings you to another map. And what's interesting, you see here Marscoin. You can see, and then you are collecting Marscoin. What we wanted to do with this is the main focus of the game is actually the good play plan, so you get some action of it, and Marscoin is like a contribution to the community, so everybody who is playing it will see Marscoin in the game. So now I will just let it slide. So we go back to the game, and as I said, the map is so big that everybody can play it for 2 hours or even more. So, whoops, that's all the time. Sometimes also a commercial comes in. Okay, that's it. Just a moment. So now we are back to the base. We can see how much Marscoins we got. We can check how many coupons we have, how many, and especially how many regoliths we collected. And we actually have the possibility of different color regoliths. And the regoliths are then can be changed as explained to Marscoins. For example, I'm always taking the green part of it because it means that it's more than one. And then the balance of Marscoins seen on the left upper side and just increases with it. So practically, even if the gamer doesn't want to make some in-game purchases, which are possible to do here, they actually get also every day one package for free, like this. He can actually collect Marscoins while playing for free. That's also the purpose of it. We also have like oops, what's this? We also have like a best player chart, which I cannot go now into it. And what we also implemented, it's like explanation user manual, how the game can be played, introduction, Mars base, vehicle selection. So it's very intuitive, and it's done in 5 languages. We wanted to be international as well. So yeah, that's it. For the next, we will do the iOS version, and we are also planning to do some more upgrades. But for now, it's as I said, we have like 1,800 downloads, 500 to 560 players. But we're going like steady, step by step. But after we get the iOS version, we will also launch it to countries as well as USA. You're welcome to try it out. You can get it on the Google Play. It's for free, and it makes fun. So that's. I will now try to get back on the smart. Just okay. Okay. That was from my side showing the game. So, Michael, if there are any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you. That game has come a long way since the last time I saw it. Nice job on the progress. Good job. Comments in the chat. Mass drivers to trade. Mass driver project to trade with Earth, Venus, and Neptune. Like, if you're building out a Mars environment, might as well have intersolar system trade, right? So I thought that was kind of fun.
Yeah. Those ideas are just perfect. We are like in gaming, so everything is possible, almost everything. So yeah, great idea. I like it very much.
Yeah. I posted your the store, right? So I know that you've got a little over 1,000 downloads. And I know you're not really advertising and promoting it because you're still trying to build pieces of it. But for folks that are interested, want to make sure that they have a chance to go take a look at it.
Yeah.
So what, and we only have just a few minutes before we have to transfer to the next speaker, but you've done a lot in the last 6 months and a year. What does 6 months and a year from now look like? What would you have some hopes for?
That's a great question. Regarding my company, we're actually on developing 2 games. The first game we have to do the iOS version. So I'm looking very much forward because we will then launch it also in the USA as well as in Europe, in specific niche markets, which are more into the sci-fi. Then we will also till the end of the year, we are like looking for the third game, always mobile, because we just said, okay, we will be focused on mobile. And what's like for me personally, it's like a contribution if we can put in Marscoin as an in-game token and not using X or I token. We can also show people, okay, that's a coin which it's interesting to take a look. So in the next half of year, I think we will work a lot with the other 2 games. So we will get probably in the end of the year 3 games fully functional and ready to launch on the market. So that's what I'm looking forward for. And for Marscoin, I'm very happy because I see the very good cooperation between the Mars Society and the Marscoin organization. I think that's a very good thing to see. And
one thing I just want to be clear to everybody in the audience: you are not using actual blockchain Marscoin in your game.
No,
they are symbols. What you have in your game are symbols, not actual blockchain coins. Correct?
Yes, correct. Okay, we have our focus is on our gamers to create very good mobile games, different topics, not just action, but also casual games, hyper casual games. But if we use any sorts of token, that we will put Marscoin in it. That's something that we do, like a contribution back to the society and back to the Marscoin organization.
Right. You become a very different tool if you are actually trading blockchain coins. So, okay. All right. Thanks so much, sir. We're going to push off to our next guest. Thanks so much for all of your work. And seriously, this conference doesn't happen without you. So,
and you all, it's like common ground.
Yeah. Okay. All right. See ya. Thank you. Jeff, hey buddy, what's going on?
How are you doing?
I'm good. Apparently there was an error on my part, so thank you for sorting that out. Surprise. So far today has gone like clockwork. Not anything significant has gone wrong, which is kind of nice, because this is live, right? You're right. An error here can't really be fixed. It's happening. So really appreciate that you're here. Thank you. There's a moment of housekeeping I just want to kind of clarify. For folks that are just joining this at different times, earlier this morning, we spent a lot of time talking about Marscoin development, the actual nuts and bolts, the ones and zeros of creating the Marscoin ecosystem. We had Leonard Lopin come in and talk about its development, past, present, and future. We had Michelle Weekly come in and talk about legal and regulatory updates, because you can't do this stuff in a vacuum, and the laws of the world impact the coins that we want to build. Hamid Sishan came in from Bank Exchange, and he went through in a lot of detail, which we're really grateful for, how they selected the Marscoin to be a part of their exchange. And it's a pretty interesting story. So definitely want to check that out. So the first part of the morning was really focused on the digital side, the coin side, if you will, of Marscoin. And then the later part, we had James Burke and Terry Trevino and David Shoemaker talking about the Mars part of Marscoin. And we just finished a moment ago with Shoemaker and Matt Williams and Terry Trevino and James Burke and Leonard Lopin on a combined interview, because we had the very first ever Pizza Day transaction with we bought pizza with Marscoin, so pretty happy about that. Yes, it's a little bit of a gimmick, but also significantly important in a coin that we're trying to make and turn into a transaction tool. So just wanted to catch everybody up. Jeff, it's your show. Please take it away. Do us a favor, give us a little bit of background about who you are in the world, what you're doing, and then just dive into to your presentation.
Yeah, sure thing. My name's Jeff Rayner. Hope everybody can hear me okay. Is it all good on the mics?
Loud and clear.
Excellent.
Yep.
I run a company called Mixed Reality, that's spelled MXT Reality, because we make extraordinary things. We have a background in making training experiences, and I also have a degree in astrophysics from many, many moons ago. And so throughout my entire life, we've been trying to figure out, like, how can we combine some of these areas together? And not just me, everyone at our company, trying to find those passions that we have and combine it in the virtual world. So James and I met probably 5 years ago now and started working on a few things. And the result of those ideas, those concepts, are what we're going to talk about today, and how we've been able to show them to the world and hopefully get everybody involved. So with that being said, let me try and share my screen. Here we go. All right. Excellent. Okay. So the key thing we're going to talk about today is something called Mars VR. James Burke, who I think you've all heard from earlier today, hopefully, is the brainchild behind the whole concept. And it's really an overarching umbrella about turning out a whole array of virtual experiences that involve Mars and our colonization, if you were, our ability to get there, what it's going to take to arrive, to survive, and to thrive. With that, the Mars Society run the MDRS, the Mars Desert Research Station, and that is an amazing analog. So it's a habitat as well as a terrain that mimics Mars in the Utah desert. And they wanted to open that up to more than just the scientific academia and astronauts in training that currently go there, which is about 100 people a year. They know that lots of people try to get there but can't get in because it's private ground, and because people are there for very serious reasons. So they wanted to figure out, is there a way that we can open this up, make the world a better place, and keep this Mars concept alive with everything that's going on in the news, and just keep the next generation of budding astronomers actually really understanding what's about to happen. So that is why we created Mars VR and if I can get to the next step, Mars VR, and a whole series of experiences around it. We're going to talk about one particularly, which we're going to class as MDRS VR. But at the end, I'm going to talk about some of the other things as well. So the key concepts of Mars VR, and particularly MDRS VR, was to build an MDRS digital twin, i.e. build something that mimics what's actually happening at the MDRS. And what's funny is it's kind of like a double analog in effect, because we have the MDRS itself is supposedly an analog of what it's going to be like to live on Mars. Now here, we're actually building a virtual version of a virtual version, as it were. So it's kind of a nice play on words. But we'll talk about what it actually took to build that. Then we're going to go through talking about why it's really its purpose in life. And one of them is for crew pre-training, people who are going to the MDRS. The second part is edutainment. We don't just want to have it be exact digital replica. We want to actually open it up and expose people to the news and things that are going on out there. So we'll talk about that. Then we'll actually say about how we try and share it with everyone, and also where the future possibilities are. So building the MDRS, we realized it was a big ordeal. James and a few of his team actually did try and do an initial version of the MDRS VR, and they took drones out, they scanned the whole environment, and it was great. It served this initial purpose. And what we wanted to do is take that to the next level and make it fully interactive. So we realized this was not something we could all do in our spare time. We needed to actually raise some money and get it done properly. So James, myself, and a few other key members of the team, like Greg Walsh and a few others, met every weekend over the space of about 7 weeks, and we cranked out videos every week, and we started this Kickstarter campaign to try and raise some money to get it done. What is fantastic news is we met our goal. We had over 200 backers, and then the hard work really began. So what did we actually do? We started by looking at what the terrain was and figuring out what the experiences needed to be based off of it. We soon realized that the terrain that we initially mapped was not big enough, so we had to recreate it. So we created a much larger area. Then as we started looking into things like what do the crew actually do there, we realized, while a lot of the training is centric to the hab itself, there are definitely some we need to go explore. If you're going on a geology mission, if you're going on a science mission. So what we wanted to do there is expand it even further. And that's where we're at today, is about 3 square kilometers of virtual terrain that can be explored. To get a closer look at what the hab and the setup looks like, this was the initial version. Then we improved it. And the key thing here is not what is possible, what's possible in everybody's devices. So you have to build it to the lowest common denominator and make it compatible with almost everybody as a device they have at home. So the good news is, after about 6 months of playing with the whole environment and optimizing it, we actually ended up with something that looks very similar to this. It's actually even better now, which I'm glad to say. But it's absolutely beautiful, and it really does mimic not only the hab and the surrounding buildings, but also the environment too. Then we go on to the crew pre-training. This is something that James really wanted to do. Is when people go there today, you typically go there, as I said, you're either in academia or research, or you're there actually to try and train for doing a future space mission and to learn what it's like to live in isolation in an environment that's very similar to living on Mars. So what we wanted to do is incorporate some of those concepts not only into MDRS, excuse me, but also to try and give people who are coming there the ability to pre-learn what it is they're about to do, and also therefore focus on what matters when they are there by taking that training and doing it remotely. And that's exactly the kind of things that we've been doing. So in MDRS VR today, you can learn all about egress and ingress, power consumption, even learn how to, as Mike mentioned a minute ago, you can even actually cook a pizza in the virtual Mars oven that's there. You also learn about safety, about growing, about eating, etc., and even about some science experiments. So there's lots of interesting things to do that we tried to make fun. And there's Easter eggs around those elements to make them a little bit more interesting if you can figure out what they are. The next part of it is edutainment. So we don't just want to give somebody a scientific lesson like they're in school. We want to make science fun. And that's a really interesting thing that does come a little bit naturally in VR, because you can do what's called DICE. And if you're not familiar with that, VR is famous for an acronym of DICE, which is dangerous, impossible, counterintuitive, and expensive. So you can practice or do things in VR that you just cannot do in the real world. And that actually makes it fun, beautiful, but it's really cool if you can actually expand upon that and really make that a key essence of what you're doing. A prime example, in Mars VR, we have turned off real Earth gravity. And so even though you're at the MDRS, we're mimicking it. We're kind of building this hybrid of, is it Mars? Is it Earth? It's this mix of the two. So gravity at the MDRS, the virtual MDRS, is actually that of Mars. So about a third that of Earth. And so if you throw objects, if you interact with objects, you'll certainly see some nice little nuances to how that works. This is a quick little exploration, a little video of taking you just across, taking you across the terrain and showing you a few extra things that actually happen. So whenever news actually occurs, we will try and incorporate that news into the experience. So you just saw that coral kind of coral mound that they found. We've put those throughout too, as well as these pop-ups. We have Ingenuity. When we first got the videos of Ingenuity, that's a bit loud. Let me kill that sound. Sorry. There we go. When we first heard of Ingenuity, we put we rebuilt it, and so you could actually see exactly what it was like when you saw it on the video recording. We added that in, and you can go around and find it. Same thing for the holes, the alien holes, as it were. We not only show you by rebuilding one, we actually tell you what it's really like and show you that there's actually several of them around. So anything that's science, anything that's news, we try and incorporate into this experience. So it's actually growing over time. In addition, we try to take it a little bit further and say, well, how can we really make this fun, educational, and back to that entertainment and edutainment area? One way of doing that is to look at what's it really going to be like to live, survive, and thrive on Mars. And there are some elements of that are crucial to mental well-being and wellness. Some examples that are music. Everyone who's been up on the space station reports back that how key music is to their experience. They've even taken instruments up there and things. So in our experience, you can actually change the background music to different Mars-related themes, as well as even some of the settings around it. So the music is still a part of your experience wherever you are. That is completely controllable by you. In addition, of course, you're going to have to entertain yourself. And sports in space, which is a fascinating area that we actually did something with the Wall Street Journal on, actually, a few months back, is going to be a rather fascinating area. And the reason being, with the lack of atmosphere and with a very, very different gravity, this is going to be a wild experience about if people actually could be there right now, what games would they play? So we've incorporated a few sports tools, balls, and utensils that you can actually play with and just see what it's going to be like. This is a quick example of what it would take if you took a ball and just gave it a little nudge. And you can see this thing goes on for a long time. This sound, unfortunately, keeps going too loud. We also try some physics experiments. So here on the red, this is a Martian gravity can. With the blue is an Earth gravity can. And so you can see if we throw them, what is the effect? So this is a really good idea for one of James's objectives, which is to give this to schools and make it educational and fun. Along with that, there are, again, Easter eggs and there are achievements that you can do. So if you can throw one of these cans, for example, over 100 yards, then you'll actually earn an achievement. And I don't know if you all realize, but when they went to the moon, there was an instance where they hit a golf ball and they couldn't even figure out for a long time how far that ball had went. And so if you're lucky enough to look around here, you might just find the golf ball and a golf club that you could even try that out as if you're on Mars as well. The next area is, how do we share it with everyone? What can we do? How can we share this with people to really get them understanding and being a part of this, right? This is built for everyone. So after many discussions with James, we decided that wherever possible, we were going to give these experiences away for free. And I've shown you just one of the experiences, but there's a whole array of them, from some 360 experiences where you can tour the hab. There are virtual reality experiences. There are 3D models. The 3D models, we're trying to have people, whoever wants to build a game that wants to leverage some of the models that we've created for MDRS VR, you can put those into yours for absolutely free. We also have a lot of AR things, which are just A, for fun, and B, great for educational purposes. The next level, which we'll talk about in a moment, where are we going next, even adds more to that mix. So we put this out on Steam VR. If you're not familiar with that, Steam is essentially the Amazon of gaming, and there's a kind of a side part of that which is called Steam VR, which is everything that is VR created. Now you can play this game and I say game, it's really a gamification of the real world experience, right? It's not really a game. It's part game, part education, part fun, but it is out there. It is for free for everyone. So anybody can go out there, download it on their computer, on their headset. We definitely recommend it on the headset because it's really what it's built for, but we tried to make a light version that at least works on people's devices. As I said, we have these AR experiences as well as 360. And here's an example of actually just while we were at an event not so long ago, we were just testing out live some of the AR experiences. This is a case where you can put a live Mars rover right in your living room or wherever you are. And these things can be downloaded from marsvr.com, or you can reach out through there to get more information. But then it comes down to where next. What's the future of what we're doing and where we're going? We've loaded something up to Steam VR. We've got these things out on the web. We've given these things away for free, but where next? And what we really want to do is expand it into science museums, schools, and just get more word out there, as well as keep expanding upon what we currently offer, making it bigger, better, more fun. And so with that being said, we've been recently doing lots of tours. We just got back from the Star Trek convention, actually, James and I, where we demonstrated 2 different Mars experiences that we've created, MDRS VR, as well as something called Mars Comms, we'll talk about in a bit. But at other events, we actually showed a few different variations of these experiences. In this case, actually, you can fly around the MDRS VR. If you look in the top corner there, you can see a projection on the wall. And this guy's in a full motion simulator as if he's flying Ingenuity himself. We think one of the key things when people do get to Mars is you're going to be sending these rovers away. And so what we want to do is actually give you the ability to feel like you're there and actually do similar things as if you're there. So in this case, it's not only flying a drone, it's feeling what that drone is feeling. So it is definitely trying to add to the fun, add to the experience. Other areas that we're doing is not only on the flight sim we just showed you about a moment ago, but also on the drive sim, and also expanding upon the flight sim. So what do we mean by that? What do we mean by expanding upon the flight sim? So we've actually created multiple Mars terrains. Some of them are MDRS specific, the Utah desert that looks and mimics the real thing. But we've also got a load of NASA data, and we've recreated several experiences based off of real world terrain, or real Mars terrain, I should say, that we've got from NASA. Not only have we created those experiences, but we're also telling people how we've done it. So hopefully other people can keep doing that. One of James's fantastic ideas is to do something called crowd exploring in the future. What that would involve is getting all of this data to as near live streaming as we can, so people can actually on Earth walk around Mars and help the Mars explorers who are there in person by rebuilding these terrains and exploring them en masse. The other one actually is just the remote comms, which is called Mars Comms, which is the latest project we've been working on, and I'll chat about that in just a moment as well. We launched Mars VR, or MDRS VR, about a year ago now, and it was fascinating to see the comments we got back. And every time we get those comments, we try and learn from them, listen to them, and see if we can even add those in. The original plan was to build an experience that allowed you to understand how the Mars Desert Research Station uses electrical vehicles, which are variants of golf carts, to actually help explore some of their missions when their crews go out. And so what we wanted to do here is take that to the next level. And so what we've done, is, if I can press start, let me, I might have to flip it over here. We've actually, now we're just about to release in the next version, a version of this that actually allows you to control the vehicle. So you can now, I'll turn that right down, just get a little bit of sound, but you can walk up to the vehicle that's there. You can now get into it and you can completely control the car. So let me just speed this up a little bit. You'll see you have to go through the same protocol about learning how to use it. Then once you do, everyone who's on this gets a little preview as well. We can actually put it into super speed mode because, of course, on Mars or at the MDRS, you are limited to your speed, but we have a special little extra feature here that allows you to go a bit faster because it is a big terrain. But I'm just going to just whip through this quite fast. As you can see, this was a requested feature from people, and it is actually really fun to drive around the MDRS. You can't do this in real life. Back to that dangerous, impossible, counterintuitive, and expensive. Just moving around and doing things you're not really supposed to do can add a bit of extra fun to the whole experience. So let's go back to here. In addition, I said we've been working on actually creating additional experiences using real Mars data. And indeed, we have this experience that I will, the sound is crazy here, but this experience is actually building a rover that drives you around the real Mars terrain. And this works in VR and in 2D on computers with steering wheels or joysticks. And this just shows a live feed of us going through it. But in this video, which is public out there, we just pushed it recently, you can also see how we built it. So hopefully everybody gets that chance to see if they can replicate it themselves. So this is the one where we're using real NASA data. We go through exactly all the steps needed to create the terrain and also what it takes to build our little rover. This is, again, a really crazy fun experience. This is actual Mars versus the other one was in MDRS itself in the Utah desert. And you can actually just see how fun that is to fly around. All right, almost up on time. So let's finish up with another couple of fun things. So Mars Comms is our latest project that is currently on a private alpha. You can reach out to James at the Mars Society if you want information on it. But let me just show you what that is. The concept is when you are there in person at the MDRS, you cannot, you have to live with whatever things you have. Now, what we try to do is create a next generation of experiences that actually help the people who are at MDRS have better missions, communicate better. When you get to Mars, there's very few satellites. There's no GPS. We're really limited on what you can do to communicate. So we've actually worked with a team of volunteers from the Mars Society. And the concept here is that you can actually go out into the field. You can plant these special beacons, work off a very private local system, and all of that data is tracked and it's turned into a live VR experience. And I say VR experience, it's actually a mixed reality experience. If I jump into this for you, and it's actually available on the Quest. So anyone who has a Quest 2, you can reach out to James and ask if you can have permission to have fun with it. But let me just show you what it looks like. Once you press start, you'll see you actually jump into the mixed reality experience that uses the cameras on your headset to actually bring your real world into the virtual world too. And I'll try and jump through this a bit faster. So you can see this person's room behind him. Here we have the Mars terrain in front of us that's based off of the Utah desert. And James and the crews can actually use that to figure out exactly where they want to plan their missions for that day. And in the upcoming builds, we're actually tracking the data from historic missions. So you can even go back and say, this is where we found an issue. This is a zone. You'll see there's pens on the side, so you can actually mark up and annotate exactly what you need to. And let me pause that for a second. You can see here from a mission, or actually from beacons that are actually at the Utah desert right now. So you put a headset on from home or from the MDRS, you'll be able to see and interact and learn from beacons. And these beacons are devices that essentially emit data about what they are, what their purpose is, and their benefit to others. So in this case, this is just an infrastructure beacon to help out the Meshtastic network communicate. But in fact, there are others that are actually built into suits. So if you go out on a crew mission, you'll be able to track someone in this live time and seeing everything moving along. The other part to that, which is really cool, is you actually have this ability, if I can just jump to it, where you can beam down, and actually if someone's in the field and they say, hey, I found something really interesting, you can use this via virtual reality experience to beam down and see exactly essentially what they're looking at. There you go. It takes you right down into a localized version of their perspective. And I think that's getting close to time. So just a couple of last things. Obviously, to create these experiences takes a lot of people. When we like to thank people, we not only do it in obvious ways, we also put a lot of Easter eggs. So there are probably 50 Easter eggs related to what people have done and communicated to us in the experiences. And you can definitely look through both in the credits, and if you look around carefully, you'll see tons of Easter eggs in our experiences, whether VR, AR, or 360. So look out for those. They're definitely fun. Here's a prime example of just what's happening in the credits. It's a more obvious thing, but just know everyone who does anything to help this will be recognized in some way, shape, or form. Even the previous backers. Oh, did I just kill that? I think I did. Final thing to end on, which is just a little bit of fun. If you don't already know, on Mars, actually it's the opposite of Earth. So when you have a sunset, it isn't red, it's actually blue. And yet again, we have incorporated that into our experience just for fun. And so if you, I'm just going to speed this up a little bit to make sure I'm on perfect on time. But as the sun sets in the Mars experience, you have exactly the same thing as if you're on Mars as well. And with that, I will say, I will see you on Mars. And hope you enjoyed this presentation. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. I'll be right here.
Jeff, thank you. That was terrific. As I said to Jacques, every time I see this, y'all have come farther. All right, you've done more. I posted the link to mixed reality so people can find that, and the Mars VR project, and also I was able to catch the title of the video that you were showing. The real landscape, the real Martian landscape. So I was able to post that as well. We're getting some great comments. I just want to point this out. Pardon me. I have Marscoin since years, but never really been involved in the community. It's awesome to learn a lot about Mars and the Marscoin team. So, Jerry, that's why we're doing this. We really appreciate that. We appreciate the comments and the community. Definitely join. I posted the Discord channel. So hold just a second.
For everyone who's there, if you do want to pay for Mars VR, you can pay for it with Marscoin. We accept Marscoin, but it's actually free.
Right on. Jeff, what's next? And we do have to move on to our next speaker. He's waiting in the wings right now. But what's next for Mars VR?
So Mars VR actually has a new experience coming out within the next few weeks. So this is where we'll be rolling out to the public the driving simulators that are just built in, as well as about 250 improvements to the experience, whether that's in the training side of it, whether it's in the updates to Unity, which is the engine we built in the background. So it's just going to be bigger, better, and a lot more fun.
Terrific. Outstanding. All right. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you. Sorry, y'all. I've been on screen since 6 o'clock this morning. It's now 12:15. My voice is going, so just that's live. That's live programming. That's what we got. I've just got one little piece of housekeeping to review a little bit about the day and some of the stuff, and then we're going to move on to our final speakers. Eric Bethke is going to join us in just a moment. He's keyed up right now, and then as soon as he is done, I believe Leonard is going to have some very brief closing words. So that's the wrap up of our day. I'm going to do a quick screen share and showcase something. Just give me a second. Too many screens. Okay, you seeing that? Good, good, good. Okay, I've shown this a little bit already this morning. This is a parroting and a expansion of some of the thoughts that Dr. Zubrin posted about 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas. I'll share this video here in just a moment when I'm done. This video is great. It's about an hour long. Zubrin is up there doing what he does. It's inspirational, thought-provoking. I definitely recommend watching it. There's definitely a few moments that are particularly compelling. So watch it. But from that talk, there's a couple suppositions that we're just kind of taking as given that the transportation problem to Mars has largely been solved. Whether it's SpaceX or Blue Origin or the 50 other rocket companies and governments that are building systems, one way or the other, transportation to Mars is solved. So that means we've got to look at the next thing. What's everything else that we have to have? And that means there are challenges going to Mars, and that's food, power, and labor. And Zubrin goes into a really great, lengthy discussion about these three areas. I'm not going to do that. I don't have his credentials or his gifted oratory. So what I want to say is this stuff is buildable now, that that we can build the biochemistry to enable food on Mars. We do have the ability to build out the energy systems. I talked about both of those earlier this morning and this afternoon. So I'm going to focus on the robotics, AI, and BCI component. Skipping that here. Pointing out, we have some goofy images, right? Not that one. I like that one. Some of these images are crafted by Midjourney. A human is putting in the input, but that robot doesn't really know what Mars looks like. It's got some useful guesses, but we just saw Rainer, and the reason I'm putting this presentation last was we just saw what Mars actually looks like, and we've got some good VR that gives us good simulations. But these images have got clouds in them, and we are a long, long, long ways from Mars having clouds like this, right? Blue skies. Mars doesn't have a thick enough atmosphere for wind power to be useful. I thought this was a little bit funny that Midjourney has problems with appendages, fingers, toes, things like that. This turbine has a weird configuration of limbs. I'm going to say limbs, and then another one, and then another one. Like Midjourney doesn't really understand what Mars is. And that is a bigger story because Midjourney doesn't really understand. Artificial intelligence doesn't really understand what Mars is. So Leah did a terrific job creating these images, and we really debated whether to use them or not. But the reality is going to Mars is going to take a lot. It's going to take everything that we've got. AI has to get better. I'm a big believer in brain-computer interfaces and robotics because, as Dr. Zubrin points out, there's going to be a labor shortage on Mars. No matter what we do, whether we have 10 people or 100,000 people, we will need 101,000 people, right? We will never have enough people on Mars to do all the things. So labor is going to have to be augmented by brain power, right? Artificial intelligence, brain computer interface, and robotics to do all the things that we plan to do, hope to do, want to do on Mars. Which means artificial intelligence has to get better. And hopefully someday there's going to be a smart enough AI that realizes that you don't get, Mars doesn't look like this. Mars isn't going to act like this. I think there's going to be times when we connect our brains with implants to the computers that surround us. Earlier in the day, Leonard talked about getting into a car, having an idea, having an interface that connected to manufacturing and patenting and finance. And then all of a sudden, all of those parts just kind of fall into place. Now, I think we're a long ways away from that, but I do think that BCI is part of the Martian future. It's part of the landscape that we're going to build because we are going to be forced by economics, by scarcity, to leverage our brain power. And that means AI, computer interfaces, and robotics. So that's where I think our future is taking us. And again, in the same way that I talked about energy earlier today, and the way I talked about food and biochemistry and ag tech, the way that we solve problems on Mars will come back to Earth and enhance living on Earth. That the lucky few that are on Mars will help the billions left here on Earth. So I am all in on this. So it's pretty exciting to see this kind of taking place. With that, I am going to shift gears and bring on our final speaker for the day. I appreciate everybody who's been such a part of this. I really have enjoyed it. I am basically done talking today, so pretty happy about that. I've loved having our guests, right? Let's just kind of review our guests. We had Leonard start us off with the Marscoin developments. As the founder, I think that's both appropriate that he starts us and finishes us. Michelle came in and talked about regulatory and legal. Hamid came in and gave us a really in-depth look at the L-Bank exchange process and how we and others get on that system. Out of thousands that apply, only a handful gets selected. So it's really terrific there. I talked 3 different times about what Mars needs: food, biotech, biochemistry, energy, nuclear, smart grid technology, and the hardware and software of Mars. In the middle of the afternoon, we had James Burke and Terry Trevino talking about Mars Society and analog sites and real-world experiments that prepare us for Mars. We had, I think, pretty cool news. Pizza Day, the first pizza day of Marscoin. I think that's a pretty big deal. I hope it's a big deal because, you know, I'd like to have gifted my best friend $19,200,000 if Marscoin's value equals current Bitcoin value. So my 700 coins that are worth about $45 today, I hope someday become equal to Bitcoin, and that I've just transferred $19 million to my best friend. I think that would be super fun. Jaka and Jeff just gave us kind of a glimpse at the virtual side, whether it's in games or virtual reality of Mars. And our final speaker, Eric, is going to take us home with Million on Mars. So with that, thanks Everybody. This is my third time hosting Marscoin Expo's 2001, Marscoin Expo 2021, 2022, and now today, 2023. And I hope to see you next year. I'm also hoping that we get some other things happening that I can't talk about yet, so because it's not actually agreed upon. So stay tuned. I think the Marscoin community is terrific, and I love being a part of it. So with that, I'm going to say good afternoon, goodbye, and bring on Eric. Hey, guy.
Hey there.
How are you?
Hey there, everybody.
Hold just 1 second. Let me shut everything down and switch gears a little bit and give you your space there. So just for a little bit of background, I've seen you present twice now, once at Arizona for the Mars conference last year. Are you going? I intentionally wore a different Mars shirt, but I got that one for sure. And then you were also on the show, the conference last summer also. And you got some really interesting reactions, and people were really intrigued by what you were doing and how you were doing it. So I look forward to hearing your updates. I know there's been some big changes since the last time I've seen you, so I'm really looking forward to that. And with that, I'm going to scoot on out to the side.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, James. Thank you for everybody in this community. It's such a beautiful community. The gratitude, thankfulness, working with people. I really like the themes of an optimistic future. One of our values here at Million on Mars is to reject all that doomerism and reject all that negativity and fight for a better future. So let me say one more time, like listening to everybody else's talk and listening to questions is inspiring for me, and really love it. Jeff, man, that Mars VR, it is coming over leaps and bounds. It looks so good, so exciting, and so much progress. And Jack Osm, congratulations on getting your mobile game studio up and rolling and getting some games out. I think this part of the talk, I mean, everybody's doing something really important, but this part of the talk about Mars VR, the games, bringing it back, bringing Mars back and making it present right now on Earth, bringing that future and pulling it forward and making it real. I think this is super important work right now in particular. There's this big meta meme of billionaires in space and billionaires with the rocket toys, or space is for the billionaires. I really am deeply frustrated with that meta theme. But I think what we're doing at Million on Mars, what the Mars Society is doing, what Jeff is doing, what Leonard's doing with Marscoin, I think this is actually really, really important work to give that people that simulation, that reality there. While listening to everybody else's talks today, I got some ideas. I've been updating my slides as I go. I'm going to have a little bit of fun with my talk because I have spoken in the past. I'm not going to necessarily go in super rigor detail about what Million on Mars is, but I'll go over it. But I first had to share some images out of Midjourney that I've gotten going. I just think they're fun. Here's my theoretical, observational base way up top of a mountain. You see incorrectly, as Michael gets it, the color of the sun's wrong. Here's a little bit of a fantastical, little purple lights, a little gratuitous, camera dramatic lighting. Here's a nice interior shot. I imagine her as some sort of executive director on Mars. Maybe James Burke's competing commanding officer on an analog, a real station. Here's an astronaut, taking care of a solar panel. And here's Jan Spacek doing the Alpha experiment. I actually put him into Million on Mars after meeting him at the Mars Society last year. And again, I was able to use Midjourney and pull that together. So this is a little bit of an annex or addendum that I added onto my talk in real time in response to Michael's sharing of his Midjourney adventures. All right, so going back to the beginning. My name is Eric Bethke. I am the CEO and founder of Million on Mars. We are a game developer and a game publisher, and we have built, I believe, in a couple different ways you can measure it, one of the larger Mars simulation experiences you can possibly have. The genesis of the game goes way back for me. I've been building games for 29 years. I used to work at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory on the Galileo and Cassini space projects before joining the game industry. I built the Starfleet Command series of games with Interplay and Activision. I built a game called GoPets in South Korea and ended up selling that to Zynga, where I became a general manager and had leadership positions on Mafia Wars and Farmville. So I've been making games for a very, very, very long time. I was really fortunate. I was able to take a sailing sabbatical for 3 years. It's ridiculous as an American to take 3 years off and go sailing. Absolutely ridiculous, luxurious, amazing. While I was sailing on the boat, my youngest son, Max, showed me a game called Factorio in 2016. If you have not played Factorio, drop what you're doing for the rest of the weekend. You should play that game. It is an absolutely brilliant, brilliant game. But Factorio unlocked for me what I really wanted to demonstrate with Million on Mars. And that is a really deep crafting simulation. You know, the Mars Direct architecture, you know, hints of what SpaceX is doing. I call them the orange and the green book, the collected papers from the Mars Society. All that stuff is so seductive and so exciting. I'm like, what would it be to take? And oh yes, on the latest talk, how are we going to get the food? How are we going to get the power? How are we going to get the labor? And how are we going to organize it? How would we use a coin to allocate labor back and forth and trade resources? All these questions are terribly important to me, really exciting to me. And I violently agree that transportation is solved. It's solved. But I find it like mind-boggling that we have so much more work to be done in terms of figuring out what the rest of the settlements is going to be about, what's the rest of the economy is going to be about. Hats off to you guys that went up there and restarted the Arctic station on Devon Island. When I was sailing for those 3 years, it really is about fixing your boat in exotic locations. We constantly had a boat list. We're constantly fixing things. And we would go from port to port, all around the Caribbean very, very slowly and lovely places. Spent 8 months in Mexico, 6 months in Guatemala and Panama. Lots of great stuff. But it was always a challenge. Where am I going to get spare parts? Where am I going to get spare parts for this two-stroke engine? Wait, I'm in a French island. I can't get two-stroke engine parts there. I can only get four-stroke engine parts. But that is on Earth. That is on Earth where, parts and supply chains are available. And even if you are up the Rio Dulce in Guatemala, it's still only a FedEx trip away to get some parts. As you all know, it's so different. So different. You're on a whole other planet. How is it going to work? So our game, Million on Mars, is all about recreating that simulation, but at the crafting, the in situ manufacturing at the economic layer. That's what our game is about. If you see on this the shot I'm sharing with you here, we have tessellated the surface of Mars into over 600 million unique 40-acre plots, also sourced from that same high-rise game data that Jeff is using for Mars VR. So when you own a piece of land in Million on Mars, you own that exact spot, that exact latitude and longitude with that height map. And then you get really deep into the crafting gameplay. This is really one of my most favorite crafting loops in the entire game, the Sabatier reactor, right? That's where you're going to take the carbon dioxide from the Martian atmosphere. You're going to harvest some water ice that you mined. You either collected it from the regolith or you actually came across some ice deposits. You're going to apply some power from your solar panel and some hydrogen from electrolysis of water. You run it through the Sabatier process and you get your methane. And methane, I can't mansplain to this audience. Methane is just a fundamental feedstock chemical for the whole chemical chain, the plastics chains, but it's also fertilizer. It's also stored energy. If you want to run a methalox fuel cell, so you store your methane, store your oxygen, you got a fuel cell for overnight power. It's also what you're going to want to stick into rockets and get back off the surface because that's how you got there. Love it. So that's what the game is about. It's all about wrapping the real science and the real engineering in crafting simulations and almost subversively teaching people about these processes. Now, how do we operate the game? We've been live since December 21. We've had a founders program. We have NFTs. We are built on the blockchain. Although I'm really excited to say that since I last spoke here, we have released on Web 2, and you can pay with fiat and a credit card. We have updates every week in terms of new features and new content, always adding more utility, always adding more to it. We're also partnered with Mars Society. Robert Zuber's an advisor for us. James Burke is also an advisor. And last year, we did a really neat cross promotion where we love nukes, all in on nukes on Mars. And we wanted to kick that off with a big bang with our thorium salt reactor. And if you bought that in our game, you got a fully paid membership from Mars Society. We produced more than 100 paid memberships there. Martisans, these are essentially NPCs that you can acquire and own, and then you can delegate work to them in the game. We have a bunch of professions in the game, like fabrication and mining and agriculture and cooking, and so you can delegate jobs down to these folks and help simulate your settlement and your economy. And Buffalo Commons, my co-founding partner, Carrie Waters, she's well on her way, halfway through writing the first book of Buffalo Commons, and we've been releasing the chapters of her book as NFTs in the game, and they even include extra utility in the game where they power up your library. You can do more research. And this is a classic adventure tale that spans North America. It spans times back to the 19th century into Mars. And it's a great, wonderful story. And it has got these same themes of let's be optimistic about the future. Let's be bold about the future. Let's intentionally explore what does post-scarcity mean, and let's be intentional about building an architecture for civilizations of the solar system. So how are we doing? Well, we've actually accomplished a crap ton of stuff. We have done amazing things. We are multi-chain. We are on the Polygon chain, the Solana chain, and the Wax chain simultaneously with parity, and you can play with Web 2 and a credit card. What does all that mean for you folks? Some of you guys here at the Marscoin conference are super old school crypto folks. Probably write your own crypto smart contracts and protocols going way back. I know Leonard has many times. Or some of you are crypto curious. For us, our tagline is play, build, and own. And I would like to talk a lot about the building part. But on the own part, it's important to me that you can own your assets either on the Polygon chain, the Solana chain, or the Wax chain. We start off on the Wax. Or you can just not be bothered with all that. Just play a great game, and we'll hold on to your land plots for you. And you can defer minting to whenever you want to. That pattern is working out really well for us. We're one of the leaders here in this. When I went to the Game Developers Conference this year, a lot of other games that started off in Web 3 are saying, well, now we're doing the same thing, and we're supporting Web 2 as well. And they're calling that Web 2.5. I don't like that kind of name. Like, why would you be fractional above 2 and fractional below 3? Some people are using the term Web 4, or, even I've heard Web 5 out there. Doesn't matter. I think sacrilegiously here at the Marscoin conference, we will be successful when this stuff is not mysterious anymore. We'll be successful when the Marscoin is essentially mundane. I love the pizza buying experience last night and the homage back to Bitcoin. But I think the future of games are going to be, of course you own your stuff. Yeah, it's mine. It's mine. I don't think the future of games is play to earn, and that could deserve some unpacking. I'm going to get into that right now. We have had to do some incredible tough work in the last year since I last spoke, and let me talk about live ops for a moment. We are a client server game. We are a massively multiplayer game. We have tens of thousands of players. we have a live operation to run. So besides the ledger part of our NFTs or our coins or the blockchain part, besides keeping state going and a record in a journal, we also have a vibrant virtual world where the players are crafting rovers, they're sending them on missions, they're growing crops, they're exploring the alpha experience, they're doing all kinds of things, and all that needs to be run on some SaaS service. So I'm sharing a graph with you because we're a startup, and when you're a startup, you got to go for product market fit. You got to just go fast. When we got started, we were kind of like drunken sailors, like whatever, let's use Vercel, let's use Firebase, let's not care about the server cost so much. But as we've matured, and frankly, as we get into this Web3 winter, we absolutely loved everything we built, but we had to be a lot more careful with the cash, frankly. We have made $2.5 million of revenue with this game, and that's pretty incredible. $2.5 million. It might be the most popular, dedicated Mars commercial game yet. I don't know, but more than us making the $2.5 million, our players have made $3.5 million buying and selling land plots and buildings and other NFTs back and forth from each other. So there's like $6 million of real world heat and activity around here. And then plus there's about another $9 million of economic transactions between the players inside the game. That's a lot of engagement. That's a lot of signal that we're doing something right. But frankly, we also kind of gave away a little bit too much value to the players. And we struggled a bit. We had to do some tough stuff. And I thought I would share that here with the Marscoin. I thought I'd go ahead and just be a little bit plain spoken about some of the tougher parts about running something that's on chain and frankly that has utility. Right, so maybe I'm giving back a little bit to the community, at least on the experience side. Marscoin, if it's to grow in value, it will need more and more utility, and that's exactly why Michael and his buddy bought that pizza last night, is to start that crank, keep going on the crank. That's exactly why Jock is experimenting with Marscoin in his mobile game. And Leonard and I have had a conversation going back and forth about having Million Mars accept Marscoin, which I totally want to do. Should have done it a year ago. Would love to do it as soon as possible. Should do that. Utility is very important. Utility is what drives a token and makes it useful, and it'll go up in value. But if you're going to keep doing that, if you're going to drive utility for that, it has to have a clear, iconic purpose. And I'm speaking a little bit quickly, but I'm also speaking passionately because I listened to earlier talks about what is Marscoin. I heard the term a digital Swiss Army knife from Michael multiple times. I heard Marscoin to be used for voting. And I heard Marscoin used as a currency. I've heard speculation about, is Marscoin going to be used for cross-planet settlements, or is it in-planet settlements? I want to share with you guys. So Million Mars, totally a fantastic, deep, super geeky crafting economic game. Everybody here who likes Mars, who likes Marscoin, you're going to like the game. You should definitely try it. You should try it and play it out. You can play it for free for 30 days. You don't need a crypto wallet to ever play. If you like it past the 3 days, use your credit card, buy access, buy our subscription system. Subscription is a new thing we've done. To balance this server costs and ongoing operations, we've added in a $5 a month subscription, optionally a $20 and a $50 a month subscription. So that's recognizing that the servers have a service cost and then balancing out some revenue to go with it. That was an important decision, and that was difficult to execute. I got to share with you guys, because we launched as a Web3 game. We launched in the 2021 fervor around Web3, around play to earn. We never got into staking. We never made really crazy promises and everything like that. But we still gave away that first token, Dusk, just for playing. If you just show up and just play the game, you're going to keep on making Dusk. You can keep on making Dusk. And it reminds me of Yaka's exploratory use of Marscoin in his mobile game. He's like, hey, yeah, you're earning Marscoin by rolling around the surface and completing missions and quests, getting items. It's very natural. It's very much what you would do when you start a game. Is what I did. Here's Dusk for playing the game. Then you get caught up in the value of Dusk. And if you go look up the price of Dusk, yes, we have fallen in value, but if you look at the 2-year trading range of Dusk, it's well within one order of magnitude, which makes it one of the most stable coins in the altcoin exploratory space. Real hats off to Marscoin also for incredibly strong stability. But to maintain that stability, what you're doing is, as you're inflating the Dusk token for just play, just play, you can earn Dusk. As you inflationarily source that token, we had an awful lot of utility and a lot of sinks. Well, you need Dusk to go trade. You need Dusk to pay for this fee. You need this Dusk in the shop. You need to balance that inflationary sourcing of Dusk with a deflationary source. And we worked hard at it. We're excellent at it. I would actually say we're one of the best in the business in the Web3 space, providing offsetting deflation. But we had another token, still have another token, Glitter. And Glitter is not inflationary. It's a fixed token. It's very much more like Marscoin, a hard token. And Glitter is our future to be DAO token. It's our future to be voting token. And it's taken me a while flying the airplane, changing the engines, or more appropriate for us, while in a rocket on the way to Mars, going out and doing EVA and swapping out the engines, anticipation of the landing. We've had to change the mix-up and how we're treating these tokens and be a lot more intentional about what these tokens do and for what. Let me unpack that further. We've been successful. Again, we've made millions of dollars. Our players have made even more money. We've also attracted lots and lots of players from Pakistan, Egypt, Philippines, Russia, Brazil. And these folks are getting introduced to the Sabatier process. They are getting introduced to Mars and High-Rise, and we're doing great ambassadorial work and educational work. But also, frankly, a lot of these players from the developing world really, really, really want to get into play to earn. They want to click. They want to click and collect a coin and make money. I'm sharing this again here intentionally at the Marscoin conference. Ultimately, I decided to make a very difficult decision, and I decided I did not want to continue down that business model. So just about 2 months ago, we decided to take Dusk off the blockchain, bring Dusk back in virtually, and Dusk be only inside the game virtually for player-to-player trade, players earning it in quests and doing crafting and journeys, but keep our Glitter token on the chain and keep the Glitter token for actual real DEX-like trade. The reason why I brought that up, first of all, is to share. Any of you guys out there who are going to be building simulations and you're going to incorporate any kind of blockchain-based token, I super urge you to be really careful about, if you have an inflationary source of tokens, you need to have not just an equal deflationary source, but you need to have treble, quadruple protection on the deflationary side. Now, if I say that out loud, if you're going to inflate tokens, you should be careful and have a deflationary thing on the other side. You're going to say, of course, that makes total sense, Eric. I knew this. Again, I'm really probably one of the best in the business at balancing the game economy and especially a Web3 token economy, but it still was a very difficult challenge for me. And ultimately, we had too much Dusk out there, and there was too much demand to exchange that Dusk back for real value. And so what we've done is we've decoupled it. We've taken Dusk, brought that back in game, added a subscription layer, brought down our server costs, and really stabilized the entire Million on Mars ecosystem. I'm intensely proud of this work. It's difficult work. It's not the kind of sexy, glamorous work that people put up on LinkedIn and say, oh my gosh, look, I reduced my server costs. But it's really important. we were running around $17,000 a month on server costs, and now we're down to about $2,000 to $3,000 a month on server costs. So it's much, much, much cleaner. We've done a bunch of other fun and clever things too. We built something here called the Dynamic Treasury that I'm also really intensely proud of. Going back to our Dusk economy again, what the Dynamic Treasury does is as players earn Dusk in the game in an inflationary sense, and then they spend it, and they spend it in the shop, or they spend it on skills or leveling up or whatever, that spend goes back into a Dusk treasury. There's a master treasury called Ceres in honor of the largest minor planet in the asteroid belt. And then Ceres has an automatic drip where every so many hours it allocates Dusk to these many other sub-treasury pools. And each of these sub-treasury pools is dedicated to different forms of the gameplay in our game. So you might have the RoverWorks building, and you might be really into sending rovers on missions. And then there are crafting chains and leaderboards and achievements dedicated to rover stuff. And so the Dusk you'd earn comes out of that pool. We have another one for galleries. We have another one for the cantina and the tea shops. We've got another one for machine shops. We've got all these different pools. And what that does for us is we're not perfect. This is a very big game. There are literally thousands of crafting recipes. There's 100 different buildings. And so getting everything perfectly balanced, not just in engineering and science point of view, but balanced in the gameplay space, that's very challenging. So at any point, there might be one loop that has better ROI than another one. So that one's got alpha, and you go do that, and people smash that loop, and then they would produce a whole bunch of tokens from that loop. Now, classically, what you would do is you'd go into that loop, and then you'd nerf it. Nobody likes nerfs. Nerfs mean, oh, I'm going to reduce the payoff on that thing and make it more balanced. That's no fun. So with the dynamic treasury system, instead, what we do is say, fine, you go ahead and smash that game system that's producing a whole lot of dust tokens. Go for it. But as that pool drains out, it dynamically adjusts a global modifier for how much does that particular pool pay out. So if the rover one gets smashed a lot, it'll go to 0.75, 0.5, 0.25. And then it keeps things from ever running out. So it's an automatic game balancing system. Whatever games I build in the future that have tokens, I will continue to use that system. So I'm sharing that here with you guys as an innovation that really helped. But what about what's next for Million on Mars? I just talked about going through some heavy work on fixing the live ops and the costs and stabilizing the coins and tokens, all that. Whew, hard work, not so much fun. Now we get into the fun stuff. So on Million on Mars right now, we have very robust crafting chains for being in a settlement. We're soon to be releasing our aerospace expansion at large. We've had a pre-release where we've been sampling some of the systems, but with our aerospace system at large, you'll be able to fly your own hoppers around on Mars and go from launch pad to launch pad and store them in a hangar, and you make your Methalox fuel in your fuel tanks and travel around Mars. But beyond aerospace, we've done something super, super critically cool that I'm really proud of. Here's that same Septier reactor process. Here's the inputs: carbon dioxide, water, fuel, and nitrogen. Here's the recipe. There's a chemical equation down there, and it's done in the Septier reactor, makes methane. Okay, behind the scenes, these on the left-hand side, that's the inputs. The center is the recipe. Septier reactor, that's the building where the recipe is attached to, and methane's the output. If you can decompose that, boom, you start to look at our game design editing tool. Our game design editing tool is set up of so many different sub-editors: items, recipes, and loot tables. Those three, that's the workhorse. Items are transformed by recipes into loot tables. But everything else builds upon that. This game design editor, we have released to our players since the last time I talked here. And this is huge. Jeff and James are used to working with Unity editor. This is similar to this. This is a game editor that you have full access to everything in our game, and you can build whatever you want to build. And our players have been going crazy. We've gotten well over 2,000, 4,000 different changes from our players. We've had them build whole new Hex minigame experiences. We've had people build a whole basalt mining quest chain and really broadening up the thickness and the richness of the game. And this has been a long-standing vision for me, especially with Million on Mars, because I can't be a domain expert on everything it takes to make a civilization or start another planet. Obviously, Dr. Robert Zubrin has the chops to do that, and many of you folks here have covered wide scope of it. But really, for me, the ideal vision is that all of you here at this conference, everybody at the Mars Society conference and more would all be in the game and in the game design editor beating me up about all my crafting recipes and saying, well, that's dumb. You know, this is not the way you would reduce iron ore and get back, purified iron. I would love experts in each one of these systems going to town on these editors and making the game bigger and thicker and faster and richer than anybody else could possibly explore in real time. Another part of our tooling that I'm really excited about is, check this out. You see those 8 images there? These are, of course, images from the Mars robots that you'd recognize, and then one simulated image in the middle row. But just with these 8 images alone, just those 8, I was able to use a tool called Scenario, run by a good friend of mine, Emmanuel, running a very hot generative AI company. But those 8 images produced for me a generator. And a generator, so let me unpack it for you a little bit more. Behind the scenes, there's Stable Diffusion underneath the hood here. And with Stable Diffusion, it's a great generative art tool. But now, with the opportunity around fine-tuning, we get to have some crazy new capabilities. Michael was showing off, his Midjourney images where there's clouds and Mars and other goofy stuff. You don't need to tolerate that. With fine-tuning, I can say, hey, this is what Mars terrain looks like, and boom, it will produce for me these 512 by 512 pixel maps of Mars terrain. You can also do that with ore generators. So in this day and age of using generative AI techniques plus a lot of context, you can load in a lot of your own local context, and then you can also use fine-tuned generators, and sky's the limit. I am bursting with crazy energy around this. And earlier today, I was coding away on my next generation tooling that I'm going to be adding into the game design editor to allow people to use natural language processing to build more of our game design editor, more game design elements, in addition to the art stuff. Why is this all so important, and how to pull all that together? So today is 2022, and the game industry is a $200 billion industry. When I started in the mid-90s, the game industry was a $45 billion industry. So the game industry has increased by more than a factor of 4 over that time period. And if you look over here on this chart, look at the music industry, look at the film industry. Those industries are not going anywhere. They are flat. They are just flat. Games are hyper innovative on what they offer, on the graphics, the controls, the immersion, and the business model. And the power and rate and change of the game industry is I'm fiercely proud of it. Of any of the medias, it is the most adaptive and relentless in its iterations. But one part I would call out as a criticism for the game industry is I don't see that players get nearly enough of the economic slice. When you play an online game, you play with other players. It's the other players that are the opponent. They are the multiplayer texture. When you play an online game with an economic system and you trade, it's the other players that are the trading texture. They provide the fundamental apparatus to play with. A successful game will enjoy a word-of-mouth growth. It comes just from the players growing the game and talking about the game. They are not paid off on their word-of-mouth growth. Yes, you got a little bit of stuff going on with Twitch, you got some stuff going on with Roblox, and then Epic is being very aggressive with Fortnite and the creator program. But by the end of this decade, games will easily be a $500 billion industry. It'll go from 200 billion to 500 billion by the end of the decade. And that's just if it simply kept its current CAGR, compound annual growth rate, going linearly between now and then. So it doesn't even account for any kind of crazy non-linearity on CAGR from new technologies, perhaps like AI. But what I do think is going to happen is that players are going to see a bigger piece of this. And I'm so passionate about players seeing their share of a project, of a game. That's why we're just working our butts off. Again, multi-chain, NFTs, ownerships, dynamic treasuries, subscriptions, everything we can do to keep the infrastructure tight and clean, and then support the players with the game design editors and the art tools, and then soon the natural language tools so they can build more and more and grow it. And then for us, so that players can actually see a proper, perhaps, exchange for their creativity and their work and their ownership, our glitter token remains the one hard token. And it's been good to clean up Dusk and get solely behind glitter. Some more stuff coming from us. Dr. Oleg Abramov, he joined the project last year and did some scouting work for us and got us resource maps for all of the surface of Mars. So we've got, this is a thorium resource map with a little spike graph. And we have thorium, we've got iron, we've got water ices, and we'll be layering in those layers across our version of Mars with all our land plots, and so that the scavenging and the mining will be a bit more accurate and have a lot more fun. And then, you know, we are a game. We're going to be having a little bit of fun. We're going to introduce some rover versus rover combat that are going to be done, some tasteful arenas where the Martians, you know, they don't want to get back into the old bloodshed of Earth, but you know, they do enjoy their sport, and they do enjoy competing over some resources, and so there'll be some fun over there. And then over in Duskworks Landing, we do have the alpha experiment running where you can collect water ice, drop it off, and search for Martian exobiology over there. All right, there's my gigantic little word salad at you guys. Hopefully maybe there's some Q&A. I can't hear you, Michael. Maybe that's my fault.
Sorry, no, it's mine. It's fine. You didn't hear my enthusiasm, so that was really fascinating. It is really cool to watch this stuff evolve over time. I'm a little surprised about the combat element, the rover competition piece, because that felt, I wouldn't say off-brand, but it didn't seem like it was a part of what you were doing last year. So what made that change?
Yeah, that's a great question. Super great question. So I don't like war. I think war is just a waste of resources and energy and effort and everything like that. It just sucks. You know, you go make buildings and nations and you go smash them down. Everybody's got to go rebuild them, and it's just clearly a waste of time. That being said, it's very, very hard to put your finger on a commercially successful game that doesn't have combat.
Right. Okay.
And I said commercially successful, and that's actually a pretty important caveat. I think for us to be successful on this group mission that we all share about bringing Mars here, bring it near term, it does need to be commercially successful, and it needs to be in the hands of not thousands or 10,000 people, but it needs to be in the hands of millions and 100 million people.
Right. Interesting.
Okay. And so
I get it.
Yeah.
It was just it felt like a little bit of a veer, but it's also an economic reality, right?
Yeah, it is. And so I've got a lot of lore around it. I've got a Leon Dusk character, and he's setting up. It's kind of like street racing on Mars and like BattleBots on Mars.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not about putting humans in a rover and then blowing up each other's humans. It's about, can you field an autonomous, badass freaking mech out there? And can you feel fun about it? Can you feel excited about it? A little bit of BattleBot exposure, and you go like, okay, see, now I get to use the uranium mine for the next week. Okay, yes, you do.
Nice. So there's penalty for losing, but there's benefit for winning. So you want to put your best bot into the arena.
That's right.
Okay. One of the things I know that you've been, with personal conversations and also what you showed here, the realism of, this hex has got, XYZ value in minerals, in uranium, in whatever. So you brought in a PhD to do what? They're doing on Earth, it would be called geology. On the Moon, it's selenology. What do they call it on Mars? Aerosology?
Areology.
Areology. Yeah. Okay. Took me a second there for a second. So that's an areologist that is looking at point for point, grid, hex at a time. That's trying to tell you this is what is actually there.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. What Dr. Abramoff did is he essentially did a survey work where he went into the literature, found everybody's stuff, mostly from the Mars Odyssey gamma ray spectrometer. That's where the bulk of the data is at. So whenever there's hard data, we can do that, and then we can also take some educated guesses and say, well, your mileage may vary on the following resource.
Right. Because on Earth, they measure it in centimeters of resolution or sub-meter resolution. We don't have that on Mars, and we don't have necessarily equipment. But this is the best data that you have available, given what we know right now.
That's right. And then, again, I'm super excited about generative AI techniques, and I'm intimately familiar with the HiRISE data set itself. I spent a long time with it. I also did 3D terrains with it on an early experiment, also in Unity a few years ago. And so the HiRISE data gets down to a 0.5 meter resolution horizontally and vertically, which is very, very nice. I haven't gotten back to it, but I know that with the photography that we have from the rovers, plus the 0.5 meter, plus these fine-tuning models, we should be able to produce some really nice simulated terrain down to like the 1 centimeter range, and it'd be like pretty reasonable. Like, right? You're saying that pebble is not there. You're saying that it's maybe 5 centimeters over.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, take me to Mars court,
Take me to Mars court. Exactly. I mean, I guess I'm pretty amazed at the level of veracity, the trueness that you are trying to create on this. Because I got to ask, how many PhDs are working in other game studios? How many are trying to get realism?
Right. I don't know. I've had an opportunity to work with a bunch of PhDs in different things, but never them applying their skills. This is exciting. We have one current serving astronaut that plays regularly.
Okay. That's some bragging rights. That's some cred.
That's right.
You obviously are trying to not name the.
Oh, I can say it. I just got to make sure I cannot say his agency's name at the same time. It's Mike Fink.
Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty neat. That's a pretty cool endorsement.
Yeah. He goes by Star Pilot. He's in our Discord. He chats with the players. He's actually made submissions with our game design editor. And he's made some progress there. And that's really what I'm most passionate about right now. Right. Is I want to keep on making the tooling better and better and more intuitive and more fluid, so that I literally would like you to be able to pop into a website and kind of grok how it works. And I'd like you to work in natural language and have it pull up the relative pieces of the editor and say, I think you mean this, and this. And you're like, Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
When you were showing that, my first thing was, how do we get an elevator, a Phobos elevator down to? I'm like, wonder if that's built into the game. That was my very first thought when you showed off the.
We don't have a Phobos elevator yet. I've long pined for one. So if you wanted to build one, I'd love to. Hold your hand and build one with you at some point.
About 5 months ago, I was talking to Dr. Zubrin. He was up here in Seattle for an event, and we were talking about putting in a proposal to NASA on a Phobos elevator. Ultimately, he got busy. I got busy. We ultimately did not submit that proposal. But it's on my mind. It's in his books. So maybe we, for the fun of it, figure out how to make a game. I don't know if I can convince Zubrin to take some time off and help craft a game element, but maybe I'm going to put it in front of him and see what he says.
Well, we have another angle. I mean, he's an advisor to Million on Mars. He's got some shares. He's got an economic interest as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is the Marscoin Expo, and we only have a few minutes left in it. How does Marscoin fit into this? You said last year you were interested in using the tool. Now you just said a minute ago, let's get Marscoin in there. What does it take? Like, from a community perspective, how can the folks in the Discord community, holders of real live Marscoin, how can they help you do that?
I think so. Leonard's reached out to me, I think twice, if not 3 times already, and said, "Hey, Eric, I will just freaking do it. Will you just set aside what you're doing for a couple days and just focus?" And I think that's what it takes.
Okay. All right.
Right.
So you just got to put time on your calendar.
Right. So we take USDC, we take Polygon Matic, we take Solana's Sol, we take Wax's Wax. So that means that we have a very robust amount of engineering to take multiple currencies across multiple chains. So we've got nothing hard coded that way. So it should be a snap to actually receive Marscoin and use Marscoin to buy access and to buy a subscription and buy other things. And it'd be an honor for me to provide sync utility for Marscoin.
Okay. Well,
and then
I put that.
Any Marscoin that we end up collecting, I would just put it in my pocket and also hold it forever.
Awesome. Well, I would love to see that. I'd love to see that happen. I'd love to see this community be able to, build, as we just talked about a minute ago, build utility and usefulness, right? And there are a lot of really smart folks in this community, so I think that could.
I think so, and then building a few cycles and jumping forward a little bit. I'd like to throw my hat in the ring and speculate on how you would do the tokens across the planets and how it would actually work.
Okay, I'm all ears.
Yeah.
I don't actually know how that works, so I can only listen. I can't really contribute. But what do you got?
I'm going to speculate. So similar to my experience with Dusk and Glitter, I think you're going to definitely want a different token for what the settlers on Mars are using to trade resources and labor locally.
Mm-hmm.
Completely different token than the token you use between what the incorporated settlement is using to buy and sell resources with Earth. So I think you want to separate those two tokens, and you're going to want to have some sort of free exchange on that. Maybe they have something like, "Hey, we got to go clean out the entire black water system, soup to nuts. Everybody loves that, but anybody who's involved in that, they get an extra 100 kilogram mass allowance on the next thing from Earth." So let's.
Right.
The other thing is, I think you would employ something like the equivalent of a liquidity pool, where you'd have that Earth-based node, you'd have a Mars node, and maybe something in cislunar orbit, and those tokens would have associated trade liquidities where they have a matching pair there, and it's like able to autonomously trade up to a certain amounts of ranges and bands without, you know, getting confirmation from the other side, so that you could have commerce fundamentally proceed as long as it's going on expected bands.
Nice. Yeah, that, I mean, God, to some degree, that's how the New York Stock Exchange works, right? So if it works in New York, it'll probably work on Mars, right?
Right.
The trade volumes are probably a little less,
right?
A little less.
And you know, and I think the problem is actually simpler than we think. Right? If I'm a Mars settler and I want to buy a subscription to Hulu or Netflix, you know, that's not crazy sauce. You know, they don't need that transaction done faster than the speed of light can possibly happen.
Right. Yep.
It's not a big deal. If it happens 20 minutes later, then they're like, cool. You know,
right.
You know, so that's where you could have a local. It's like the ACH system we talked about earlier today. You know, on Mars, the clearinghouse of transactions. You bought from Netflix, you bought from blah 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 blah. Great, all this stuff is going to get batched and sent over there and come back, and the exceptional cases will be dealt with exceptionally.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. All right. With that, I'm going to call on Leonard. Are you still here? Pardon me. Hey, sir. Stick around. Hold on. Hey.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, Leonard.
You heard him. He's willing to put a couple days aside to
this is a great talk. I was about to post a link. We have a payment system also for online payments. That's basically what I had in mind. I just haven't had the chance to connect with Eric, but it's pretty straightforward to integrate.
So I'm gonna say, let's see. Today is the August 26th. I'm gonna say, how about the 5th through the 8th? Y'all just block out time on your calendars, both of you, push it together and make it happen. I'm not saying you have to. This is just me trying to facilitate something that both of you want, and so just block the time. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, our online payment gateway that we built for Byte Federal has come a long way since last time I spoke with Eric, actually. So it's you can integrate purchase buttons, and then it settles in USD at the end of the day or coin directly. So it's actually much easier now than it was even last time we spoke.
Great.
Well, thinking about the biz dev perspective here, you know, Mars Society's conference is the 5th through the 8th of October down in Phoenix. Any chance y'all can have that built by then and make that as part of the announcement? Because there's going to be some pretty cool stuff going on in Phoenix.
That'd be cool. I'll share what I have with Eric, and then he can basically see how much resources that would take. You know.
Cool. That's just me meddling, hoping for the best for both. All right. I'm gonna kick Eric off of the screen here. Leonard, you've got your closing remarks. Thanks so much, y'all.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, so that was, first of all, that was a great last conversation or presentation by Eric. That was pretty fascinating. I just tweeted out on the Marscoin Twitter account or X.com that million on Mars is turning more and more into a simulation with deep tech trees. That's really fascinating to see. That's really beautiful. Can't wait to see the version where you can actually talk ChatGPT style, and then see how the tech tree generator builds out your particular Thorium reactor connection to whatever else you have in mind. But in general, Michael, so much, thank you so much for hosting this whole event. Liftboard, you guys did an incredible job. Just astounded by the breadth and width of these conversations and talks. It's been a huge honor to have all of you guys join us on our third Marscoin Expo event. And I definitely look forward to the next one next year. This seems to be turning out such a unique place of letting crypto folks and space enthusiasts who seem to be having a lot in common meet in one particular online place where they can exchange their visions, ideas, and talk about what they currently actually are practically working on to get us closer to that real life future on Mars. So without further ado, I thank everyone who's been involved in this today, and thank you to all the speakers, and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone next year.
Right on. Thanks a lot. And thanks to my team and to all of the Marscoin community that have been supportive of this. Our speakers have been amazing. We really appreciate them. This story wouldn't
always blows me away. Yeah, it always blows me away. Stick around. Also, I encourage everyone to join our Discord and Twitter accounts. There's some amazing announcements coming for the second half of the year, which we have not and couldn't talk about yet. So there's a lot in the making for anyone who wants to stay a little bit closer in touch. And again, miners are welcome. Please, if you're interested in that, supporting the network, spinning up nodes, or helping us in development. We're definitely always looking for software engineers too who want to contribute.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to close this out. Have a great day, Leonard. Appreciate it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.